Dobra, witamy z powrotem. Did you select me and fresh tires?
No, still one lap after this.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Copy that.
Oh, fuck.
No, dziękuję. Przejazd. Tak. Dobra, bono w pitach, żeby łyknąć. Bardzo ważne.
Mediums, right?
Ja.
Okay. Good.
Tak, uczę.
Good job,
Well
you've been
done.
slowly catching, go under ahead.
All good on fuel?
Yep.
Ja się zbliżył do Bono. Where's the stop?
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks.
Nice, we've made some good positions up there.
Yeah. Let's see what we can do.
Let's hope I can undercut Bono. Remember to pull away from me.
Yep.
Just be careful, they'll get some lap traffic coming up.
Lock enabled.
Yep.
One GT car ahead and one further up. All GTEs in the pit, so watch out for pit exit.
O nie. Źle.
Next GTE is exiting chicane 2. Wander's in the pits now, and so is Anano, she'll be in there soon.
Copy.
Arnaud's in the pit, and 2 GTAs ahead.
Petarda.
Approaching a group of 3 PTUs. One GTE approaching. There'll be a GTE in Sector 3 that you have to overtake.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you're about 2 seconds quicker than P10, so you're slowly reeling them in with Porsche.
On P10, but I'm P8.
Repeat, sorry.
I'm P8.
Okay, 1 moment. Okay, copy that. It's just our time screen says you're in P12.
Oh, interesting.
They've been out to sync all race, but let me just check.
Yeah, I'm P8 with Cordy Match behind me and Pineiro ahead of me.
Okay, on my screen it says you have Bastien and Roman Grosjean in between you and Pierre. Well, oh, let me get that fixed.
Grosjean is 2 minutes 20 seconds behind me on my screen. Next stop, no tire change, full tank, right?
Copy those settings. You're at least 3 seconds quicker than Pierre ahead, so this is good. Just reeling a minute over time.
Hopefully I can jump him in a bit.
Yep. Box, and pick confirm.
Okay. Ah, he pitted in front of me. He was so slow as well.
PO looks to be very slow, especially
Yeah.
third sector.
I should get him quite easily.
Hopefully in over a couple of hours. There's Commando in front or behind you? Bastion.
In front of me. I think.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in front of him. Can you remind me to open my window in the next pit stop?
Copy that, noted. You will approach 2 GTEs into Sector 3.
Okay.
Yeah, Pierre is currently in heavy traffic, so you have more time gaining.
Which pair?
Pierre-Louis Chauvet in Pandas Racing Team.
No, they are behind me.
Okay, copy that.
A minute 20 behind me.
Just to confirm, the car ahead is the Mercedes of Bono.
Yep.
Copy that.
I think I might try mediums, softs for the next stint. Track temp is 15 degrees.
Okay, copy that. Connor's about to approach GT traffic.
Okay.
You're half a second quicker than Bonner this lap, and 2 GTs incoming.
Copy.
Okay, approaching 1 GT car this sector. We gained 7 tenths on Bono, and he's going to approach in the thick of the traffic. So let's see how this goes.
Copy.
Few GTs ahead. Four more GTs left in this group.
The worst freaking traffic.
one more GT in sector 3 and then you'll be clear. Car ahead will be Will in the number 5.
Okay.
He'll let you through. The gap between you and Bono has pretty much stabilized at this point.
Yeah.
Track temperature is now 14 degrees.
Yeah, south for sure.
Okay, copy that. Pits up stones all done.
Yep.
Okay, copy that. Box this lap. in the pits.
Yep.
Yeah, remember to open your window.
Oh, thank you.
Clear laps on two.
1.59.
Three GTs ahead.
Okay.
One GT ahead.
Okay.
Junkadella's now in the AMG.
Let's see what he can do.
You were 10th quicker in Sector 2 than Ucadella.
Oh, doesn't bode well. If his outlaw not warmed up, and only I'm not much faster. But let's see.
He was 1.5 seconds quicker in the last sector, but Unkadela had traffic. Yeah, you're 4 tenths quicker than Unkadela that lap, and you were 7 tenths quicker in sector 1 because there's traffic 2 GTs ahead.
Nice.
2 GTs ahead and then another group of 2 GTs above.
Okay.
Currently the pace is balanced between Honda and AMG. Pretty much staying the same.
Yeah.
So 2 GTs ahead. One GT ahead.
Traffic's gonna kill me.
We've caught up to you can develop 2 seconds after 2 laps.
Copy.
One GT ahead and then 2 GTs battling up afterwards. Okay, you got pit stop settings all ready?
Yep.
Okay, copy that. I think Team Fordzilla had some issues and now in P7.
Okay. Who is driving for them?
Ramon.
I mean, I'm in P7, but yeah. Who's Spork driving for Alpine? No, wait, Colin Spork? Who's he driving for?
Repeat, sorry?
Colin Spork. Who's he driving for?
Let me get back to you.
He's in P2 right now. Number 36. What car is that?
Alpine.
Okay. I mean, the pits.
Okay, copy that. How's the degradation on the softs?
66% left.
Okay.
Good. As long as you reckon. As long as we are above 20-25% at the end of second stint is good.
Okay, copy that. So we've all 30% left, so we should be fine at the end of the stint.
Yep. Can you see track temperature anywhere?
Yep, 14 degrees.
Where can you see that?
On backstream.
Ah, okay, okay.
Few GTs to come up.
User joined your channel.
Hello.
Hello, 8 more laps.
Okay.
I'm on softs now, 13 tractor.
one GT car ahead.
Okay.
You were second quicker last lap than Nikodem. He's getting caught in traffic.
Perfect.
Possibly passing the GTE and then will be GTE in Sector 3 as well.
Okay.
Two more GTAs and then one more GTA after that one.
Okay.
How many laps?
4 laps. I'm not convinced about those softs. Second stint my pace isn't as good.
$15 right now.
Yeah, 13.
You're pretty much matching Juncadella.
Do you want softs, Agustin?
I watch the others. Everybody is on mediums.
What color of tire do you see? Oh, you're watching lap timing or?
Yeah, in that timing, P1 to P5 on mediums.
Interesting.
Juncadella on soft.
Okay.
And you on soft, the rest on mediums.
I would go mediums, to be honest. But softs are okay too. They are faster first stint, slower second stint. Compared to mediums. Do you want softs or mediums?
I don't know, probably soft, because 13 degrees now on track.
Yeah.
Track temp is lower now. I think soft is the better option with 13 degrees on track.
He was 8 tenths quicker than Juncadella that lap.
No, I was 8 tenths quicker. He did 8:30s, 26.7.
Yeah, you 8 tenths quicker. Sorry, confusion.
When you go with softs, Agustin, pay attention to your tire wear, okay? Cannot use more than 4% per lap.
Okay.
Okay, we need to have more than 60 at the end of first stint and more than 20 at the end of second stint.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a complete disaster if you go below 20, but we kind of fall off the cliff, so you will lose like a second or two per lap if you go below 20.
How many laps?
2 laps.
2 more.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, pit in this lap.
Okay.
In the bits.
Okay, good job, Kuba.
Good job, Kuba.
Good job. Okay. Okay, that's my stint in it as well. Sanyam's going to take over for comms.
Okay.
Okay, switching now. Good luck, guys.
Okay.
Okay, can I get a radio check, please?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear as well. Perfect.
Put me
Right.
please Cuba 5TC, both. 53.7 brake BS.
Done. Okay, you were so fast last time you were driving, so you'll do okay. I think you can get Mercedes now, the other AMG.
I will try.
Remember to shift into first. Look.
Thanks, mate.
Log building finished.
Guys, we have a slow car in sector 2. Slow car in sector 2. Please be aware. Slow car sector 2.
Żeby koło 6 tylko nie było.
He didn't go off at Indianapolis, did he?
He pulled off
That's-
at Indianapolis
Well, why is he at the first chicane now?
because he escaped back to pit lane. And then I don't know why. I don't know what happened there. Whether there was more of a technical fault, or whatever. But they
Clearly there
were
was.
having
So he's actually left the pit lane with
the
as
same
much damage as he went in with.
Exactly. Because if you disconnect,
Lord.
your car will be in the same state, regardless of what the fuel number was or the damage number. So they would have had to have done a full lap with that damage. Who is driving the number 1 car? Great question. It's Max, but nope, it's Jeffrey Rietveld. Sorry, it is Jeffrey Rietveld behind.
My
the
one
wheel
timing
of
seems to
the
be a bit
number
wrong
1
at the
Red Line.
moment, but
This
what I
car
can
that we're
see
looking
right
at
here is you've got a couple of
here
clean
is
laps. The
number
car in
8,
front you're chasing is
RAG.
going
That
to
is
be
Marcel Chinchik, who's been a couple
car
of members of the
100.
RAG squad in the recent past, and Marcel Chinchik, one of the fastest pedalers in these cars, is pounding round the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, and a long way back, 17th, and 2 laps behind the lead. They're the first of cars that are 2 laps back, and he's just 1.3 seconds ahead of Mato Homola, who is in the ARC Bratislava car number 44.
Yes,
That's
we
the
are
car.
2 and
In fact,
3
he's
laps
in the background
off
there,
of the.
I think. So that's the RAG car. So Jeffrey Rietveld is the leader, ahead of Josh Rogers and Dane Warren. So Porsche
Yeah, copy
Commanders
that.
still racked up at the top, aren't they?
We got some
And
clean air in
Rietveld
front. We
fourth.
haven't really got
So
much
this red
GTE
line
car
is a
traffic at the
double-decker
moment, so yeah, let's try
Porsche
use full
Commander
advantage of that.
sandwich.
Okay.
Because we've got 2
Sounds
fillings
tasty.
of Porsche Coanda between the red line cars. Then in 5th place, AMG Team Petronas, the 63 car, and that's always been pretty much from the start of the race in that top half dozen. Danny Junkadea is at the wheel of that car. Marcel Pecic is in the Yas Heat Veloce car.
Slow car is now in
Again,
sector 3.
Marco Pecic, that again has been consistently up at the sharp ends. They've had a good race so far, and that will obviously curse them to all sorts of disaster. Brabham Esports in 7th, Gordy Much at the wheel of that car, and just pitting from 8th and coming back out in 8th still is the 36 car, the Alpine Esports car. Have we had any answer as to why 36 is a talismanic, there's a great word for 3 in the morning,
No.
a talismanic number for Serge Saunier, not for Serge Saunier, wrong team, for Senior Tech and for Philippe Signeux?
No idea.
No, I don't know
Absolutely
either.
no idea. Just
Serge
to,
Saunier, what team? Oh, now I'm trying to... Promotechme. There we go, Promotechme.
whilst we're
Serge
talking
Saunier,
of
there's a
that,
man I haven't seen for a long while. Yeah, carry on.
I think so. A few people are going. But by the way, we are keeping hydrated.
We're still live.
in the commentary booth. We are. we are
still
keeping hydrated, but obviously we are obviously eating. I did see you've brought a few of them. You got a few of them over
Well,
there.
they were brought in much earlier on, actually.
The Pete Stop bars. That we've got, of course, courtesy of Total Energy.
Yeah, I have had a coffee. I have not yet had my first Pete Stop bar of the day, but there is. There is tomato and coriander soup in the catering tent. And
Is there?
It smells lovely.
Well, I know where I'm heading after this.
But 2:45, I was not quite ready for tomato and coriander.
I think 5 o'clock in the morning might well just be enough for me to sneak over there when I jump out of the commentary booth.
Yeah, it's probably not the thing you have when you've just woken up. It may well be the thing you have when you've been hanging out since. When did you start this stint?
1 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, this is the thing with this, because obviously we know. Oh, yellow flags coming out here. So what has happened? Oh no, it'll be D station, won't it?
Yeah.
It'll be D station coming round and trying to keep out of everyone's way. That's fine.
Yeah.
There you go.
So-
One thing I'm starting to notice is the GTE cars are getting a bit dopey at the moment, so when you're approaching them, just use the flash, let them know you're there, so they don't turn into you during the corner.
Which is, yeah, fine. As I left though, I can't help myself. I'm like, I've got to go and see what's
Agustin,
happening.
very slow car in Porsche, be careful.
I then headed to social
He's driving
media
on pit limiter
I
in
probably say
Porsche.
bye to race control before I go. Anyway,
Okay.
To see again if anything's changed. And then you end up just talking to everyone. And
Yeah.
I probably left here about 3 hours after my stint actually stopped. And on my way down, I walked towards our hospitality tent where I went in for 20 minutes. You just can't stop it. There's just so many people here that
well, and the problem is, and the problem is, you know, if you have your break too early, then actually the ability to shut everything down and go to sleep is very hard. And so
Slow car in the Porsche curves. Slow car in the Porsche curves.
Well, you obviously don't, because by the time you leave the building, you're down to 5.5. By the time you get back to bed and actually get under the covers, you're down to 5 hours. Then you need to get up an hour beforehand so you can have a shower and try and wake up. And so you're down to 4 hours. And so, yes, that's how much sleep I've just had. But 4 hours is 4 hours and not to be sniffed at, and especially during the night time as well. D-Station now.
I've just been told something by them.
Yes.
They have.
By them?
Well, by Dan Rand, who came in just a second ago. So they had their screen blacked out when they had that incident.
Okay.
And the reason why they're crawling back so much is they're doing what Fernando Alonso probably should have done in the first running of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, which is if you have a low amount of fuel, go as slow as possible. They at the moment have half a litre to get back into their pit lane, and all that you will be telling yourself is, do not, I thought it cut out then, do not miss your box.
Do not run out of fuel.
If you go slightly too far and miss your box, you are out of the race.
Those boxes on the right-hand side, just as we go by them, those were the very posh sleepy boxes that Alan McNish had a few years ago. No, I mean, not all of them. He had one of them for his overnight stint, his overnight kit, while we were in the caravans.
He didn't have the in-speeds tents. I hope no one wants to come into the pit lane soon. If I were race control, I'd be on that. I hope they... Eduardo will probably be on the blower a little bit to the
see,
teams.
that's good. He's even cutting across the grass to be out of the way of somebody coming into the pit lane, and also to save himself a couple of meters.
Here we go. Oh, this is going to get dangerous. That's Arnage coming into the pit lane. Now, again, Mark Veit
slow car in pit lane.
Pulls over to one side.
Well, one of his teammates or an engineer, and it will be an engineer at D-Station. What is that car? What is that pale blue car?
Oh yeah,
because there's actually another one parked up at Arnage. That's really bugging me now.
I think they're just basic cars in game.
I know, but they must have modelled it on something.
Please get into his box. This is honestly.
Check car in front 63. It is 6 seconds ahead of you. You're currently lapping a couple of tenths quicker than he is, so eventually we'll catch up with him. Try to maintain a good, strong race pace. I'm just trying to. You haven't got any GT3 traffic, GTE traffic for a while, so yeah, keep pushing.
That's a good effort.
Okay.
And the most fraud,
please, if you can talk me in the straights, please.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Unfortunately, I think the likelihood of them getting a decent result from this race, that ship has very much sailed.
Yeah.
But they are still in the race. They still get to compete with the Le Mans Spirit, and also I think they have earned our respect. Yeah. I also wish we could hear Eduardo, by the way, on this broadcast.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, we can't pump him in.
Well, the good news is that you can pop out for coffee occasionally and chat with Eduardo while we're here, because he is here and not in wherever the first round of the Asian Le Mans Series is, not Dubai, not Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, which is what he will be doing next. So Eduardo, I was chatting to Eduardo and I said, you know, what's the story this year? He's going to do Asian Le Mans, he's going to do European Le Mans, and he's going to do World Endurance Championship and a couple of other things. Among the couple of other things that he is not going to be doing is he is not going to be returning to Formula One. Just far too much going on, and far too much needed by that job, really, to be able to combine it with pretty much anything else. And his first love is doing what he loves to do. He loves the endurance racing, he loves doing Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship, and didn't want to give that up. And I can entirely understand why. Having watched a bit of Drive to Survive, and then having filtered through the end of the 2021 season, you can imagine, yeah, it's possibly not the kindest location. There are a slew of LMP pit stops, by the way. Redline have been in through and gone. So too have the Porsche Coanda cars. Alpine, a little off strategy, have not yet, so they pop up to third place. Might even possibly pop up higher than that. Both Redline, both Coandas have gone in, a whole bunch of other cars. Brabham we saw in the pit lane. Alpine are in. Who's that? Arnage we saw coming in as well. ALC Bratislava.
Is he in pit lane?
Well, it tends to be because we've had 2 major resets. All right, it was effectively a reset and then it didn't, and then it was.
So yes, it's effectively one very, very long, very, very, very long reset.
But we got through a third of the race, and then bonk, everybody was back on the same fuel strategy again.
Yeah.
So basically, by 8 hours, nobody had got any fuel strategy separation from anybody else, with the exception of Fordzilla, whose first stop after the red flag, they came in a lap before anybody else to ensure they had an empty pit lane to get in and out of without any delay, and to ensure that their stop was a little slower. And that was a stroke of genius. You and I talked about it before the race, whether anybody would do it at the start so they would come in and be unhindered by any other cars in the pit lane in LMP for their first stop. And I said, I absolutely would. And then you'd come out, all right, traffic would be what traffic would be after 8 laps, but you wouldn't lose time in the pit lane. And then lo and behold, Max Verstappen, the leader, came in and lost 6 seconds on their first pit stop.
Yeah. Just because it was busy.
Just because he was
Contact
the first in
on.
and the first to want to go, but there were other cars in the way. And there
Gap
was
to
a
car in
the
front
pit
is still
box
6 seconds,
immediately in
no
front of them.
threat from behind.
And, of course, he'd had to come round
Okay.
Max, so wasn't parked in uptight to the garage, and it took Max much longer than required, and frustratingly, 6 seconds ticking away. And you can imagine to a Formula One driver how long 6 extra seconds in the pit stop really feels.
Well, I mean, if you
must feel like you've just been told to get out of the car and walk around the block for 10 minutes.
If you watch Drive to Survive, a 10-second time penalty is about 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So maybe
well,
6 seconds.
but yeah.
Each their own. Very,
It still
very
feels
dramatic,
like a week.
Very dramatic editing. No, it's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, like I say, it is what it is. Another question.
Go ahead.
Would a WEC race succeed if it was in Australia? Depends obviously on the circuit.
I don't see why not.
I'd lean towards Phillip Island because I love Phillip Island.
Well,
it might be a bit tight.
In the Group C era, they used to race in Australia, and they went to Sandown. I think Phillip Island wouldn't accommodate a modern WEC car very well.
This is the problem. If you did Australia, I think there is only probably one place that would, which is the Bend, which I don't really like very much.
It would probably, yeah.
Bathurst would, but you couldn't race WEC around Bathurst.
No,
For obvious
unfortunately.
reasons, which
I mean,
agree.
GT cars probably, but no, the prototypes probably not.
The dipper would be backbreaker territory.
Although Tom Aaron, possibly, Tom Aaron, who's one of the PR men at Brands Hatch and son of the late Simon Aaron, a good friend and good colleague over many years, British racing journalist Simon Aaron, who passed away just before Christmas. Tom ran a series of bizarre online thoughts during lockdown. I don't know what the platform he was using, but he'd sort of post a tweet and it would be, due to an unfortunate typo, the 1986 British Rallycross Super Prix was held for Group C rather than Group B cars. And so you had Jaguar XJR12s and Peugeots and all the other stuff flying around Brands Hatch Rallycross circuit. And he came up with all sorts of ideas like that. And actually, yeah, WEC at Bathurst would be the sort of thing that, I mean, it was the sort of thing that suddenly threw sim racing into the public eye. At the beginning of lockdown, it was all of those nights stuck at home where guys like Lando Norris and Max Verstappen and were racing milk floats around Albert
Okay,
Park
copy that. You are currently 2 seconds behind car 63 that we are chasing. Good job, good pace as well.
What is the most ludicrous thing we can possibly compare or put together with a silly track?
I've taken a lot of things around Bathurst in my time in sim racing because for me, Bathurst, I think it is my favourite track on the planet. I absolutely adore the place because it's that street circuit vibe, because it's a street circuit, where you're throwing it up and over the top between the narrowest of walls. But you can race it with a straight. It feels incredible. It feels something so vastly removed from the modern world of motorsport, with just how crazy it is. Absolutely love the place.
It's a fantastic venue to go to as well. I mean, I haven't been this century. In fact, my only trip to Bathurst was in 1986, so it was a long time ago. But boy, it was a special place. That onboard with the SF Ferrari shows that you can now see clouds in the sky, which means that we're in the blue light prior to dawn. The sun is on its way. It is 4:45.
Next target is car number
time.
2, which is 14 seconds ahead of you. Keep pushing.
Not a lot, and light and quite high, so it's not leaden skies, and rain is no longer forecast for the rest of the race. So we should run nice and clean and dry.
I'll see if I can chuck a fiver to race control if we get bored. If they'll just turn on the rain and see what happens.
Well, no, we don't get bored. We just take more questions.
That is
at
true.
Lulu63.
Yeah, I'm not even signed in, and yet still you know my my username.
Is that what it is?
No, it's not. Oh dear.
We could probably, if I got my computer out and spent half an hour off air, which I'm not going to do, I could probably read emails or email. Yes, there you are, or tweets or whatever. But ask questions, and we will see if we can answer some.
Mia Rose in chat saying
double O gauge says
no.
John Chewy Rapley is 176 scale, which is sort of Airfix model kit scale as well. So double O gauge, so 16.5mm model track, HO scale, rest of the world and scale accurate.
Just clarify, we're talking about model railways again.
187th. N gauge, British N gauge, 1 to 148th on a 9mm wide track, so teeny tiny. International N scale is 1/160th on a 9mm track, or 1/150th in Japan. Thank you, John.
There was someone who was desperate to know if you'd heard of this place in the Netherlands. I can't remember what it was called. It's called the classic Maduro Dam. It's a big, apparently it's a massive model railway in the Netherlands.
No, I have to say I am not a model
But maybe
railway.
Riccardo Patrese has.
That probably has been there many times, yeah.
There we go. Oh, see, even asked it again in preparation. But yes, no, I've never heard of it either. If you've got a lot of model trains there, but there you go.
Ian P suggested a bizarre line of conversation to Ben, actually, a little bit earlier. We're involving a cheese and onion chocolate bar.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
We still have
that almost maybe.
We still have the same bar of cheese and onion chocolate that we were discussing with Martin Haven at last actual Le Mans. Nobody wants to eat it. It is one of those combinations that makes you think, I don't know why anybody would ever have contemplated that as a good idea, because cheese and onion and chocolate are wrong.
The idea of that is kind of almost like making me gag a little. That is horrendous. I guess it's good because it's the whole sweet and savoury thing, isn't it? Where it's salty chocolate bars. We are talking about some random stuff on this 24 hour. I can tell you that for free. As long as we don't talk about moon cycles, we're all right.
Well,
he's gone to bed.
Why?
We're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. But it is a concept that very few people are aware of. But everybody knows, his career's on the way. You know what that means. And people wax lyrical. That's the only other use of waxing that I can think of, but other than surfboards and whatever else. But yeah, as the moon grows towards being full, it's waxing, and as it goes away from being full, it's waning. Waxing and waning is a concept as well. Things fluctuate; they go up and down. Things wax and wane. Yeah. But nobody actually knows that what it refers to is the phases of the moon.
No,
or they do now, because you've now
told everyone. No, it's just because Ben constantly about 3 o'clock in the morning, the last Le Mans bet was just like, right, let's just start talking about the moon for a bit. Yeah. And poor Chris, who was on with him, was like, okay, I'm on for the ride then. Gotcha.
Sports car drivers. Graham Goodwin from Daily Sports Car tweeted yesterday about I'm going to read the tweet. Coming into a new era, sports car racing needs characters to help break into new marketplaces. Here's two we already have with their own podcast series. Lawrence Van Tor and his brother Dries. Keep an eye on them. It's going to be fun. And I then said, are they the Laurel and Hardy of sports car racing? And Lawrence Van Tor replied, I had to Google that.
What?
I know.
Oh dear.
I know.
Well, he is. How old is Lawrence Van Tor? He's
knocking on 30, but
as I say, it's not. I thought he might have been younger than me.
When you were growing up, I suppose Laurel and Hardy weren't on TV very much anymore because there were other things. But when I was a lad, I think they were both dead actually by that stage. But Laurel and Hardy got shown a lot, and actually Laurel and Hardy still are among the greatest comedy classics and you know, comedy duos. In the UK, we're very fond of comedy duos. We've got great history with them, with Morecambe and Wise and the Two Ronnies and all sorts of others. But Laurel and Hardy, particularly in the early days of black and white cinema, as it was there, because they didn't do TV shows, they were all films. One of the great acts that cemented the way that duos work, where you've got the straight man and the fool. And it's a classic that goes back to the Greek classics and Roman classics, but the straight man and the fool were personified so much by Laurel and Hardy. And phrases, you know, that's another fine mess you've gotten me into, Stanley. That he's, you know, it's just part of my fibre. So Laurel and Hardy. So yeah,
there we go.
You know, Lawrence Van Tor had to Google who Laurel and Hardy were. Obviously, they weren't big on Belgian TV in the 80s or 90s.
No. But they weren't on TV when I was growing up. I only know because of my dad, who was, again, same with the Two Ronnies and whatnot. But I got to say, you know how when you came on, you were like, well, no one's going to be asking me questions. I've got 3 questions, all for you. They've got your name on them. No one wants to ask me questions, and I am okay with it because I don't feel any pressure. Question for Martin. Have you ever made a regrettable car purchase off of eBay? One late evening.
You're approaching light GTE traffic. Be aware.
You didn't buy that.
By the time you cross the finish line, can I please have a fuel usage reading as well?
Regrettable car purchases.
Okay.
2
The fuel consumption is okay. I am the target.
One
okay,
was
great to hear.
When I needed a car in a real hurry, I bought a Hillman Imp, which is not the problem itself, because my very first car was a Hillman Imp, which I really enjoyed, and actually they're quite a good car. If you don't live in England, then Google it, because it's not as universally well known as Mini. But I was in need of a car in a hurry, and I bought another one, and it was a rotten pair. Everything was wrong with it. The other car purchase regret that I have, and this is, I mean, really tedious subject for 4 o'clock in the morning, not actually an unreliable car or a broken car or anything, just as lifeless as a lump of lead that you can possibly imagine, was a VW Phaeton. And I was really, I wanted just a car that was super, super comfortable as a motorway cruiser. 3-litre V6 TDI, the same as you get in an Audi A6 and whatever. And the Phaeton was VW's arrogant move into sort of S-Class territory. It originally came with the same W12 and 4-wheel drive system as the Bentley Continental GT. And then, of course, they decided that not everybody was a gazillionaire who wanted to drive a VW, and so they made it with a slightly more sensible engine. The problem was that it would barely get 30 miles to the gallon, and it was just so unremittingly lifeless, with an infotainment system that looked like it had come off a Game Boy. And I don't mean a Game Boy Advance or a Game Boy Color, I mean a Game Boy. It was just... yeah.
Traffic.
I chose it.
Once you get past the GTE, you should have a clear half a lap to a clear lap, so don't stress, keep pushing.
It was just a horrible thing. I could not get rid of it quickly enough. It just, nothing about it endeared it to me. And there's no other car that I've had that I didn't like an awful lot more,
Really?
even the rubbish ones. Yeah.
You love your Moggy Minor, though.
I love my Moggy Minor. I was into classic cars a long time, and years ago when I was working at Autosport, I also worked on classical sports car for a number of years, and I always wanted a Morris Minor. And one of the guys that worked in the building, his housemate's girlfriend was selling her Morris Minor. I went round and had a look at it. It had run a big end bearing, so it was very clattery and horrible sounding. But underneath, it had only a little bit of surface rust. It was actually a really solid car. The paint was flat as anything. And so I bought it for 500 quid and drove it for weeks before I had the chance to drop the sump in the gutter at the side of the road and change the big end bearings by taking the sump out, turning the engine over until there was a conrod at the bottom, releasing the bearings and changing the bearings one set at a time, and then put it all back together and filled it up with oil, and drove it that way for several years. Yeah, and it's since then has become a convertible and acquired an awful lot more scars of life.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I've had it since forever.
I distinctly remember, I think it was the first time you drove it here. Matt Neal had to come
No,
round
it wasn't the first time I drove it here. In fact, it may have been, it might actually possibly been the last time. It was for my first race this year, which was Monza.
Was it this year?
Yeah, yeah.
Where
And
he had to come around and take the bonnet down.
yeah, because BTCC were racing here, so I came down on Friday morning, and I'd stopped and filled up with fuel and checked the oil and everything else at petrol station, and the bonnet had not quite latched closed. And halfway down the A5, when I was doing sort of illegal speed, illegal speed, not illegal speed. Yeah, no. Anyway, at speed, wind got under the bonnet and it flew over the top of the car. And so I then had to, then the only thing that was attaching it at that stage was the bonnet catch, and it was just laid on top. And so Matt came round while we were on air with about 1 million miles of gaffer tape and gaffered the entire thing back up for me, bless him.
That's British touring cars wherever I've heard it.
That's Matt Neal all over, actually, and you know, and he knows my you know, sad fondness for my knackered old Morris Minor. And bless him, you know, one of the loveliest guys in motor racing, Matt Neal. Just, yeah, okay, right, sorted, don't worry. Didn't send one of the, I said, could you send one of the lads round in a van and just drop off a roll of gaffer? No, he came round and made sure that it was fine himself.
And he did it whilst I was commentating, so I didn't get to meet him. I was very sad.
Well, there you go.
Very sad about that.
Well, he's very approachable, and if you find yourself at a British touring car race, he will always make time to say hello. If you say Arno Martin Haven, he won't, but other than that, he's very approachable.
Is that because of the whole time that you spent commentating with him on WTCCs?
Yeah, I mean,
sick of your tones.
And actually, you know,
65.
it's one of the singular joys of this job.
Yes.
And one of the reasons, actually, I wanted to get into motor racing in the first place was not to be a driver or a team member or anything else, was just to find out more about it, because when I discovered cars and motor racing and actually rallying to start with.
Okay, boxing this lap for just fuel. Confirm, just fuel.
A job where I could learn more about it, and I ended up selling
Yes,
cars
confirm.
and working autosport and all sorts of things. And commentary, being a commentator for any kind of sport, competitors and engineers and people who know a lot about it and who forget on a daily basis more than I will ever know about it, and that applies for rallying, racing, bobsleigh, whatever else I do. They will spend time and teach you stuff and tell you stuff, and you can ask them questions. They don't go away. They will spend time and do it and tell you their information and share their love of it with you. And that, to me, is the greatest joy. I am just a Billy. I'm just a punter. And I just love this stuff. And being able to be in the privileged position, and God knows we really are, where people will spend their own time for no reward and just tell you about stuff that you ask about. It's just a pure joy. And then being able to try and spread that love as well. I mean, that's always what we do. I always think that we're sort of a bit like your favourite teacher at school. Your best subject at school wasn't the one that you were naturally best at. It was the one that you had the most interesting teacher. Yeah. And so many, excuse me, so many times people will name one teacher that inspired something in them that they've either gone on to do for the rest of life, or just was the spark that told them they weren't useless at everything. And I think everybody can relate to that, because when you're growing up, you think you're pretty much useless at everything, because when you're growing up, there are always other people who are better at it. And you know, I'm still growing up because there are still always going to be people that are better at it than me, whatever it is, because that's the nature of the world. And so I hope that what we do is somehow infect people with the love of this nonsense that we've got.
Do you...
That's what we do. That's our job. So, you know, blue car, red car, and all the other stuff. Yeah, you know, red line, Porsche car, all the other stuff. But it's infecting people with a passion. And Murray Walker did that. Murray Walker did that to me before I'd even seen or heard a Grand Prix car.
Yeah, that was a good little stint. Really good times, and very efficient with it as well. Very yes, a good job with that. We're going to be in the pit, so the car in front is 15 seconds ahead roughly. Car behind is roughly about 10 seconds. Is not going to be a threat to us for a while. We'll get him back on that. So yeah, let's repeat the same thing again. I won't really speak much to you. Just do your thing.
I've got my little group,
Okay. 62, 67, the tires. Kuba.
I know Addison does. He's got a few commentators that he keeps close to his chest.
It's a funny sort of small world. You don't work with other commentators because nobody needs two commentators. Exactly. You don't need Murray Walker and Murray Walker. You have Murray Walker and James Hunt. Yeah. That's the classic combination. You have the excitable commentator and the pro that, well, actually, Murray, the guy or girl that knows what's actually going on. The only place really where you work with other commentators, or in my life, is Le Mans, where we work in shifts. And again, you know, I come in, Ben goes to bed, because you don't need two leads trying to, you know, baffle each other with BS. You need somebody who actually knows what's going on and somebody to manage the ad breaks and all the other stuff, which actually, fortunately, in the virtual world, we don't have to do an awful lot of.
What does this mean? Never let Martin near the remote control for the timing screens in the commentary box.
That's McNish.
Okay, target for this stint is car in front, number 28, roughly 7 seconds ahead of you. So keep pushing to catch up with him.
Timing screen from page 3 of timing to the GPS, or the lap by lap, or the splits per class, and all the other screens changed at the same time, because they're all the same brand, and so his one remote changes everything. So yeah, I have to say I'm much less of a culprit than that. Well, highlights in the middle of the night, always a tough thing to do. This was the battle between the Sim Marinello Ferrari and the 71 BMW. 71 coming back from a disconnect in the first couple of hours of the race, and right back to the top of pile along with the 888 R8G Ferrari. That red line moment, again, that was not a disconnect. You can see he's all over hanging on to that. That was just turning into Indy with a smidge too much ambition. And then we saw a couple of glitchy moments from the number 4 Floyd Burst car. The big story in the last hour, though, was drama for D-Station. They had an issue. The rig screen died or switched itself off or went into standby or whatever. They had to default back to the pits and then do an extremely slow lap back with damage. Managed to, with low fuel, as it turned out, got back into the pits with probably about a teacup full of fuel left, and so lost a little bit more time. Middle of the night, lots of drama for our drivers, finding their way in a little tunnel of light, even that the modern lights produce, and working their way through traffic. But the sun is on its way. You can see that the sky is starting to lighten. It is now 4 o'clock GMT, 5 Central European. So actually in the middle of June, should be getting on for broad daylight by now. Definitely you, the drivers, will be seeing a lot more than we are seeing currently. No, definitely.
No. In game, I think it will be an hour. I know in real life, you're absolutely right.
In real life, it's starting to get less dark at about 3:30.
I would be, no, actually, Martin, I will tell you. You've only been there a few times. I've never been. I will tell you. I think it's about 8 o'clock in game time.
Now then, the other thing about Le Mans if you've never been and you quite fancy it, and watching this, if you think this is quite good fun, then woo boy, you do need to go to the real thing. If you can't get tickets for the Le Mans 24 Hours in June, in July, there is again this year the Le Mans Classic. Yeah. And if you're in any way passionate about sports car racing of any era, it's there. And so are all the other eras you've never seen or heard about, and all the other cars that you didn't know existed. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars. I did it in 2018, and I think there was 350 competitive cars and about another 75 that were in sort of demonstrations that weren't actually, quote, a race, but it looked like they were a race, because you get a bunch of drivers in Group C cars and they're not going to pedestrian, drive like pedestrians around the circuit. So there, I mean, yeah, there's not much shy, and that was in a normal year, not much shy of sort of 500 competition cars, dating from the 1930s to the 2020s. And so if you can't get tickets for Le Mans, but you really, really want to go, I cannot recommend it highly enough. It won't have the hypercars, it won't have this year's grid, but it will have so much that you may have watched before, and a lot that you will never ever have watched before and have only seen in sort of pictures or dimly sort of recollected stories about the 30s or the 50s or the 60s or whatever. So it is Le Mans, but for classic car fans, classic racing car fans. It is a phenomenal thing. Bruce Jones and I went to do it, and it was the first time for both of us. And we were driving in and wandering around the paddock going, what on earth are we doing here? Why on earth are we working? Why are we going to sit in a commentary box? We should just be wandering around with a beer in hand all day long, just gawping at gorgeous cars.
Yeah, it's quite an experience. I mean, I remember going to the Nürburgring 24 Hour and seeing the Nürburgring Classic. And again, Ford GT40s, and it's absolutely
the Nürburgring Classic race,
stunning.
the build-up to 24 Hours, that is an astonishing historic car race. I've done a number of Goodwood revivals, and that is an otherworldly experience, and the racing there is proper racing. But again, you add in the jeopardy of the Nordschleife, and you're in something 60s, 70s, 80s, flying.
And that GT40, I remember I took a photograph of it. I then showed it to Jimmy Broadbent, and then he looked at me and was like, why is that on the track?
Yeah.
Surely it's going to get binned. And then we were just like, well, maybe they're all right behind the wheel.
And it sort of looks like the kind of thing that you'd only do in sim racing, but
it crashed. It crashed a Flansgard. And it's like,
and that's the thing. That's the thing that GT40s were made to do this. They weren't made to jump at the Nürburgring.
Exactly. But it is what it is. I mean, it was a beautiful spectacle.
I read a great thing about historic racing. Why do people risk multi-million-dollar cars in historic racing? And the answer is because that's what they were made to do. And secondly, because let's say you and I build a Mini and we go racing.
Yeah, I remember you saying about this, yeah.
And we build our Mini and we spend a lot of money, and it's like 35 or 40 grand, which to us is a lot of money. If you shunt it, to fix it is going to cost 20 grand. If you shunt your £5 million short wheelbase Ferrari, or 8 million or 10 million or whatever it is, the percentage of its cost that it is going to cost to have an entire front end English wheeled and to have the chassis straightened and everything else, it's going to be a tiny fraction of its cost. Yeah. It's not going to be, it's going to be more than 30 grand. It's not going to be an insignificant amount of money. But if your folly is worth 5, 8, 10, 15 million pounds rather than 30 grand, the wreckage percentage of it is far
Okay,
less.
car 26 has boxed this lap, so new target is car number 36. He is on 1 lap fresher tyre than we are on, so
it's part of the car's history. It's a racing car. It's part of its history. I mean, let's face it, in period, Ferrari mechanics would get out the hacksaw
Okay.
and cut cooling holes in the most beautifully evocative of body shells, because that's what you do with competition cars. You make the damn thing work, no matter what it takes.
Yeah.
And in those days, yeah, the rules about that were far less strict. And so if it was getting too hot, you'd cut holes or put vents in or something. And so almost every time racing cars appeared, they looked different from the last time they were seen in public.
Yeah, it's all that design, absolutely beautiful, and then it's destroyed in seconds.
He is currently
It's like,
19 seconds ahead of us. I'm just trying to work out how long it's going to take to catch him.
I've seen you ask it a few times, and I will answer it because it was to me actually about like who is the best commentator that I've worked with. Now, obviously, I have to say you, Martin. Obviously, no, because it's only because you're here. For real, I've worked with a lot of commentators, be it around sim racing. I think the Le Mans virtual team that we've got here between myself, you, Ben, and Chris, and Alex when he jumped on. I really enjoy working. I think there is different dynamics between how you do. I wouldn't say there is a one best commentator. It works.
It's really hard, isn't it? Because there's no stopwatch.
I've really enjoyed my time doing GB3 and GB4, the first championship I've done, because Piers, who is upstairs, and he probably is listening to what I'm saying, so I have to be nice, has been an absolutely fantastic co-commentator because he's very, very knowledgeable. Like we were saying about having someone that's effectively guiding me through, who's incredibly knowledgeable, but and has that energy to bring to the table. Then you've got the little group of commentators that I've got. Arjuna Kankabati, who's one of the people that I work with, and yes, I did get that name wrong, that's fine. Zach Sweeney, Cam Roger, and Ewan O'Leary, who are the people that I kind of drag around in the sim racing world. Those are people that I really, really enjoy working with comms-wise. You've got Luke Crane. There are so many people that I've commentated with that it would be unfair to be like, oh, well, yeah, they are the best. Because I think the level of commentary in sim racing these days is incredibly high. And then when you get to commentate with people like yourself or like Addison or Andy McEwen and people like that, when you get to commentate with that, you're just like, this is a different world. Absolutely different world. So I honestly, sorry, it's a boring answer. I have no idea who the best person I've commentated with, but I have to say Martin because he sat next to me.
And I'm not even sure that I could say, if somebody said who is the best commentator that I've ever worked with, I don't know how you would define best.
Exactly.
Who's the most fun? It comes and goes in. And again, I don't work with lead commentators. I've never shared a booth. I never shared a booth with Murray Walker. In the years when he was doing Silverstone Classic, I wasn't, and so friends of mine like Toby Moody have worked with him. I haven't. I've very rarely worked with David Addison. We've spent time together, but very rarely worked together. Right. And again, even when we've done Spa 24 and Le Mans 24,
I think I will go with mediums the next stint.
That's not how the dynamic works.
Okay, copy that. I'll note that right now. One thing, the car in front of you right now, 86, is a lapped car. So let's get past him as soon as we can.
Yes, but I think he go with new tires because he go so fast.
Yeah, I'll just double check that for you.
Regularly, and actually, I think I kind of like them because we're kindred spirits. We share the same passion.
Yeah.
And now I feel a little bit
sort of almost
bad, the tires.
It's not even, who's
I
your
will
best
go with
friend among
mediums
the commentators,
the next stint.
Because I don't think that's a factor either. Because we have this, you have this strange relationship where you tend only ever to meet up when you're brought together by work, and we very rarely are in a position where we choose anybody else in the team. Normally,
I can confirm that car 86 that's in front of you is on fresh tyres. His tyres are a lap and a half old.
And the team is put together. And if we're all lucky, we end up working with people we like because we all share the same passion.
Yeah.
And I've been very lucky like that. One of, I don't know, possibly. Do you hold in higher esteem people that were in the sport when you arrived? I think to a degree you probably do.
Whatever, yeah.
So, for me it was people like Murray Walker and in
no
sports car racing, particularly Neville Hay, who was very much a voice that was always around. Titchmarsh, Paul Trustwell were always around when I was first getting into motorsport. And so, yeah, I do hold them in sort of esteem because they are the soundtrack of my... It's like when you first get into music, the music that you first really got excited about is still your favorite era. If you learned about music in the 80s or the 90s, you know, whether it was grunge or garage or house or you know, punk or whatever, it's still your favourite. Jeremy Vine, you know, he still can't get away from punk rock and Elvis Costello, because that's when he got really passionate about music. And everything else that comes along, you recognise that there's still lots and lots of really good music, which you also love. But it's your first love, it's your first passion. That's the thing. You know, it's, you know, your first love, your first kiss, your first romantic fling, your first car, every first that inspires or that starts some sort of lifelong passion is hard to replicate. It's hard to replace.
Yeah, it's that initial feeling. It's, you know, I think it's what some people try and chase with various things. They're trying to find that initial feeling in something else so they can at least go through it, because it is one thing you can never get it back.
Yeah.
But it's why you hang on to those moments, because it's like, that was the first time that I remember. The first time you watched a motor race. I mean, to be fair, the first time I watched a motor race, I can remember when it was, and I remember my initial thought. It was 2003. And I was 8 years old. I might have actually, no, I probably would have been 7 at this point. I came downstairs and my dad was watching the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Wow.
And he was very excited, because I still remember who won that race, which was Kimi Raikkonen. And he was so excited that Kimi Raikkonen won the race. And I remember
The gap with Huncadella is increasing a lot.
You are so boring.
Let me just double check
You
right
woke up
now.
at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch this.
Yeah.
Negative, it's actually 11 seconds.
Yeah.
You can't.
I see 15 with him, but this doesn't matter.
Okay, one thing I'll let you know, the car in front 86, you are lapping 0.5 seconds quicker.
So who won that? I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah.
No clue.
Jenson Button.
Okay, fair enough.
Did you actually not know that?
No.
2000. He had 6 pit stops. It was a wet race at Canada.
Oh, okay.
He was at the back twice. He killed his teammate. He killed Fernando, his future teammate, and then worked his way back up the order to take over the race lead on the last lap. It was an incredible race.
Didn't watch it.
No.
No, sorry. By that stage, I'd sort of Formula One
drift
meh.
out.
Yeah, no.
I feel that's the bit that part of me goes through now.
Yeah.
I've already reached that. The things when you
other things grab your attention. Ooh, squirrels. You know, and I'm afraid Formula One doesn't squirrel me at all anymore. And it's really sad because actually you know, possibly not 2022, but 2021 was, you know, one of the epic championship seasons probably ever in the history of Formula One. But the other problem is that I work at weekends, and I'm doing other things.
Oh yeah.
And so I don't watch it, and I don't watch it on replay, and I don't go back to it. And if I happen to be not working and at home, I will watch it just to see what's going on. But it doesn't stick.
See, this is I missed
nothing does these days.
I missed quite a few Grand Prix last year because obviously work. And I always tell myself, like, when I get home, I'm going to watch it. And every time I'm sat there and I go, right, open up motorsport.com. Oh, Max Verstappen won. Instantly, I don't care.
Yeah.
Not because Max Verstappen won. I have no problem with that. But it's because I already know the result.
But if you're going to watch a Grand Prix, don't go online first.
Exactly. But
that's like going to watch Titanic. Oh, it sinks.
But you're,
okay.
but because you're on a motorsport weekend, there comes a point where you're sort of like, am I actually going to get home and watch it, or am I just going to go home, put on the next episode of Happy Valley and fall asleep? They're like, no. So then you do open up motorsport and you're like, oh right, yeah, there you go, 3-1, right, so okay, there is no point in wanting to know, right? It's you just, when you're working all the time over the weekends. Formula E was on earlier, and I was told myself, because Ben was watching it in the hospitality, I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch that later on in my break, and then I was like, no, actually, I'm just gonna look up the result. You can't help it. Like, in this industry, you generally forget that everything happens because you're so focused on what is happening.
Yeah. Ugly cars as well. Anyway,
in Formula E or Formula 1?
The Gen 3 car is just a...
What did you think of the Gen 2 Evo?
I quite liked it.
So did I.
I like the fact that it looked more
Evo.
Science fiction. The Gen 3 car looks like the sort of green insect that lands on your arm in the middle of summer.
Could not agree more. You're
it's just
absolutely
a very
right,
strange
Martin.
thing. It's like the carapace should open and wings should come out of it. Now, if that happened, then I'm fully on board.
No, go.
Actually, I read a couple of comments online going, okay, I'm now really confused about who has
The other
got
Williams
how much power
is
left, and I'm watching the race, and I'm now going to have to start making my own notes. And I thought,
1 second.
okay, well, something is wrong there if you have to start writing notes. It's like when Ross Brawn sold Brawn and had a year where he wasn't in Formula One, he then was very vociferous about the fact that you couldn't follow a race in
I have
if you
a
weren't
very
on
fast
the
car
race.
behind me.
And with all the data and
Very fast
car
up.
behind me.
that was the fault of television.
Okay, one of them I can confirm is a Williams, and another one is. Let me see which is that.
Maybe he has new tires. Let's check it.
Yeah, so I know car 86 does have new tyres, which is behind you at the moment. Let me just check car number 5, which is our sister car.
No, shut up. Stop. It's a sprint race. It's not
No,
Le Mans
car
24
5 does
hours.
not have new
Stop
tyres
it.
at the moment.
If you need pit
It
stops
looks
to
like
make
it's
racing
done. This is
entertaining, hello,
8.5
DTM,
laps
looking at
old,
you.
so they shouldn't be that
There is
fast.
something
But I know car
fundamentally and
86
inherently
does have
very
like
wrong
younger tyre than us,
with your
so they will
racing,
be a
and
little
that
bit quicker
predominantly
on the
is
corners.
that the car is
But
too
yeah,
aerodynamic.
they shouldn't be too much of a threat
And
at this
everybody
current
says it,
moment.
everybody
They're
knows it,
actually,
and nobody does
I believe, a
anything
lap
about it.
down.
Yeah,
Let me just
well,
double check.
it's pit stops.
86.
Why?
What's your favourite Le Mans car?
Yeah, so they're currently in 20th place at the moment. So they are a lapped car, so I wouldn't worry too much about them. If you let them go, it's fine, because they're still a lap down anyway. I think the main concern right now is to try and catch up with car number 36. That will get us to P5.
Because of the car that we were racing when we were racing, when I was doing the endurance racing that I was saying about, it was the Audi R18, the 2014.
Ishak, please tell me, don't bother with me.
That I really, really liked. But I think again, it's that thing of like, it was my
Tell
first
him don't bother with me, please.
And so, like,
4 more laps for me.
Okay, copy. Let me just get to engineers.
Whether it's ugly or not, almost is completely irrelevant because I have a story with it. I care about that car more.
Of all the cars I've watched at Le Mans, and of all the different eras of Le Mans cars that I'm aware of, actually the single standout probably is the 787B. Just because it was, and particularly that winning year, because I mean anybody who was at Le Mans when Mazda was racing.
Okay, car number 5 is going to the boxing. It'll be boxing next lap, so they're not too much concern.
You never forget that. Good morning, Stuart Dent, if you're awake. You just never do. It's like when Concorde took off. There was nothing else like it. You know, Corvettes coming thundering by and all of that. They all have their own soundtrack. But the Mazda, you could genuinely hear miles away over all the other engine noise. You always knew where it was coming, and it was just batshit. And that charge renowned livery, you know, the Argyle sock, red and green checkers and all of that. That as a racing livery, everybody goes on about Gulf and JPS and everything else. There's nothing ever in motorsport that looked like that. Was not before, has not been since. That was batshit, and it's not even so much the story, but that is actually often when I think of Le Mans, that is the very first car I think of. It wasn't my first Le Mans. I'd been into sports car racing since the very dawn of the Group C era. I watched the Silverstone 6 Hours when the first ever Group C cars ran. Porsche were here with Group C cars. They didn't win. The Group 5 Lancias won, the Barchettas won, because they were tried and tested and ran quickly and weren't hampered by fuel concerns and all the other stuff. So, yeah, the 956, 962 cars were fabulous. And there were some great liveries and some fantastic drivers and epic battles. And the Jaguars were gorgeous. And the Mercedes were...
Okay, Shaxis, respect me. Thanks to Sam, to Shaq, thank.
But it's the barking,
Yeah, I'll let him know.
fieldness of it. And actually, for all of the sort of regimentation and discipline and thought and concern and good-natured care in Japanese society, that's the almost the ultimate distillation of utterly left field Japanese nonsense.
And it stood the test of time because it's even people that are only getting into racing, whether it's sim racing or motorsport now, I almost guarantee if you showed them a 787, they might not be able to go, oh, that's a Mazda 787B.
Yeah.
But they will go, yes, I know that car.
Yeah.
I know that, at the bare minimum, I know that livery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it is recognisable beyond the shadow of that. And you're absolutely right. There is nothing that has been done in motorsport since, and there was certainly nothing before that matched that kind of that livery, that look, that idea.
Absolutely absolutely
and
nothing.
Everything else that does, everyone goes, oh, that looks like the Mazda 787B, because it's an imitation.
And where did it come from? Where did it come from? Because that car, the winning car, was that colour. The other car was white. And all the Mazdas leading up to it that Orica ran were white, with a bit of blue or a bit of yellow or something, but they were all white. And the sister car, exactly the same shape, white. Why was that one?
Green and orange.
Why did Le Mans choose that car to win that year?
This is the thing.
And the drivers did their level best to break it, because it was just such torture. I mean, Volker Weidler ended up with chronic lifelong tinnitus because of it, even with earplugs and a helmet.
If that
it
car
almost broke the drivers, and they almost broke it. It was just a ridiculous story.
If it hadn't won, do you think that car would have stood the test of time as to the same level? Because what most people, it's less the story of the car that people remember, like at least from my experience with the younger, it's more the looks, particularly the livery of the car.
I think very few people are aware of the story of the race and all of that,
exactly.
and are absolutely totally unaware of the sister car. It's just that one.
Definitely, it's off. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, copy that. I'm just looking at the time drop-off. I believe the car 36 we're chasing in the front at the moment has also used soft. You're currently 1 second quicker than him in the past 3 laps, so you're doing a really good job in catching up to him. But yeah, I think next tyre definitely mediums.
One was the
Rothman's one, which I love.
Yeah, okay, without Rothman's, but it was that colour scheme, the blue with the red and gold stripes and the white top half. And that, again, you know, graphic designers like Andy Blackmore can turn a sow's ear into a silk purse with a good livery, and equally a bad livery can destroy any good-looking car underneath. But there is a real art to it, and that car was that was the sort of Pete Bar gag that became, oh, we're actually doing that, right, okay. Because, and I don't quite remember what the roots of it were, but it was just a plain sort of paley pink colour, and somebody suggested that it looked like a pig diagram that you'd see in a butcher's shop with all the different cuts of meat marked on it, and right, that's what we'll do then. No, I wasn't saying that. I just said that that's what we're doing. Yeah. Really? You're going, and it wasn't an art car, it wasn't a Warhol or a Jackson, or it wasn't. It was just
crazy.
A silly idea, and instead of, you know, they didn't have a sponsor's livery to put on it. It just evolved into that, and it is one of the most famous Le Mans liveries. And obviously the Rothman's colours and the Martini colours and the Gulf colours and all the other. You know, you think a GT40, if you bought a GT40 kit car, probably 50% of all GT40 kit cars are in Gulf livery. Yeah. Didn't win Le Mans in Gulf colours. Right. Not a Mark IV, not a Mark 1. You know, if you look at the cars that raced in the year in '65, you know, one was gold, one was black, one was white, you know, because they didn't have sponsors' liveries at that stage. That came later with John Wyer, with JWR, when they were running the cars later, the Mark 7s and then into the Mirages and so on. That was all sponsored by Gulf Oil. You know, the Shell 962s, the PDK cars, a stunning livery and a really dramatic use of colour that you never associate with Shell on anything else, because that livery was never repeated on anything else. It was just a remarkably bold use of the red and yellow of the Shell logo, and just reimagined it completely and turned into an absolutely iconic livery. And I saw Martini colours, or the Martini livery recently on, I can't remember what the car was, but the base colour was purple. No, that just. But there's something when you put those Martini and Rossi red and white and the roundel in it. Suddenly, that red, white, and blue sort of
just works.
transforms. So it doesn't really. In the same way that Martini Lancias with a white background really work. The Martini Lancias with a red background, much less so.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
really never liked that livery at all. It just, yeah, didn't really work. Didn't really work.
I just want to say, by the way, that there was one thing that with this race I was a little bit disappointed with that we've got 45 cars out there. Now, don't get me wrong, 5 of them are new for this, but of the 40 cars that have done the Le Mans Virtual Series, I don't think none of them have brought a special livery for this race. And I've always thought that
Can you do that?
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe it's against the rules.
No, I mean, does the platform allow you
absolutely.
to create any livery you like?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And I always used to do it when we used to do the endurance racing, or even when I used to do touring cars. If there was a special round that I cared about more than others, whatever reason, I would then add. Even if it was small and subtle things, I actually kind of prefer that if it is a small, subtle thing, because it's kind of like it's something that's not immediately obvious, but when you look closer, it reveals more. I always used to put some slightly more special things for that one round, because I was like, this matters more. Or when we did this touring car championship, and our cars were white, light blue, and dark blue, and we went to Brands Hatch, which was like a world touring car type thing. We went to Brands Hatch, I then changed it to white, blue, and red.
Okay.
And it looked like a Union flag on the side. I was like, right. Because it's a small touch, but I like the idea that you have those subtle changes. And it was one thing with this, where I'm looking at it being like, surely some of the teams can do. The red line car, the number 1, they've changed slightly because it's now more of a purple rather than a black, which is impossible to tell at night time. That's fine.
Or in daytime.
Or in daytime, really, yes. Fair enough, they've done that. But outside that, not really any teams done that much to spice up the livery. And if the Van Wall team are like, well, no, we added a little bit more green to the front, I'm like,
right, it's a green car.
It's a green car, mate.
Yeah. We added a bit more green.
Like, very helpful.
That's Jota. Yeah, but look at the wheel nuts. They're red on one car and green on the other. They're wheel nuts. It's doing 160 miles an hour in broad daylight past the camera, and I still can't tell what colour they are.
Do you actually
Stop
have
it
that
now.
book?
I didn't bring it with me. Stupidly,
I do have it.
Yeah,
okay. It's a shame. I really wanted to see it.
I snaffled the book. No, it was very good. Little hardback book. Again, if you go online, Graham Goodwin at DSC Editor. There's a couple of little clips on that. We spent the entire year haranguing Jota because their cars were so identical. Oh, but the livery, the mirrors are different. Shut up.
Yeah, because you can really tell the mirrors at this light. You know what I mean? I mean, you can barely tell the car at all at this light.
At night, it's headlight identification, which never goes down well. And in daylight, normally there's bright sunshine, so everything reflects off everything, so it's hard to tell what anything is. And then they're saying, yeah, but the wing end plates, great when there. Did you see the wing end plate on that Ferrari in that shot? No, of course you didn't.
I know they're orange only because it's the RAG.
Yeah, but yeah, so there's all these things. So they created a Jota for Dummies little hardback book with all the different ways of identifying the cars.
I do believe
none of which are actually useful.
We've just had
got a problem.
I believe we've just had 2 problems: Mexico Racing Team and Fordzilla. I did see Gianmarco Fiducci in chat. I think
and there's another one.
We might have a bit of a
Nabil Aslan for Axel as well. So we've got 3 disconnects at the moment. And Fordzilla, that's a real disaster for them. They were, I had sort of little secret hopes that Fordzilla might end up on the podium, and that may well not be going to happen now. That's a real shame.
Oh, there is also a very, very big one, because Kevin Siggy for BMW Team Redline.
Again, that's their second. Now, he is in the pit, so he has, he has quit out of the lap and gone to the pits. And there's another car in the pits, which is Josh Rogers in the 20. Now, I don't know if that is, he's now left, but it's not an outlap. So Porsche Coanda, the number 20 car, that's got a problem as well, because that suddenly showed us in the pits and now does not, but it is not shown as being on an outlap. So 20 Coanda, Fordzilla, Arnage competition as well, car number 100, Mexico Racing Team. So we now got 5, possibly 6 cars.
Yes. Now we will just say, because a lot of people will go, well, there's a few disconnections, so obviously it has to be red flag. That's not necessarily the case, because what they can do, as we were discussing earlier, and we have had a little bit of a problem before, is that they will get the teams. The rule, what should be said to the teams, is don't argue
racing.
it. Don't just. As quick as possible, get back in the car and get back out on the track. As fast as you can, get back in the race. Don't faff about it. Leave your teammates to discuss that with race control and trust the system a little bit.
I think that's what Fordzilla are doing, because they are shown in the pit lane, but I think
they might be reloading into the game to go back out.
With a different driver as well, I think.
They won't be able to do that if they've been disconnected. You have to rejoin with the driver that got disconnected. But
I didn't know that Ramon Pinheiro was in it when it was disconnected. I didn't know who was in it.
But if you can get back in the game, and if you've lost, let's say for example,
next view are in as well. Next view Van Wall.
You've lost 2.3 laps.
Yeah.
Right. Race control will once everything's reset itself, race control will give you 2 laps back. Obviously, they can't give you 0.3 of a lap back, and if it is unfortunate that even if you've lost 2.8 laps,
if it glitched on the way into the forward chicane, unfortunately that lap is
tough.
a goner.
That is just how it goes. Because it's rounded down. Because if you round it up,
if you picked up a puncture.
Exactly. If you round it up, then you're way ahead of everyone, and that makes So it's rounded down. So that is if that is the case, and I will keep my eye on race control.
77 Porsche is in the pit lane, but that's sort of basically out, isn't it?
Yeah, that one's done.
Yeah. So Arnage still shown as in the pits, and so is the 444 next view Van Wall burst. They haven't had much luck, have they, in that team?
Van Wall, the Van Wall team generally have had a
Although the number 4 car is up in the top 7, so it's 7th place,
which is their highest one in the championship.
Yeah.
So the 444's not really had a particularly great
August Canapino and Mac Backham in the 23 Porsche Coanda as well, shown as stopped. Mexico Racing Team have gone red again, and Axel have gone red again. The next view Van Wall car outlap, so Michi Hoyer has taken over that car, so that might have been a standard pit stop actually.
That was the one, yeah.
Arnage still shown in the pits, AMG Team Williams shown in the pits, Josh Rogers shown red again, so it looks like he's tried to rejoin and it has not happened.
Yeah, we'll keep you up to date. Like I say, I've got my little view as to what's happening in race control open, and I will let you know ASAP. Like I say, we did have a little of a problem. Knock on wood, we didn't have any for probably around 10 hours.
Yep.
These are things that happen. If we have we did have 2 red flags in the very first Le Mans Virtual, and I still maintain, and I'll say it again, if we do get a red flag here, which again race control will do everything in their power to avoid it.
Yep.
But if we do get it, it did make the first one much more interesting and much more entertaining, and it was around this time as well that we got it.
Yeah.
So,
red flags happen at the real Le Mans. There's lots and lots of Le Mans I've been to where we have been red flagged. Same at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Same at Spa. Yeah, one of my longest commentaries ever. An 11-hour night stint at Spa in which we had 90 minutes of absolutely ding-dong, phenomenal racing where you just didn't know where to look next for the next battle because there were so many going on, and then a 9-hour red flag because of weather.
And they went racing just as you
30 minutes. Yeah, we were just on the formation lap, or like first racing lap, as Addison wandered into the room going, right, what's been happening? Just go away.
Yeah.
It wasn't even barrier repairs either. He just left us with rain and fog and 9 hours to fill.
What is one, this is, again, coming in, what's one new country you both like to see on the wet calendar? Well, now we've talked about Australia and Bathurst. I want to see that, even though it's not possible. South Africa, Kyalami.
Yeah, that's been mooted a number of times. That would be really good. I've never been to Kyalami. I think that would be
great track,
entertaining.
As well.
Yeah. I'd like to see Silverstone back on the calendar as well.
Yeah.
Because again, it's a really good racetrack for these cars, and it works well, and there's a lot of history, and personal involvement. probably one of the first, in fact, probably the first big motor race I came to at Silverstone, because I started with rallying, and then friends said, oh, we're going racing at Silverstone. Oh, are you? Right, okay, well, I'll come along and do that. Much the same way I got led by the nose into rallying, I got led into racing. And probably one of the, I probably came here to an 8 clubs meeting or something to start with. But one of the first big events I came to was the Silverstone 6 Hours. And that was my first proper endurance motor race, and even then, you know, and all through the Group C era and ever since, it's been a really good racetrack for prototype racing, for sports car racing of all kinds. So I would love to see it back here. Whether or not that's possible, that's a negotiation between Silverstone and the WEC. But new countries. Well, I didn't get to go to Brazil, which I was slightly disappointed about. No, I've never been to Brazil. And when I first started in WEC, by the time the opportunity came up, I was already committed to other things. And one of the ones I could not go and do was Sao Paulo. And that was the last wet race in Sao Paulo. So unfortunately, I didn't get to go to that. Mexico City was fun, so it would always be good to be going back there again.
I remember Sao Paulo mostly because I can't remember which Porsche it was, but it dropped a wheel at the top of the exit pit lane and then caught it because it bounced back up and lodged itself basically where the engine cover is,
right,
and where you've got the cover for the what would be the rear right wheel, and the wheel, so it had come off the rear right, had bounced down the hill next to the car, and as the car had turned right at the next bit in the pit lane, the wheel had jumped back onto the car. I watched it being like, that's ridiculous. Not quite as much as, I can't remember what track it was, but the Aussie supercars where the wheel bounces down and then dodges everything somehow and then jumps up and lands on a tyre wall, and you're like, that's excellent. Right, carry on.
Now then, getting back to racing, Team Fordzilla are now shown on an outlap, so it looks as though they are back in the fray.
I think everyone that's had an issue has gone back.
Axel are again back and under motion. Yeah, everybody is. BMW Team Redline, 71 Kevin Siggy, boom, 13th. They are down to 13th place, so that is their second disconnect. That's really tough for them.
Nil point. Well, actually, they get the 1 point for participation.
Right.
Let's be honest, that doesn't do anything for them.
And does that leave them in danger of not winning the title?
Yes,
then?
I believe so. I know you've got the points over there.
Well, I do have points here somewhere. In all the other detritus on the table.
Oh, it's this one here. It's this one here.
Oh, that one there.
It's
there we
okay.
Go.
Let's have a look. So they've got 83 points at the moment. Of course, it's the 70. No, so it's the 88. 88's not going to beat them. That's fine. Oh, sorry, it's a triple eight, isn't it?
Triple eight.
Triple eight is 31 points back. They would score 50 points, which would take them to 82.
They're not 31 points back. That's the total number of points. So they're 52 points back.
So they would not win at the moment. Yuri Kastorp in the 99.
So hang on, Triple Eight can win the race and not win the
championship.
Title.
They are out of that. They're out of the hunt.
So
I think
it would have taken BMW Team Redline not start. No, even then.
No. Even then, the Triple Eight were out of it.
Well, I thought we said the top 8 could mathematically win.
That's LMP.
Ah, so it is, of course, yes.
In GTE, I think it's just really the top 5. I think the Oracle Red Bull
99,
Racing
Oracle Red Bull in second
win
place,
which would be 36 points. What's 58.5 plus 36?
That's 68.5. That's
more than
70.
83. It's more than 83 because it'll be 88.5 plus 94 and a half.
So that will win it.
Never trust the commentator's maths. But right now then, if
Oracle Red Bull, with only 10 hours to go, 8 hours to go, so 2/3 distance, Oracle Red Bull are winning the title.
I'd rather be lucky than good.
Yeah.
I'll bring that back up again.
Yeah.
And that could well be the case. There they are going through shot. Just in that, I think that might be the number 1 passing them as well, which would be good. Because at the moment, those are the 2 that would become our Season 2 champions of the Le Mans Virtual Series and net themselves a little bit of that, of the prize pool, the $250,000 prize pool that we've got for the Le Mans Virtual Series, of which $15,000 goes to the winner of each category in the series, and then an extra 15 grand goes to the winner of the race, of this one race.
More regular pit stops going on now. AMG Petronas from 4th, Yassit Veloce from 5th, Danny Juncadella in 4th place. That's a standard pit stop. Also in R8G's number 18 car and Panis Racing the 65 car. They're 12th and 13th. GR have just stopped and left the pits. In fact, both their cars have just stopped and left the pits.
Oh, who's
what?
the Ars Graf? No, it's the Graf ATRS car. Oh, was that?
No, it's not.
Was actually quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the Graf car.
I thought the Graf car had more white on the back than that.
I'm
Axel shown in the
41.5%
pits
sure it
as
was
well.
Graf.
And Jeffrey Rietveld is in, the race leader. Red line 1-2 at the moment, by the way, from Alpine. So Alpine 36 car. And then AMG's 53, Team Williams, and 63, Team Petronas, because again, I'm sure there's a really good reason why two different teams are running AMG team cars, but it escapes me. Yassit are in, Jenny Simoncic in the number 4, Floyd Van Wilburst, and also in is the 62 from Brabham, which is in 8th place.
If you look over here, Martin,
that whole host of cars.
Someone's getting ready to get in this car.
You're right.
Mr. Verstappen,
yeah,
it seems.
So Jeffrey Rietveld has brought the car in after a long night stint, and Max Verstappen at what is 5:46 Central European time is getting ready to take it back out.
Tell me he's not determined in sim racing. If he's going to wake up, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's only 6 o'clock in the morning, but still, yeah, he would have been up a little bit before this. Max Verstappen jumps back in behind the number 1.
Yeah,
he cares.
Well, he absolutely does. I mean, and he's put as much time and effort into it as any other driver to try and win this race.
And he did make that point in the Washington Post.
And he, of all places.
Of all places.
And he does head back out onto the track. Max Verstappen leads for BMW Team Redline, for Team Redline. Yeah, that's like saying Rothmans without following it immediately by Porsche.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what. March would be the other car from my my younger years that had Rothmans livery.
Just to clarify again, it is the early hours of the morning for us in the commentary booth as well.
Yes, and I have had some sleep, although not a lot, and Lewis has had none. So yes, even less than not a lot.
None yet. In 14 minutes, though, I'll be rushing back to the hotel.
Well, normally in the real Le Mans, I've checked out because I thought I'm probably not going to go back to sleep again at sort of 9 o'clock or whatever. So I'm just going to be sleep deprived. And it is, as is traditional with Le Mans, because Friday night tends to be the drivers' parade and all the other nonsense, and then everybody's having a beer or whatever in a campsite. So you just don't get any sleep on Friday night, which is just what you want before a Le Mans 24 hours, where normally I won't leave the booth and go to bed till about 7 or 8 a.m. Oh, somebody's in trouble on the exit of the final chicane.
Sarnage competition.
It is.
No rear wing as well. Oh, it's going to be a long,
it's going to be the entire
lap.
lap. He's just gone by the pits.
Yeah. Don't go too quick. Do not go too quick, because that car is going to let go. They're going way too fast.
It's more than that. It's more than that. No, that's in the straight. He's got no steering either.
No, there is steering on it. The rear suspension is bent.
Yeah.
And with no rear wing, I've had this before. You have to go slowly.
Yeah.
Really, really slowly. At any sort of speed.
Who was it we saw earlier coming in and like wrestling the car, like fighting it like it was an alligator? Yeah, that's right.
Did get. Here's a question for you, Lewis and Martin. If a team offered you a drive in the real 24 hours of Le Mans, would you guys accept?
No.
Not a chance.
No.
As much as you'd be like, oh, a dream to go and take part.
No.
I would look like an idiot.
Yes, we
I
all
would
look
not
like
have
idiots.
the pace. I am not a racing driver, as much as I would love to be one. And having your first race to be, well, go and take part in the 24-hour Le Mans, that is a recipe for disaster. So as much as it's a great idea, The solid answer is no.
When I was working at Autosport, we were once offered the chance at a really, bargain bucket price to do the Wilhar 24 Hours at Snetterton, which was then a production saloon car race. And there were a number of budding racing drivers. And they were going, yeah, it'd be great. It was a 3-litre Capri.
Oh,
and I just
powerful.
thought, no. First of all, we're woefully underprepared. We'd have had no preparation, no rehearsal. None of us were racing anything regularly, not even karts or anything. In a 3-litre Capri, the cars that run at the front of the field, are you absolutely mad? If it was in a 1300 Vauxhall Nova Sport,
maybe.
Very possibly. In the end, the racing ambitions of most at Autosport, and this is when I was in the ads department rather than the editorial department, were lawnmower racing and occasional outings in 2CV 24 Hours, and that's much more the sort of human speed you can deal. That's why my only actual racing has been done in a Mini 7, because it all happened at a speed that I was vaguely capable of controlling. And no, there's nothing that races at Le Mans that I would be safe in.
And this is the thing, is that, like, I mean, you are talking about a very serious level of danger. I would love to do another 24-hour Le Mans in sim racing, because I've not done one in a while. But in the real world,
no.
I just...
Far too much of a physical danger to everybody.
I love the idea. I love the idea of one day being able to do it. But I know, as a fact, that will never happen. And that's I am more than okay with it.
Because, absolutely.
Because I feel that we are in this, like you were saying earlier, but in this privileged spot where we get to bring the broadcast to you. We get to be that connecting part. And that is more than enough for me.
Absolutely.
I am more than happy with
100% agree. I never actually had the ambition to be a racing driver. A rally driver, I kind of quite fancied. And when I had my Mini and I didn't work in the winter, I used to race in the winter, because you can't race in the summer because that's when you earn your living. So you either earn a living at the weekend or you spend a week's worth of money. And if everybody else had to take an unpaid week off work to go club racing, there would be no club racing.
Yeah.
Because it's just unsustainable. And so, particularly, the car then sat in a garage for 13 years before I sold it to another mini racer, because I just never had the time. If it's the difference between earning a living and paying your mortgage, or messing around in a Mini at Cadwell Park for 10 laps, I'm afraid putting a roof over your head and feeding your wife and children always takes priority. And no, I mean, even in the Le Mans Classic, even in a support race, in a parade, possibly, if somebody said, would you drive, for argument's sake, let's say something like a 956 up the hill at the Festival of Speed, I'd go, no. It's so far out of my range of abilities, never mind my comfort zone. That's not a problem. I mean, one of the things I love about this job is that the more people you meet, the more bizarre, random things you get offered. And I love that. I love being out of my comfort zone there, because you learn so much. But I'm not a danger to myself. I'm not a danger to myself if I don't hit my marks and I have to reshoot something, or if I have to lean heavily on an expert analyst because I'm good at leading a show but I'm not intimate with the sport. I don't mind, because nobody's going to get hurt because of my incompetence. But even in a parade at Le Mans, yes, I would love to drive the track in something that's within my capabilities, and so it would either be something very fast that I'd drive very slowly, or something quite slow that I would also drive very slowly. But closer to its limits rather than mine. But no, I mean the concept of ever having the time to try and bring my level of inability up to anything acceptably safe is absolutely a nonsense. It would never happen. No. And even from the first time I went, to places like Spa or Le Mans, I never had the ambition to race there. I just wanted to go back and watch racing there, because it's such a I suppose, and I never have. I suppose it's a bit like going to watch, a big match on centre court at Wimbledon, or a test match at Lord's. It's just such a phenomenal venue to watch phenomenal sport, and never really wanted to.
Oh, nice, finally make it back into the
so well done, with no other major dramas
that we saw.
Get that back in, yeah. Well, I'm sure they would have shown us.
Yes, that is true.
Sure they would have shown us. They would have been following it.
Luke Austin would have cut to it straight away. I will say the reason why I asked that question, because I did see it in chat and I was like, this is a question. I knew what your answer was going to be before as soon as I read that question, because I can't explain to those at home how hard it has been to try and get you even onto the simulator next door, which we still haven't been on, by the way.
Which we still haven't been on, because I'd just be laughably slow. And actually, I now relate to why David Leslie was never interested in driving sim rigs when we were doing WTCC, and there was a WTCC game, and it was always in the hospitality, and some of the other guys were doing it. Andy Prier would do it, or whatever. And in fact, when there was an FIA GT game as well, Jamie Campbell-Walter and a few of the others would drive that, and actually were quite good at it. David Leslie grew up in an era where there was no simulation. If you wanted laps in a car, you had to do laps in a car, and was not a sim driver. He was a very gifted racing driver, a very motivating team owner, an enormously entertaining commentator, and hugely able to sort out a car. But what he didn't do was drive sims, and he said, I've got no interest. It's just not something that even remotely floats my boat, and I know I'll be rubbish at it. And actually knowing you'll be rubbish at it is not a problem if you're passionate about it. And that was me with my Mini. I really loved being able to drag it out the garage and just drive it around, because it was fun. It was fun, and I sort of got a slight inkling of what racing drivers love about driving racing cars. And the same thing when I did the Cresta run years ago. I was rubbish, and I was really slow, but I got that first-person understanding of why skeleton athletes race skeleton. And when you see them every 4 years in the Olympics, it's the same to when you're a kid. When you're a kid and you're going down a snowy slope on your sledge, on your toboggan, you start off sitting on it and going down feet first. And when you've done that a few times, you're bored, you turn around and you go down head first. It seems a whole lot faster, and it isn't. But because your head is out front and unprotected, your head makes it seem a whole lot faster. That's what skeleton's all about. It's the same, same as racing cars or racing horses. It's that on the edge of being really quite dangerous and trying to control that.
Yeah, see, that's something like skeleton, bobsleigh. I look at it and be like, oh, I'd love to give that a go. And then the more you think about it, the more you think, no, never.
Well, no, actually, because when you ride in a bobsleigh...
Have you ridden in one?
Yeah, lots of times.
Nice.
It's not terrifying, because you've got somebody who's in charge of it, who knows what they're doing, and that's why passenger rides in cars are much safer things than trying to do it yourself. No, it's a very different experience to what you expect, particularly when you come from cars, which most people do understand. Even if it's not racing cars, you know that there's lots of lateral G. You move side to side. You don't move side to side in a bobsleigh. You move up and down. It's more like a jet than it is like a car. In that way, is that you're the water in the bottom of a bucket being swung around in an arc when you go through a corner. So that's the slightly disorientating thing, is that all the G-forces are pushing you down into the sled, and that feels quite weird. But actually, as a riding experience, yeah, no, they're great. They're great.
I'd absolutely love to give it a go one day.
Yeah.
I mean, I like. It's speed. I like anything that goes quick. And it's why I loved skiing. And
the parallels with motor racing and bobsleigh are really quite similar. Any ice racing, all racing tyres look exactly the same, unless they're treaded, you know, they're round and black, and they do completely different things. Runners are metal and shiny, and they're completely different. They do different things. They give you different feel, different control. You use different ones in different temperatures of ice and so on. Aerodynamics are really important because that's about speed, and there's no engine, so it's all about cheating the wind as much as possible.
Yeah.
Racing line is absolutely critical to everything. And as we're driving a car, make the sled do the work. It's not the person that steers the most that wins, it's the person that steers the least. Thank you, John Morgan, for yet another great phrase.
Just to clarify for everyone at home, Martin is not just a fan of bobsleigh and skeleton. What was it you said?
No, I am just a fan, but I have somehow ended up being in the lucky position where I get to try and indoctrinate other people into the fan club. It's the same in motor racing. I'm a fan. I'm not an ex-driver, God knows. I'm not a current driver,
but
God knows.
You are the leading voice.
I am just a fan.
The leading voice of skeleton
and if I do manage to make other people love it, then that's the whole job, done and dusted. And again, one of the things I talked about it earlier, one of the delights I have is that professionals will talk to you about what's going on and educate you, and every time they do, I'm less and less incompetent in what I'm saying, and hopefully a little bit more informative every time, and I can educate, entertain and inform the others, and that's what broadcasting is all about. Whatever you're doing, whether it's possibly not with news, a bit less entertainment in news, although they do try and make it visually attractive. You know, sometimes telling the news is not a great story, but for everything else, and particularly for sport, the Reithian principles still apply. Yeah. Inform, educate, entertain, and the more drivers and engineers of whatever discipline or athletes or sportsmen tell you about things, the more you can pass it on.
Yeah.
And that's to me the whole job. It's the delight, you know.
That's what
sometimes
Piers had to deal with me.
Yeah, sometimes blue car, red car is important, saying what you're looking at and who you're talking about. But equally, it's one of the reasons I love watching things like baseball or listening to Test Match Special is that although they're following the sport, and we've barely talked actually about cars or positions in the last couple of hours, there are all the other conversations going on around about it, and that's all part of the joy of it as well. And you get that test match latitude to talk about things at Le Mans and at the Spa 24 and Nürburgring 24 that you don't in short sprint races, and it's a whole different form of the game, if you like, and I love it for that. Now we are at 8 hours to go.
1/3.
Now, 2/3 distance. That's 2/3 distance.
Yeah, 1/3 to go.
Yeah, 2/3 down, 1/3 to go.
I'm always
hours
thinking,
to go.
what's left?
Yeah, what's left. I always get time of day and hours remaining in the race. They unfortunately often conflate, and I'm going 15 hours to go. Oh no, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, no, it's 7 hours to go and 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So it's 7 a.m. Central European time, and we are just inside the final 8 hours of the race. And it is nearly time for you to disappear, isn't it?
It nearly is. Brundle should be heading his way in a moment time.
Is his father here? I don't think.
No, he's not been brought in. We've not pranked Brundle yet.
We haven't pranked Brundle. We might. Well, yes, we did that significantly.
It was very well choreographed.
That was last year, wasn't it? Yes. Alex was in the studio and at the pit wall, ready to chat to somebody. I don't know who he thought he was going to chat to, but it turned out to be the old man, and very entertaining that was too as well. So the race continued through hour 16 with a couple of glitches towards the end of the hour. 3 or 4 cars, half a dozen cars briefly disconnecting, and they have been given completed laps lost back. Little incident for Arnage exiting the final corner. Arnage competition, that car got back to the pit lane safely. Despite it was enforced contact. They were turned around into the wall, so that was not driver error, not on the part of Arnage competition. So that's very unfortunate for them. And towards the end of the hour, the last round of prototype pit stops saw Max Verstappen return to the battle, in the number 1 Team Redline LMP that leads our race. It is a Team Redline 1-2. Alpine Esports in 3rd place as the sun rises. And this is always the danger time. Think, right, we're into Sunday morning, we are nearly there. Now, in this race, we are closer to being there than we would be finishing at 3 or 4 in a real Le Mans, because we finish at 2 Central European times, so are actually, as dawn rises, actually, as the sun rises, it's rising slightly later than it would do in real life. It would normally be up about 4:30. It's not really up until nearly 6, and the race is stopping 2 hours earlier. So Sunday, Alex Brundle is going to be significantly shorter, because while it's dark, it's still last night, isn't it? It's still Saturday night. Although we know it is actually Sunday, it's not really Sunday until the sun comes up.
Yeah, certainly. I was surprised when I came back in, getting ready for this little stint in the booth, how little time remains on what I consider to be sort of daybreak for us here at GMT. We've got a few hours to go yet in Silverstone, but yeah, the race in those final portions, the longer of the other, well, we race at Sebring for a little bit longer than this, but quite a long World Endurance Championship race to go. But that being said, it seems to have crept up on us a little bit. And as you correctly say, the moment when you can just start to think, we got through the tricky bit now, happy hour awaits, I'm the guy that's going to get in and put those big laps in while it's still crispy cool, but I can see where I'm going, and those mistakes start to come, because you're always, at this stage of the race, more tired than you're giving yourself credit for.
I think you're absolutely right. And actually this blue light that photographers talk about, when the sun is not actually over the horizon, but its light is starting to permeate. Almost every driver I've talked to about Le Mans, and you may or may not have felt it, they go a bit like misty-eyed when they talk about, there's something ethereal and something very spiritual about being on your own in the car. Normally the radio chatter is very light, there's very little outside influence. It's you, the car, the track, the other cars on it. But as dawn starts to approach, there's get McNish going on it, get Alex Wirtz going on it, get Jackie X going on it, and they all get quite lyrical about that magical sense that a new day is dawning, and it's not in the context of a race or anything else, it's just that sort of almost emerging from the cocoon of night. And so it's a hard thing to sort of put it into words, but there's a very spiritual feeling about it.
You start to feel half sensible, because you're back in the hours that you should be operating as a human, is the first thing. Second thing is, and it's not what it was, this happy hour stuff, because it used to be that the track cleared majestically, because there are a lot of cars that would get crashed, as we got a lovely little battle going on in the GT ranks. But it used to be that cars crashed through the night, had mechanical issues, had a lot of problems, and not only was the track cool and lovely in the sun rising over the horizon, which gave drivers that feeling of being all alone out there. I mean, I have done races here early on in my career where you come out of Tetra Rouge and you get that magical view of nothing. Yep. You can see quite a long way as you come out of Tetra Rouge down towards Mulsanne Corner, the first chicane, and then a further amount of the Mulsanne Straight after that, and it looks like you're out there on your own, which is lovely. As the years have passed by, reliability, even from when I first did Le Mans in 2012, has got better, and they're all still out there in the morning. It blunts happy hours slightly, because the traffic are all doing their big laps as well.
The happy hour thing in the race is a bit like the qualifying happy hour, which was always the first hour of the last session, Q4, on Thursday evening, when the air density and the track were at their best. And actually the happy hour thing here was that you still have the cooler air and the cooler track surface of night, but better visibility. And that's often why lap times seem to drop and speeds seem to rise, because the heat of the day hasn't come back into the tar, and the air, the charge going into the engine was a little cooler from the overnight low, and maybe a little damper as well, and that all helps sort of avoid detonation and allows you just to force a little bit more engine through and produce a little bit more power, a little more air through the engine and produce a bit more power. So there was all of that about it as well. And having the ability to see further ahead and judge other traffic and to see further through the corners. Paul Truswell always used to have this theory that at nighttime cars became magnetic because there'd be long periods of nothing and then a big clump of cars. And of course, because of the reduced visibility, it makes it a little harder to get by other cars in the dead of night than it is in daytime, and so that clumping effect tends to happen. And so part of what happens then is that you've got knots of cars circulating like little boys following a rugby ball or a football in the night, and they haven't quite unwound by the time dawn arrives. And so there are periods where there is nothing in front of you for a chicane or two chicanes on the straight.
Well, it becomes a lot trickier to make the move because the hardest thing to judge in the night is distance.
Yeah.
It foreshortens all of the braking zones. That's why I remember Jenson Button jumping out of the SMP LMP1 car after his first stint and saying something very Jenson Button-esque, like, I felt like I was going 1,000 miles an hour. And that's what gives you that sensation more than anything, that the night foreshortens everything. What that means is you operate from reference points, which is fine when you know what those reference points are. Put yourself down the inside of another car, all of a sudden you've lost one of those to him that you can't see. The lovely blue marker boards down to the chicanes that everybody uses, you can't see on one side of the racetrack. And so you're having to judge braking based around a sequence of reference points that don't really exist for you, meaning that making those moves is ever harder. And that's why you see GT traffic, particularly amateur GT traffic, following each other for 35, 40 minutes or until the next pit stop, just because they don't have the confidence to get that move done.
It's a bit like being stuck behind a truck on the highway and not being able to see around it. You can't
Even
see
more
whether it's safe to
frustrating.
pass. Yeah. Well, exactly. But your speed is limited by the car in front, and yeah, you do see a lot of that tonight. Now, we were riding on board with Mohammed Patel in the Marla Racing BMW as he went by the satellite racing car. That was a change for position. That was a top 10 change. What we're looking at here is the Project One Porsche, isn't it? So that's the
It's chasing the
fifth
Sim
place
Maranello car.
Yeah, and the Sim Maranello Ferrari had not just gone by him, did he? I'm sort of hadn't quite picked up on that. But this is the battle for fourth place.
The Project One was a little quicker last time around, so I would hasten to suggest that the Project One Porsche is catching the Sim Maranello Ferrari.
Now again, if you have access to a timing screen anywhere online, there are a lot of green laps last time round, and this is that again, that happy hour thing. Some cars, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 cars on the last lap have done their fastest lap of the race. That's happy hour. They can see where they're going. The tyres are whatever they are. They're on whatever fuel load they are. What is important is the track has not yet got back up to the daytime highs in the sort of 20s, 30s, and they're getting more out of the tyre and they can see further ahead, and so they're actually getting more out of themselves as well. So we've got a whole bunch of green laps coming in, which are fastest race laps for the car, not just for the driver.
Here's one for you, which I know will interest you, because a little bit of contact with the wall there. That for the Project One Porsche in the mid-corner of the karting sequence. Let's see if that affects him. I saw a bit of contact through the night for one of the LMP cars that then cost him for the rest of the stint. But I've always been convinced that the second day of every Le Mans I've done has been hotter than the first day, until suddenly I realised that my radiators were all blocked up, that my driver cooling vents were obviously all blocked up with detritus,
full of rubbish and rubber. Yeah.
So I noticed a pattern that it always seemed hotter in the car on the second day. I thought it must be some quirk of French weather, that Sundays were always slightly warmer. And I suddenly realised that it's probably as a result of having less driver cooling.
Well, and of course, the other part of it is you're more fatigued by Sunday, and so you feel it more, and it has more of an effect on you. But no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, radiator ducts and everything else. And that's why you see, you know, well-staffed teams and well-run teams spending a lot of time scooping muck out of radiators, ducting and so on at pit stops, because yeah, you don't want to get 18 hours in and then have all the tyre debris building up and boiling the engine. Got a good run here on the Simarello Ferrari. This is going to be a pass, or at least an attempt at a pass. He's got a really good slingshot down to the chicane, puts the car on the inside.
This is Gassner in the Project Porsche.
And that's
around the outside. He's going to have to skip the chicane.
Yeah, front wheel lock up there as he turned in. You saw the right front, the unladen wheel, leave a big black mark on the road. So he negotiated it. The Brabham goes by, but he was slow in, and that means, Alex, he's going to be slow out. And here comes the Ferrari back at him.
Yeah. Could well be obliged to cede that position back, actually, the Project 1 Porsche. Well, he's not been given a choice because the Ferrari is going to move back ahead. Having another look then down into chicane 2. Nothing doing this time. Gassner behind the wheel of the Project 1 Porsche. Galbiati behind the wheel of the Simarello, the number 26 Ferrari, blasting down the Mulsanne on their way to Mulsanne corner. And so it is. This is the battle, which is over 5th position in the race. They're some 16 seconds back from Rudy van Buren in the BMW Team Redline, number 71 car, who in turn is around 5 seconds back from the top 3. So it's in the hunt, this battle.
Yeah, it is. Now, let's get back to Rudy van Buren. The BMW, when Kevin Siggy was in it about 30 minutes ago, had another disconnect out of the game. It was one of 5 or 6 cars that had disconnects all around the same time. Axel did, another couple of LMP cars, a couple of GT cars. And they dropped down out of the top 10 into 11th place, or 13th, wherever they were, into a basically you're only scoring 1 point for writing your name correctly on the top of your examination answer form. But because it was not an individual, because it was a bit of a group disconnect, laps lost by those cars were then reinstated by race control. So you mentioned Kevin van Buren. That 71 car no longer in 13th place, and therefore losing the championship to Oracle Red Bull. They are now back up into 4th place behind Oracle Red Bull and are now back in control of the championship. So it's not a factor of the platform. It doesn't automatically reinstate those laps. Those are manually being reinstated on a case-by-case system by race control here, by Ben, by Lewis, by Eduardo, to make sure that for reasons that are out of the team's control, they are not greatly disadvantaged by those incidents. So the Team Project 1 car now on its own. Simarello car of Kiko Gagliardi. Gagliardi, great Italian name. Kiko, not sure that's the most Italian name I know, but there we go.
What is the most Italian name you know?
Ludovico Scarfiotti.
I think Giancarlo Fisichella is not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's there are a lot of very Italian, you know, lots of Enis in motor racing, famously.
You can tell we've made it all the way through the night.
Well, Scarfiotti particularly is in my head, because it relates to that question I asked very early in the race. When was the last time we had a reigning Formula 1 world champion in the real Le Mans? Because we've got a reigning Formula 1 world champion in the virtual. And the answer came in, it was 1965. It was further back into history than I would have given credit for. And the last reigning world champion to race at Le Mans in person was John Surtees. So he was the 1964 Formula One World Champion for Ferrari, raced with them in 65 for much of the season before he fell out with their team manager and left in a state of high dudgeon.
This is a famous story where he leaves before the beginning of the race, is it not?
Yeah, but in 65 he raced with Ludovico Scarfiotti, and they raced over 200, I think it was something over 250 laps, which would have brought them way into Sunday morning, probably past Sunday lunchtime, before the car retired. And Ludovico Scarfiotti, yeah, just, I mean, a really great Italian name, and a man who I'm afraid was a little bit haunted by tragedy.
So the Italian driver under discussion is actually, his full name, Kiko Galbiati, is actually Emilian Galbiati.
So Kiko is just a nickname.
Moving a little bit more.
How you get that from Emilian, I don't know.
I have to ask him after the race. He's a bit busy right now. A man who has done a fair amount, third in Italian GT Sprint Championship last year. 2021, he was in the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, so a serial GT3 competitor.
Botherer.
As we see, fancier, as we see is that the Veloce car?
Yeah, no, that's Bono Huis coming in AMG Team Petronas car, 63. Yassit in as well. Sandy Mitchell in the 28 car. Who else is in the pits? R8G, number 18, Maxime Poulet, and Thibaut Cazoubon for Panis Racing, 65 car. He's in as well. GR are in as well with the 86 car. And we are possibly not that far away from another round of the front runners coming in as well. Max Verstappen leading from Luke Bennett and Maurice Schuring, and Mitchell de Jong in fourth place. So red line 1-2, Porsche Coanda 3-4.
Into the pits then for Max Verstappen, a
Well,
minute and 5 ahead of the rest of the field at this stage, and it's friendly fire behind. Then you've got both Porsche Coandas in 3 and 4. So how they qualified, but backwards, basically, with the two Porsche Coandas out front, locking out that front row in qualifying, and then the two red lines behind. Well, we flipped it for the race, with red line having a bit of a cleaner run of things.
Yeah, Porsche with a couple of disconnects as well.
Well, there was a drive-through.
The 20 and 23 cars. Yeah, 20 has had a drive-through, but they also had a disconnect. And I think 23 had a disconnect recently as well. So that sort of just blunted them a little bit. Pit stop stories. Last pit stop for this car when Max got in, 1 minute 27.6, 1 minute 27.0 for the number 2 car on their last stop, and that was a driver change. 126.8 and 126.4 for the two Porsches. So they are within a whisker of each other in the pit lane. However, if you're losing half a second in a pit stop and there are 3 an hour, that's a second and a half an hour times 24. That's half a minute just in a pit. Now, it's not a lot, but they are so relentless at everything else, these drivers, that actually it might end up being the difference between being able to make a pass for the lead in the last half an hour and not.
Well, especially in a race like this, which is fought so closely. I mean, you've got that number 1 car jumping ahead slightly through this section of the race, but yeah, that kind of margin is not something that they're going to be able to drive away throughout the rest of the race. The two red line cars were pitting in sequence when I left.
They are again. Luke Bennett's in now, and so that's just his distance. He's a minute behind Max on the road, so he comes in a minute behind. They were pitting in sequence
with the rest of the top 5. And they appear to be now 1 lap short, which interests me.
Well, the Porsches were a couple of minutes behind, and they're in the pits now.
It's just a case of latency in terms of where they are on track. So
yeah, exactly. They're coming to the end of the same lap. And of course, because we had that big server crash and everything got reset, everybody started again on full tanks. That sort of gradual separation that you might normally expect to see by this stage, 16 hours in, they've only had 8 hours to do it, effectively.
Interesting feel because it gave us a true feel of what was achievable for the various cars on a tank, and it became abundantly clear that we were dealing with haves and have-nots in the fuel stakes. Basically, anyone you're looking at, if you have the benefit of a live timing from 5th place upwards, or throughout this pit stop phase, it's about to be shuffled round. But both the Red Lines, the Alpine, and to a degree the AMG Petronas, although they're not achieving it every cycle, are able to go a lap longer, more or less, than the rest of the field, and then everybody else seems to pit together.
In fact, I mean, again now, you know, Max is on an out lap, so is Luke Bennett in 2nd place, so are the Porsche Coanda cars, they've been in and out. Jas Heater in, Floyd Van Woolburst, the number 4 car, Brabham are in, so too R8G, so too Panis, so they're doing as many laps as the leaders. They're on the same basic lap strategy, although actually Panis has lost a lap. Brabham is the last, in fact it's not Brabham that's in the last car, it is Jenny Simoncic in the number 4 Floyd Van Woolburst car. The 9th place car is the last car, still on the lead lap. Team Fordzilla, real disappointment for them. They had a disconnect as well just recently. Gianmarco Fiducci is at the wheel of the 966 car, but when I left at whatever it was, 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night? Yeah, 9 o'clock at night. Fordzilla were leading.
Well, it was a very, very audacious pit strategy. They double shuffled the lot of them. It was quite impressive with De Jong behind the wheel, pitting a lap early, finding a nice clear pit lane, and then sending themselves into the lead while Redline and Coanda were busy battling away over what they believed to be the lead, but actually wasn't then in the end.
Exactly, and Lewis and I had talked about this, whether anybody would do it at the start of the race. In the real Le Mans, if you've got a 2-car team and you've got, if you can do 10 laps, that's 9 because you've done a formation lap, and even though it's not at full racing speed, it just takes some of that extra lap out, or that 10th lap out, so it's 9. And if you've got 2 cars, you will stop one a lap early because you can't stop one a lap late, so one will come on in after 8 laps. And I said, is there any mileage in somebody, even with a single car team, coming in at the start of the race, a lap earlier than you anticipate anybody else will come in? You'll have a slightly shorter time in the pit lane because you're putting less fuel in because more remains that you've not used, and the pit lane will be empty, and nobody did. But at the second red flag restart, that's exactly what Fordzilla did. They went from 3rd, they stopped early, they were less time in the pits, their in and out laps were no real different from anybody else. They didn't lose anything for sure, but by virtue of spending less time stationary, they got themselves into the leader race. And then they had a disconnect and a problem, and that is what has dropped them out of contention again.
If you're dealing with two teammate cars with sequential pit boxes, it's not just strategically beneficial. You in fact must do that. Otherwise you end up with a nose-to-tail pit stop and a pushback and the associated loss of 6 to 8 seconds. So there is always, where I've been in a 2-car team and you're both relatively competitive, there's always been an agreement as to which car's going to stop short at the beginning of the race. It's also even worse than that, of course, because you've got to drive from the pit lane to the grid before you even do the formation lap. And there are I always find myself gently giggling at the innovative lines taken to shorten the distance between the pit lane and that grid, as we see the ARC Bratislava car in and out of the pit lane.
Yeah, 888 went in there, and you saw actually, because the ARC Bratislava car wasn't right up in its marks, it was sort of meandering in the middle there when it was parked. Erhan Jajowski for the R8G team in that Ferrari had to go a long way round. He's actually parked relatively square, so if somebody came in front of him, then that would be a bit less of an issue. But they are in the last of the real garages there, and just beside the cheap seats, the new Granny Annex extension.
I know he's parked that to for a quick exit, but my number 1 mechanic be having words if I parked my car like that.
Yeah, but again, you know, there's nobody there with a jack or any of that stuff, so you don't have to line it up on the marks, and there's nobody to guide you in either.
Perfect parking in virtual terms, because all his teammate or he can fire the car back up and get out of the pit lane. And why not give yourself the absolute best out and out he's come. Jajowski in that R8G Esports car. He was a minute and 52 clear of the field. Let's see where he
again,
emerges.
you know, he's in and out, and they should be heading in soon. Looking here at Satellite Racing, And we talked here earlier in the season. I said, doesn't that look like a Paul Newman era GTO GTP Nissan? And that is exactly what has inspired that livery, apparently. So it had the desired effect. It made old farts like me immediately think back to a period that was particularly important to the team boss. So Satellite Racing's Aston Martin, David Pittard, Nello Pastorino, Jimmy Nasula, and the man at the wheel now, Estonian Henry Sinek. So that car is currently lying in 13th place. Always good to see. I mean, again, so many of the elderly members of the motoring Twitterati are always complaining about modern helmets just being a mess of colour. Well, there's a modern car using really bold, straightforward colours effectively, but it's a proper throwback livery.
I think cynic might be the word here for you, Martin.
Well, no, I mean, when you look at driver helmets and you think of a Graham Hill or a Jackie Stewart or even a Nelson Piquet, they were so distinctive. And actually, one of the things I really enjoyed was that when Nelson Jr. came racing, his helmet was absolutely his father's helmet. And actually, Kaz Nakajima, you look at Satoru Nakajima's helmet, it's the same. And if it works, why would you not? Why would Damon not have the London rowing colours that his father made so famous? Why would you not?
I've slimmed down and down and down and down and made more and more and more basic my helmet over the years, and I do indeed carry.
But you've got that, you've got a helmet that is recognisably an echo of the colours your dad had, which were red, white and blue, British colours, very straightforward. And in those days, helmet painters didn't have days and days and weeks and weeks. The Mike Fairchilds and so on had so many helmets to do. You had to be pretty clear and pretty blocky about it.
Those colours were the colours the car dealership down in Kings Lynn had the most of.
Right.
That's why the body shop that used to
just as well he didn't start racing in the 70s or whatever, because then there would have been a lot of bronze and tobacco on the helmet.
Exactly.
Yes.
Taxi beige.
And would have been very on message now in the early 2020s, but in the 1980s would have been why is your helmet taxi colour beige? Because we had quite a lot of it in stock.
Yeah, quite a lot of it in stock.
We repair a lot of beige Toyotas. So there you go. Just as well, the Japanese were quite keen on big, bold primary colours in those days.
Repair is such a strong word. We call that refreshing in the motor trade.
No, that's when you blow over a car for the second-hand lot. Repairing is where they bring it in when they've just run into something. That's genuine repair. That's what body shops are for.
Well, running into nothing is Max Verstappen out at the front of the field. He's actually being caught slowly by Luke Bennett in this sister car, about half a second a lap. Was at 1:05, goodness me, as he backs it out of the Ford chicane. And just a reminder that, as we spoke about when I jumped on air, it still only takes one moment. It's incredibly impressive driving at the front of this field. It only takes one moment. If that had rotated 10 degrees more, that car then, it would have changed the course of this motor race in a way which is irreversible.
And a lot of the time, it's not your mistake that changes your race, as you will know to your cost from many different occasions. It's somebody else's mistake, and that's the thing about Le Mans. It's when outside forces come and find you, and then that's it. What looked like the perfect winning run goes or doesn't. The onboard of the 28 car zooming through all of those barrel rolling cars at the first restart. That just shows you that sometimes luck is on your side, because no matter how much the driver may have felt that he judged it perfectly, to some degree where the pieces fall, and in that stage it was large pieces, entire cars falling literally, then that's kind of out of your remit to control that.
I do think Morelli should adopt this rear-facing camera system into the Oreca 07. That's the marshalling system in in the real car. It would be fantastic if it operated as that rear-facing camera as well. Max Verstappen skips his way out of chicane number 2. And let's just follow on board then, shall we, with the reigning Formula 1 world champion as he heads down towards Mulsanne corner. A man who will surely see tackle Le Mans for real. Misses that apex to get a lovely straight run. Cuts the apex curb as aggressively as he can, staying inside track limits and using that exit curb. Happy hour with Max Verstappen very much underway. Last time around, a 3:25.7. His teammate 1/10 quicker, a 3:25.6. And he glances the curb on the kinks through Indianapolis, prepares the car and fires it in to the right-hander, keeps it on the right-hand side to roll in through the left-hander and dances the rear through the exit of the left-hander at Indianapolis. Patience at a premium, and is delivered in reasonable proportion by Max Verstappen through the mid-corner of Arnage. Plenty of apex speed to be taken, and now the current driver of the Team Redline number 1 fires the car into the first apex of the Porsche curve, slightly wide. Watch the front jump through the mid-corner. That's going to be difficult to deal with, and tries to keep it flat through both apexes. Keeps that nose down. The front tyre screams in protest as he makes his way through the mid-corner of karting. Plenty of track to spare on the exit, and then patience for the F1 World Championship winner required through the final 2 chicanes of the lap. Neat and tidy as you'd expect, but maxing those curbs out, and we got 7.5 more hours for Max Verstappen and his teammates to keep the pressure on, just as they have been doing in that number 1 red line.
Great view on board, and you can see, you know, the gear quadrant going up and down as he flicks up and down on the paddles. You watch his hands. I was fascinated that you could actually see one of his driving boots there as well, but they haven't simmed that. It just sits there. It doesn't move. So there you are, somewhere in the physics engine. From those onboards, somebody now needs to make them dance on the pedals. We need to see that foot move, whether it's the left foot or the right foot. It needs to start moving in sync the way the hands do. Because if you can see it, it needs to be animated.
I think for a showbiz factor, we should just animate full clutch operation and heel and toe on all the damn ships.
Or even left foot braking, you know, and or you know, on and off the throttle. Even just have it moving on and off the throttle. When he's off the throttle onto the brakes, you want to see the foot move across. I mean, that's one of my great distraction techniques, particularly in a rally car. When you're in a rally car for the first time and it's only very sporadic, you get a chance to be in a rally car driven by somebody. To avoid the certain knowledge that they're going to kill themselves and take you down with them in the first couple of 100 meters, watch the feet. Don't look out the windscreen, because that takes a bit of getting used to. Watch the feet. And same in a racing car. Watch what they're doing with their feet and try and work out exactly what it is that they are doing. 3 pedals, 2 feet, and they're using all of them at the same time.
There's a certain softness to brake application that you can tell. You can normally tell how good your teammate's going to be for the year by jumping in the car alongside him on the way to the track for the first test. And if he rolls the car into a roundabout with about 20 bar of brake and just softly dips the front and rotates it in, you think, oh, I'm going to have to concentrate this year.
And also get my own hire car in future.
Exactly. But there's a certain touch on the brake pedal. It doesn't really matter whether you're going down the inside of a Porsche at 4 a.m. into chicane 2, or you're wandering into a roundabout in Wandsworth. It's pretty much the same thing. That finite control of the pedals, it does really make a difference.
Again, watching the satellite Aston Martin as one of the Alpines flew by. Not sure if that was the 37 car of that was 65. That was the Panis car, wasn't it? So yeah, 65 currently in 14th place. Haven't been blessed with an awful lot of luck in that Panis team car. It was quite a lot higher up earlier on. Florian Leberge back in the car. The 65 car, you can see on the timing pylon down towards the bottom end of the top 20. Malte Jakobsen in the Peugeot in the pit lane and out again in 20th place. Jack Keithley remains in the number 5 Williams Esports car that's had more bad luck than good, definitely in this race. And that car also has just left the pits. And we are, I was going to say we're closing in, I think, surely, on GTE pit stops. In fact, Kevin Stolzer is in for SF Esports, that car from 8th place, the 51 factory-entered Ferrari. That is the only car that is in the pits at the moment. So is he slightly off kilter? Are they coming in early, which would indicate that not only have they not got the speed in the car, because they're in 8th place, but they haven't got the fuel economy in it either.
Yeah, or trying to just get themselves off sequence to potentially do something strategically. They are still well on the lead lap.
Yeah, yeah.
So they could well be trying to find that. Although that's
in fact,
that's
they're
just
not,
an
are
in-lap.
they? Yeah, they are. Now, possibly because he's just stopped, they are the first car off the lead lap.
Now they have dropped off the lead lap.
Off the lead lap, yeah.
But when they came in, they were.
And when everybody else stops, then that gap will reverse. Yes. Yeah. And so they should be back at the tail of the lead lap. So Erhan Yojovski leading in GT for R8G. Into the pits from second, Oracle Red Bull's Yuri Kastorp. Rudy Van Buren, points leader for BMW Team Redline. Not him personally, but the 71 BMW there. Third. Fourth place, BS Competition. That BMW back in the frame as well. It's been in the top 3. It's led the race. The 89 car at the moment being driven by Philippe Denez. And then in 5th place, Project One. 6th place, the better of the 2 Porsche Coanda cars that at the restart were 1-2. That's the 88 car of Alexander Tauscher. And then Sim Marinello in 7th. ProDrive Fire in 8th. Yuri Kastorp, Oracle Red Bull. He stops as well now.
Yeah.
So SF Esports in and out. Oliver Bierman staying at the wheel. And again, watching this satellite racing car, Henrik Sinnick.
A car which received a penalty. It's one of the only cars, if not the only car in the race, without 2 pro drivers in it.
Yes.
And received a relatively hefty penalty.
It is a hefty penalty, a 6-minute hold for only having 1 professional racing driver in it, 1 FIA ranked race driver. And then 3 sim races, and that was not through choice, that was just actually through events being forced on them. But they were stationary for 6 minutes while everybody else was looping around all over the place, and they are 1 lap behind the leaders, which is just under 4 minutes back. So actually they're making pretty decent progress. So 4 minutes a lap, what's a lap? 3:50, and they are 2 minutes and 11 seconds off the car that is the lead car off the lead lap. So they have actually lost very little more than the 6 minutes of that penalty.
Yeah, potentially benefiting from the red flag situation we had to scoot back up to their competitors.
Yeah.
But
well, if you'd the laps you'd lost there at the red flag, you didn't get back. So the laps they lost when they were in the pit lane
agreed, but
weren't lost by the red flag. But yes,
it allows you to scoot up.
Brought everybody back some. Yeah, any other non-full lap gaps closed right back down to almost 0. So you're absolutely right. And there was a sort of a double stint of that, because we sort of got restarted, then didn't, and then did again, right around the 8-hour mark.
Another erstwhile leader, the number 20 Porsche Coanda car. And they found themselves with a drive-through penalty with a Juven behind the wheel of that car through the night, which they were clinging to the lead beautifully, but it was a great battle under pressure from the 2 red line cars, and then unfortunately picked up a drive-through penalty. And since that's occurred, they've dropped away. In fact, they've dropped away slightly from the...
Yeah, that disconnect for 20 and 23,
okay.
They were part of that group disconnect. First one and then the second Porsche Commander car. And so that's dropped them down 6th and 7th, 23 and 20. So 20 car you're looking at now is in 7th place, Mitchell de Jong. And yeah, so that's taken them out of the top 3 battle. And, you know, again, it's just one of those things that happens. And unfortunately, they have been victims of that. So that's sort of taken the 2 Porsche Commander cars a little bit out of the battle with Team Redline. Still more cars coming in the GTE category. Oracle Red Bull have been and gone. Proton Commander, the 88 car, been and gone. ProDrive Fire are in now. SF Esports have just finished their outlap. And driver change at InSpeed are in as well. Just trying to remember who. It was Wenlong Yu, and it is not now. So Wenlong Yu has finished that stint, and it's now Yangxi Li who has taken the car over. And as we saw from their social media piece, go to InSpeed Racing's Twitter feed or Instagram or whatever. They did a nice little walk around like Lewis McGlade did here to show you behind the scenes. They did a lovely walk around of the facility they're using at the Shanghai International Raceway. They've got a Nürburgring room, which is their campsite room with deck chairs and lots of tents. They've got a Le Mans room. They've got their simulator room. They've got their commentary room, where they've got a 3 commentator setup and 9 commentators for the 24 hours. Reflecting perhaps the potential size of the audience in China, which is as large as all of Europe and a lot more than that, whereas we're meandering through with 4, 5, counting Alex in. So 71, this is in. And
so Van Buren in the red line,
yeah,
BMW.
In and out very quickly.
And they will drop back down the order. We've seen Zhezhovsky in, haven't we, in the R8G already.
Yep.
Was one of the first in this cycle. So Van Buren drops down.
Yeah, and BS Competition owe us a stop. They are now up to 2nd place. Yeah, so Rudy Van Buren takes over. Was he in before? Yeah, he was in before.
He was in before.
So this is double stint for him. Project One also on an outlap, and that's Mark Gassner. Alexander Tauscher staying at the wheel of the Proton Commander 88 car. 77 is a long way out of it. That car is absolutely out of the race. The Luc Hartog, Jeff Gyasi, Charlie Collins and Pascalis Gerkis car, that is out. One of, well, 3, 4, 5, 6 retirements that we had, of whom one is unretired, which is the Phantom Aston Martin, the LOR JMX Phantom Aston Martin, that didn't start, but which was allowed back in when we had the whole field red flag reset. So having counted them out, having not even started the race, they then popped in some way after tea time and went, oh, is there any chance of a race? And there was a chance of a race. And again, things that can happen in the virtual world that can't happen in the real world include that. And of course, famously, perhaps the biggest example of that was when in the first Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, when Fernando Alonso's car was out, and then there was a whole server crash, and we went red flag and the whole field was reset. Fernando was already 30 k's from home on his bike doing something else with his Saturday when, I know who takes their mobile phone with them. The answer is everybody does on their bikes, otherwise how do you get Strava and your selfies in? But there, he had a phone call going, we're back in the race, do you want to come back? Oh, right, okay.
Speaking of being unretired, though, anybody who's driven or indeed have been not too tired to watch intently the final lap of the Le Mans 24 Hours will have seen all of the resurrected monsters, because of course you do need to cross famously you do need to cross the finish line to be classified at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yep.
Always a point of extreme caution to see. Oh, that's the red line 1 in the garage.
Right, now the reason that is in the garage is they have had a disconnect as well, and they have only just been into the pits.
Wow.
So that is the race leader, Max Verstappen, and he's not alone. Who's in there beside him? Now, he's not shown as stopped or in the pits on my timing screen.
It's the 16, is it the 16 car that's sitting beside him? I think the 16 car was much earlier. That was the Pescarolo we saw earlier in the race. So that's already, for all intents and purposes, out.
The marker of doom has
100 also
them.
in the pit lane. That's the Arnage competition entry.
Now, they have had a number of problems. They keep getting disconnected. Again, they are not shown on timing and scoring as being in the pit lane.
So Verstappen is absolutely confirmed as being stopped on the timing screen. His teammate Luke Bennett has taken the lead of the race in the number 2 red line. Now Verstappen's back in the pit lane and should be able to fire the car up and rejoin. So that's a disconnect for red line.
Now, has he had, and again we saw this, that there he goes coming out of the garage and hopefully back into the fray fully healthy. Has he had what we saw from one of our American-based drivers again in the first Le Mans Virtual, a hot sim rig swap?
Yeah, well, I'm sure red line, hopefully the team behind the scenes here, great team, and thanks to all of them working to bring you these sounds, these pictures, and the best information we possibly have about this virtual event. We'll be able to get in touch with Team Redline and find out what happened there exactly to Max Verstappen. But what we do know is he is back out on circuit, and he's come back out. He's emerged in 5th, now 6th position as he goes behind the 36 of Tom Lartilieu. The Alpine Esports entry. So he has come back out in 6th position in that number 1 red line. Yeah.
So it's lost half a lap, 3/4 of a lap probably, because he's lost half a lap to the leader, but he had a 2-minute or something advantage to start with, or a minute and something advantage to start with. So that's a big hit for Max Verstappen. And I have to say, in his forays into the series, he has not been blessed with much good fortune.
No.
And it has been a bit of a struggle. So he is back and running, and now down to 9th place. Nikodem Wisniewski for AMG Team Williams has come in. Has Max actually lost a lap to the leader? No, I don't think so. But it's not far off, and that is, with 8 hours, that is actually quite a lot of real estate to now have to catch up.
So my understanding is that there's an opportunity to return complete laps lost.
Only complete laps lost, and only, again, it's judged on a case-by-case basis. So if there is a multiple disconnect, they will look at where they were in relation to where they are, and if you've lost 5 minutes, they can give you 1 3-minute 50 lap back. What they can't give you is 2 back, because then you'd actually gain a positive advantage and be moved up the order as a result of that. So you will get, if you lost 2.5 laps, you get 2 back, not 3.
So in many ways, considering, I mean, if it is a fault, the indication is that Redline don't think that it's a fault of the server.
To have been a single car.
Yeah, so they would, in which case, because obviously you'd wait, wouldn't you? You'd wait to lose a full lap and then go directly out behind your teammate and apply for a full lap back, thinking with my race car driver head on.
What the race control will look at, and the instructions are being issued to the teams, is keep racing. Do not sit and wait for us to sort it out for you. It is implicitly the case that you must do everything within your power to carry on racing, and then it is within the remit of race control to give you back laps that you, or a lap or multiple laps that you have lost through no fault of your own.
We've got the number one stopped again on the timing screen here, but I distinctly did just see it circulating, so we will...
Yeah, but it went red, and it's not the only one. Arnage competition has gone red as well.
Yeah, the Arnage competition we've seen in and out of the pit lane. That was the other car, the number 100 car that we saw parked up moments ago. But let's see if we can get a shot of that Team Redline car circulating. We're following the number 20 Porsche Coanda at the moment. That's sitting in 4th position. But we're waiting then for Max Verstappen to come through Sector 2 in that number 1 red line.
There he is.
Let you know where he does. There he is.
Yep.
And through he goes. So that car is circulating, despite the fact the timing screen suggests it's stopped. And as you say, Martin, they are really duty bound, aren't they, to make their absolute best efforts to make progress. And then on a case by case, the team here can judge whether that time is owed back.
And I think the Alcamel timing system will, again, when you get glitches in the stream, it sort of loses a bit of a grip of where the car is, and you can't really manually overwrite that. Otherwise, you're suddenly then messing with all of the timing of all of the cars over 24 hours, and that's a kettle of fish you don't want to get into. Here is the number 20 Porsche Coanda car, Mitchell de Jong in 4th place now. So they're now up to 3rd and 4th, and will move up to 2nd and 3rd as Bonahuis in the AMG Team Petronas 63 car heads into the pit lane. That's for his fuel stop. In will come the Porsches as well. Not this time round.
Not this time, indeed. Bono Huis, though, is in this time round in the AMG Petronas car. And that's been very fortunate for that car. On the road was promoted to 2nd place overall, a car that looked like it was struggling for pace earlier on in the race. Luke Bennett, of course, takes over the lead. And what we've got now is quite interesting, albeit with much bigger gaps. The reverse of what we had earlier on in the race. We've now got 2 Porsche Coandas chasing a single red line, when earlier on in the race we had 2 red lines bullying the poor number 20 at the front of the field. They've got 1 minute and 18 to try and find, although Bennett, very fast last time around, appears to have the pace out front pending mistakes. But just look how quickly fortunes can change. Verstappen continue as the timing screen continues to sort of update, shuffle back and figure out. Verstappen now sits 14th in that number 1 red line.
And has lost a lap to the leaders. And again, with only 8 hours left, you're not going to get that back on speed. And so I'm sure that the team will be talking to race control and saying, come on guys, this you know, twice in a row, it's not our rig, because look at the speed Max is producing. But somewhere there is a ghost in the machine. A whole bunch of P cars coming into the pit lane. MG Team Petronas have just left. Sandy Mitchell in for Jas Heat out of 7th place. Jenny Simoncic for Floyd Van Walburst, the car number 4, in from 8th place. Maxime Poulet in for R8G, car number 18. Fabien Lebigue in for Panis from 13th place in the 65 car. And Max Verstappen back in the pit lane. Now, he had only just stopped 2 or 3 laps ago, so this is not a regular fuel stop. This might be to sub in another driver because Max has got problems with his rig.
It could well be, or indeed for driving time. Although I'm not sure they're up against the limit.
He's only done a stint.
Yeah, so that looks to be a normal fuel stop, though. Whether they were able to refill the car.
And Luke Bennett is in as well, so
whether they were able to refill the car when they reconnected.
Wow.
So could well be that
he stopped like a lap or 2 before, or 3, maybe 3 or 4 before he had that disconnect. So,
well, we'll sit and wait.
Is this a regular fuel shift? But he's lost a lap to Luke Bennett, so he should have a lap more fuel.
Well, out he goes again.
Off and on his way, and Slightly touch and go ProDrive Fire release for their Aston Martin just in front of Max, and so he'll be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, so that was the stop. That was what he should have won in terms of pit stops, I believe.
Yeah.
And he's continuing on his way. And has anybody taken over that car? We've still got Max Verstappen on our timing screens behind the wheel of that car. Meanwhile,
and there were no tyres either, because it's a 66-second stop, or in that case, 66.2, 65.8 for Luke Bennett's car. So that is not tyres.
Both Coanders in, nose to tail, and heading into the pit lane, having picked up a pair of podium positions. They'll be looking back to the Mercedes, the AMG Petronas Esports car, to see if they're able to stay ahead of that.
Now, will we see
this pit stop cycle?
Will we see driver changes for them? Maurice Schuring and Mitchell de Jong came in. Formula 2 world champion Filipe Drugovich, or FIA Formula 2 champion Filipe Drugovich, is at the wheel now of the number 2 red line car that is in first place. So we've got our Formula 1 world champion and our Formula 2 champion in the same team, Team Redline, both on track at the same time.
Yeah, Filipe Drugovich, also a winner, of course, at the Le Mans 24-hour virtual before Aston Martin reserve driver in Formula 1, led the stats on almost everything, if not everything, last year. Laps led, positions in sprint races, positions in feature races. An incredible season for Filipe Drugovich, and indeed connected up with Aston Martin. Well, we wait to see what his future will be. The MP Motorsport Formula 2 driver. Can't now, having won the series, of course, take on another year of Formula 2, and wouldn't want to anyway, because they might beat him.
Well, that's a hiding to nothing, isn't it? You won the championship for a second time. Well, of course you did, because you were last year's champion. You've got more experience than most of the people in the field. And if you don't win, well, okay, you're done.
Yeah.
It's actually better to sit out an entire season as the F2 champion rather than go and prejudice that
especially
win.
a season like the season Filipe Drugovich has had. But he was one of the more experienced drivers in the field, and some great rookie challenges. Drivers like Théo Pourchaire giving him a real run for his money at certain events throughout the year, but really experience and class showed for Filipe Drugovich, and he's been very, very fast in a virtual racing car as well throughout the 24 hours. And I know that Redline think extremely highly of him, as everybody, of course, in feeder series racing does. Out into the lead of the race in that number 2 car, and we'll see what he's able to do. He's being pursued by the 36 Alpine, which still has L'Atelier behind the wheel of it. Interval only 14 seconds as it stands.
We had one driver change on the last stop in Team Redline, and that was Filipe Drugovich taking over the number 2 car. Max Verstappen stayed in number 1. We had one driver change at Porsche Coanda, driver change in the 23 car that is in 5th place on this outlap, and Bastien Boos, the Super Cup driver, is driving that. He is currently in 5th place. And Mitchell de Jong stayed in the 20 car, which is in 6th. And these are the 2 cars that you're looking at. We ride with the busy hands of Mitchell de Jong, and right in front is Bastien Boos.
Yeah, liberal use of steering lock. That's definitely not on ration, is it?
No.
As they get down to Mulsanne corner, seems to be the way to get the car to turn in the mid-corner. Obviously, you're going at pretty slow speed. You're not developing massive amounts of tyre temperature in the tyre. Obviously, in its model, quite resistant. Look at this then. The battle continuing on between these two teammates.
One of the reasons that the lap times have been trimmed this year is not just familiarity with the machinery, but the new generation of Goodyear tyre. Goodyear have worked very closely with R Factor 2, and that is a team formation position change. Mitchell de Jong being waved by Bastien Boos, so he will take up the running for Porsche Coanda. He moves up into No, it's the other way around. Bastian Boos came out behind, didn't he? So it's
Yes.
Bastian Boos who's being waved ahead. So the professional race driver, Bastian Boos and Maurice Schuring, his teammate, his pro teammate in that car, both race in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in the real world. They have been waved in front of the pro sim racer to set the pace. That's quite the indication of how fast some of these racing drivers really are in these cars.
Yeah, it's a case of whatever works, whoever is doing the job. And of course, you don't know which of the cars, they may have subtly different setups at this stage of the race.
Yeah.
You never know which of the cars is going to be performing and who's performed over the last hour, Martin.
We have 7 hours remaining at Le Mans. We are 19, that's not quite right, is it? 16, 17 hours in. And daylight has arrived at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and with it, the low sun brings its own challenges. Had an entertaining battle in the GTE class with the Sim Maranello Ferrari and the Project One Porsche battling just outside the podium positions. And then drama as Max Verstappen returned to the fray, having completed one stint in his second. The car had a couple of related disconnects, and he has, it seems, lost a lap to the leaders and as well as the lead. So he is down at the tail of the cars that are in 1 lap behind the leaders, and that could be a major problem. Little mistake there, driving error for the BS competition BMW. That car in second place in the hands of Philippe Denis. And then Max Verstappen returning to the pit lane for a second time. Stays in the car, but there's a lot of real estate between them and the leader, which is the sister number 2 car from Team Redline. Their rivals for Porsche Coanda, Bastian Boos and Mitchell de Jong. Bastian Boos just taking over the car. They lie outside the top 4 because Alpine are in second place and AMG Team Williams ahead of AMG Team Petronas. The 53 and the 63 cars are in 3rd and 4th. So getting back to racing action, Team Redline versus ARC Bratislava. And that was a pretty straightforward pass. The ARC Bratislava car is currently Matto Homola just out of the pits, and that car is down in 19th place. That is more than 2 laps behind the leader, and so the red line car there, is that 2 or 1 that just went by him?
It's
hard to tell the difference.
Oh,
it's not. It's the GR car.
I think it's
in
the
fact.
GR
so
car.
That was a pass for position. Matto Homola on the outlap from the pits, heavy with fuel and not up to speed. And the GR car went
Ritson.
by him.
Yeah, Ritson in the 86. It's the car we saw in various strife at right at the start of the race, if you recall, with issues and spins and bumps.
Got clattered off by the Pescarolo car, and then had the Arnage car rather, then had a spin all of its own right ahead of the Arnage car after the first restart. So it's had a couple of off-track excursions. So Mohan Ritson is the man at the wheel, but. You know, when you are up to speed and your tyres are hot, a car on the outlap is easy pickings, isn't it?
Well, you're also
easier
as the car on your outlap. You're also trying to not damage the tyre as you're getting it up to speed. It's cruel in many ways that the most dangerous moment from a stint in terms of damaging the car, in terms of damaging the tyre, in terms of using too much fuel, is always that first 1 or 2 laps out of the pits, because it's when the car is heaviest and does its most damage to the tyre as a result. So you go straight in and potentially cause yourself an issue.
Matto Homola sends it up the inside. So he did exactly as he said on the outlap. He didn't fight it. He brought the tyre in, and then the moment he felt it under him, straight back in front of the GR car.
Yeah, made the move. And a tricky one to do that down into the Dunlop chicane. You're braking under load. It is actually a shorter distance, of course, because of the radius of that right-hander to then beeline straight for the second apex there, but I don't know, somehow you're never quite as far down the inside as you thought.
Or as you would like to be. No, I can imagine that exactly being the case. On board with 86, this is Mohan Ritson, the GR Sport Car, and just ahead of them, having just passed him again, is the ALC Bratislava car, Mato Homler. Mato Homler, a touring car driver by trade. And of course, not all of our pro race drivers are even sports car drivers of any kind. I mean, clearly Max Verstappen doesn't race sports cars, nor does Felipe Drugovich, not in the real world. But a number of them come from GT racing and yeah, prototype racing, the pro racing drivers in the field. But Mato Homler, very much a touring car man.
Mohan Ritson, no exception. British GT Championship in the GT4 class for 2022. 2021, it was British GT Cup. So another GT3 famed competitor.
Yep.
And back with the 71, then the red line BMW, and still Rudy Van Buren. I tell you what, I hope somebody's giving some pit stop bars to Rudy Van Buren, because he seems to be, every time I look at that car, Van Buren seems to be behind the wheel of it.
Hope he's got an espresso machine handily sitting by, so he can just top up with caffeine as well.
Mainlined with a...
I have to say, I had one at about 2:30 before I came back on air. I'm definitely feeling the need for a little bit of coffee now. Got that sandy eyes feeling.
It's one of your 5 before 9 AM, is it, Martin?
Yeah. Rudy Van Buren for BMW Team Redline is in 4th place. And we talked about this earlier in the race. Right from the beginning, they only have one strategy. They have a handy lead in the points, and their only strategy is don't hit things, don't spend unnecessary time in the pit lane. Now, where he is right now is, to quote the great James Hunt, up the chuff, almost, of the Oracle Red Bull car, and that is 3rd place. And also, and critically here, Oracle Red Bull are their closest championship rivals. Now, when the 71 car was part of that last little groupette disconnect, they lost almost an entire lap, and they dropped down to 14th place, and at that stage they lost the championship, or they would lose the championship if nothing changed. They got back the lost lap from race control, and so they are now back in the fray, and so they still have one hand on the title. But as we know from Le Mans history, Alex, one hand is not enough.
Well, in theory, all Van Buren has to do is get his No More Nails out and glue his splitter to the rear wing of that Porsche and continue on through the last 6 hours and 51 minutes of this race. 2 caveats to that. Firstly, this is Le Mans Virtual, and what he's staring at ahead of him is a podium finishing position in Le Mans Virtual. Secondly, you always take the biggest gap you can possibly take, call it insurance, against all of those things, against potential little bits of damage, against being held up by traffic, long fuel stops, whatever it is, whatever the danger is, just saying, I'm going to follow this guy for the rest of the race as the 2 red lines from the different classes.
That's the race leader, Felipe Drugovich, going by him. And again, there will be communication. Whether they're even in the same building or not is neither here nor there. There will be communication. His engineer, the BMW driver's engineer, Rudy Van Buren's engineer, will be saying, car coming up behind you is your teammate. Let him through as quickly as you can, please. And Rudy will have done that. And at the moment, again, you know, 7 hours to go. That's 7 hours to go. That's an awful lot of endurance racing. That is more than a standard WEC race distance.
Oh, definitely.
That's a lot of racing, and they are at the moment, what, 3 seconds off the podium. Obviously, in the ideal world, they'll win the title and win Le Mans. But we've still got 7 hours and 50 minutes to sort that out. So, you know, when we're within 2 hours of the finish and we're thinking about, are we going to bet the whole house on trying to get victory or a podium, then it becomes more of a realistic thing. Right now, stick to your fuel numbers, do the miles, do the laps. Don't come in early.
And this is the stage of the race where, I mean, you do have that full endurance race to go, but it's the stage of the race where people start to get tired and do silly things. And it's the stage of the race where it's so easy for those ahead of you, those you're moving past in terms of traffic, to do more and more unpredictable things. There are tolerances that need to be applied on both ends. The traffic that you're passing are a little bit tired, and you are also more tired than you're giving yourself credit for. So you need to allow yourself just that little bit of wiggle room to misjudge it slightly. It's a very strange thing. You're almost playing your, controlling yourself and recognizing the limitations of your judgment. And there's a reason that highway codes or equivalent all over the world say don't drive tired
or drunk or impaired in any way. No, exactly right.
Well,
exactly right.
It is equivalent in many ways, and so you need to make those allowances. You obviously sleep as best you can throughout the race, keep yourself hydrated, give yourself the best possible chance, but there is nothing that is going to make up for pure lack of sleep. And when you go charging down the inside of something in the braking zone, there has to be that tolerance for the fact you are both getting towards the limits of your concentration.
And also, the car is getting fatigued. Now, less so on this platform than in real life. The car will be less worn out in the virtual world than it will be in the real world, and you'll be nursing fewer, maybe slight little niggles. But again, like you talked about, you don't give yourself credit for it, but actually that's part of what you do all the time as a racing driver, like any other athlete. It is a constant re-evaluation and self-appraisals going on all the time, not just in your overall career, not just in what you're doing this season, not just in what you're doing this weekend, but in what you're doing every minute of every lap in the car. You're constantly reappraising the car's abilities and your own versus those of the guys you're competing with.
Well, it was so interesting talking to some of the team here at Motorsport Games about the stint lengths of the various LMP cars as they moved through the race. I asked the guys here if the red line was still going one long. They looked at me blank-faced and said, why wouldn't they be?
Yeah.
Of course, I'm so used to the collectors not working quite as well as we move through the race. Cars gather a little bit of drag sometimes. You see the fuel numbers creep skywards, and so often a car that was able to do one lap more than the rest of the field at the beginning of the race is then not as the race goes on. Of course, here, if you have got that fuel mileage, you've got it. It's in the suitcase, and you can carry it for the whole race.
And some drivers can do it better, are just better predisposed to saving that fuel. So let's say that the red line BMW here went a lap longer in the first stint. Now, the same driver remains in. Can he add another lap longer in the second stint, which again gives them a 2-lap advantage? Now, if you can continue to do that, even if it's only with one of your drivers, a quarter of the race, you will be adding a lap to your stint on each stint. You won't suddenly go from 14 laps to 15 to 16 to 17 to 18, but if you're constantly doing 16 and your nearest rival is only doing 15, every time you stop, you save yourself time in the pits. Not then, but cumulatively, you will get to the stage where you've saved enough of those laps that you don't have to make a pit stop when they do.
Well, you gain a stint every 10 laps.
Yeah. Well, you do it, in LMP or every 15 or whatever it is in GT. So once an hour in GTE, you will gain, or no, once every 15 hours in GTE, so once in the race, you will gain 2 minutes.
Still with this battle, Van Buren versus Conright, Oracle Red Bull versus the another 71 Team Red Line. The battle on track, the battle for the championship through this year in GT Honours. Will Van Buren risk a move at the moment in that BMW? It's looked so nicely balanced, that car, throughout the race.
Does.
They just look at. He just doesn't need that extra little bit of track. Looks stable on the throttle pedal.
Now, I was about to say he's doing the sensible thing, which is hoovering himself into the toe of the Porsche and allowing the Porsche to do all the work, saving himself a bit of fuel and also costing Jaden Conright in the Porsche a bit of fuel. And then suddenly, between the two chicanes, from pretty much out of nowhere, bang, there's a move. And for the last 5 or 6 laps, he's been there, close enough. And I thought maybe sitting back just enough to keep the temperatures under control and not overwork the tyres. And then on the last lap, he's closed right in through the Porsche curves. And then you get out of Tertre Rouge and suddenly he's made the move and he's now up to 3rd place.
Conright thinks better of a go back at him down to Mulsanne corner. So often been in that scenario where you're happy where you are, you'll continue through the race, but if they put a move on the platter for you, you get a nice little toe, you'll take it. And sometimes it's actually safer to make that move and get out in the lead and try and move away, or get out in front of whatever car it is you're racing and try and move away, than it is to have to judge your braking points, than get less air through the rads, than have to deal with the traffic as a duo, trying to make it through. It adds so much opportunity for error to get that move done, to get out and into some nice clear air and move forward to the best way.
It allows you to drive your own race at your own pace, and actually in the end that is by far the best for yourself and for the car. Couple of pit stops, BS Competition, they've had a stop, and Bruno Spengler is back at the wheel of that car. I've not actually mentioned his name. The multiple DTM champion and now electric touring car racer Bruno Spengler. And then Sim Marinello, they've just made a stop as well. Driver change there too. And who else just stopped? Simsa Esports and Satellite. So David Pittard in at Satellite. In the Simsa Esports car, again, Ramez Azam, first time I've talked about him during the race. In at Sim Marinello is Andrea Terzi. Haven't mentioned his name either so far in any of my stints. I haven't talked about Bruno Spengler racing. So our stars align. All of those 4 drivers freshly into the cars after their pit stops, and they coincide with one of my stints as well. Erhan Yayovsky leads for R8G, the 888 Ferrari that led early on. Rudy Van Buren second for BMW Team Redline. And when the last time those 2 cars were in the top 2 ahead of the then 3rd and 4th place Proton Coanda Porsches, they both had a disconnect and dropped right back there, back up there. Oracle Red Bull now in 3rd, Project One up to 4th. BS Competitions BMW Bruno Spengler in 5th, and the only remaining Proton Coanda car, Alexander Tauscher, is at the wheel of the 88 car, and that is in 6th position. So that's where we are with the GTE category. You can see further back, there's the Proton Coanda car at the top of the timing screen pylon. Then Sim Marinello, ProDrive Fire, the Aston Martin, SF and Simsa, the Ferraris. The Ferrari not as competitive as I'd really hoped it would be here at Le Mans. The balance of power, a balance of performance doesn't quite seem to have given them what they needed in the race compared to how they've been in the shorter sprint races. That's a bit of a disappointment, I'm sure, for all the Ferrari teams and all the Ferrari fans, as well as the Ferrari drivers. But, you know, that's...
Well, apart from the R8G team, who are making that Ferrari
apart from the car
work.
that's leading the race, yeah, the Ferraris aren't looking very competitive. Thank you very much, Alex Brundle. that was... Well, actually, Murray, and that's exactly why we have competent racing driver professionals with us.
Well, I was about to note that was the exception that proves the rule that you were aptly explaining. That
highlights a very good point. What is it that R8G are doing with the same toolbox?
No, it is very interesting.
What is it that they're doing that SF, hello, Scuderia Ferrari, what is it that they can't do with a car? What is it that Sims have been competitive during the season? Sim Marinello have had good runs. What are they not able to do? And is it just mileage? Is it lap speed? Is it driver lineup? What is it about R8G that is better.
They seem to have nailed it, don't they, in terms of setup with that car.
Yeah.
I've not seen one particular driver take off into the distance in that R8G car. They've all been there or thereabouts, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got Brzezinski behind the wheel right now. He's a driver that's been bouncing across esports categories, done a couple of Le Mans 24-hour virtuals. Best positioning is third in GTE, finished 6th last year in the R8G Esports LMP. GT Pro champion in 2020. But
it is a phenomenally strong driver lineup.
It is very strong.
It really is.
Lineup.
Yeah, the pro sim racers, Erhan Jajowski and Timotej Andrzejowski, the two Macedonian drivers. There is the Scuderia Ferrari
That's
car.
Ollie Behrman in the pits.
Yeah, they're enormously quick, and no question, Alexander Smolyar. I mean, I know that Lewis probably thinks that Smolyar is the single best pro driver in the GT field. So yeah, 51, a brief disconnect and into the pit lane. And where were they? Oliver Behrman was in 10th place. Now, normally in a pit stop, big moment for the satellite Aston there, carrying just a little too much speed and giving himself a bit of a wake-up call.
It's conforming to livery there, wasn't it? Through the mid corner of chicane 2. Smolyar, I mean, he's a serial Formula 3 competitor. A couple of seasons with ART, season with MP Motorsport, and he's always in the hunt.
Not back at the grid teams either, so yeah.
No, he's always in the hunt in a Formula 3 car, and it's great to see him out there. I didn't know, I must admit, that he was so prolific in virtual racing, having watched him race, of course, in the Formula 3 Championship over a couple of seasons.
Well, because that never comes in their biogs, does it? You know, the few drivers or teams that actually produce driver biogs and actually manage to get them out to
likes pineapple on pizza and has a dog called Charlie.
Yeah,
you know,
you get that, but you don't. Yeah, they don't mention that he's a three-time world something or other champion or a Formula this, that, and the other front runner or whatever. No, well, that's not relevant, is that? That's just messing around on computer games.
Quite.
Yeah. Although of course, the first thing that they want to do is get him to the factory to mess around on their computer game so that he can start to dial the car in with the engineers. And yet still there is that sort of real world, or has been probably up until lockdown, that real world poo-pooing of, if it's not a sim rig in your factory, then you're just playing a game. Well, if it's a sim rig in your factory, then it's a de facto bit of work.
Well, obviously using R Factor 2 as the basis for the simulation here, and almost all of the mid-range race teams I've driven for have an R Factor based simulation in the workshop. Is this R Factor will be normally the first question that you ask when you jump on a team simulator. So used in a modified form, it must be said. Teams like to make their own tyre models, they like to make their own setups, plug in their own aerodynamic data, but the fundamentals of the simulation is this. With a reasonable moment for Felipe Drugovich there. Actually, it kind of didn't look too serious, but a big old wiggle through the mid corner of the Forest S's as he pushes on. But yeah, I mean, this simulation fundamental to motorsport. You know, when you all meet and have a run on the simulator to get prepared for the next event.
Well, Drugovich still with the lead of the race, and with one pit stop fewer than almost anybody in the class, which is quite interesting. They've stopped 23 times. MG Team Petronas in second place, 24 stops. Porsche Coanda 25, one of which at least I'm sure will be a disconnect. 24 stops for the 23 car. 25 for the fifth place Alpine, including the one that they have just completed. 26 for AMG Team Williams. Nikodem Wisniewski just leaving the pit lane for them. Who else done 23 stops for the car that is in 7th? Yashit Veloce. So they have been parsimonious on the fuel. Who else has done 23 stops? R8G's number 18 car. And there, I did see one more, yeah, GR, unbelievably, despite all the times they've been shunted and biffed and bashed, have only done 23 stops. So
they've just been quite long ones.
No, well, not necessarily. They have lost more time, maybe, but yeah, none of them have been seemingly unforced errors. Because if the race leader, and I don't remember a time where he's been forced into the pits out of sequence. The race leading number 2 has only done 23 stops, then GR, despite their travails, have done a pretty decent job with their fuel as well.
Race leader, R8G, in the 888 Ferrari have been in and out and maintained the lead. Van Buren moved away to the tune. We saw that move just a little while back in the BMW Team Redline 71. Has managed to find 3 or so seconds over Conroy in the Oracle Red Bull Racing Porsche. So the one that we have centre screen right now. So that's a decent amount of pace for Van Buren, and we talked about him wanting his own space to drive his own race, and he's found a little bit of a buffer for that car. Exactly what he'll want to do. He's 45 seconds back now from that R8G car that's just completed its stop. That's on 16 stops to the BMW's 14. So it could be. Well, I'm interested to know whether the BMW owes a stop to the R8G.
I think the BMW has been stretching the fuel mileage better than anything else, and we've seen that through the course of the Le Mans Series Virtual during the year. Timotej Andonovski just taking over from Erhan Yayovski, so from one Macedonian to another, and Timotej Andonovski in R8G's lead car. And as you said, yeah, the gap has come down. And yes, Rudy Van Buren in the BMW Team Redline car will stop again before the R8G Ferrari has to. But there is the R8G Ferrari. That is the race leader. Sort of dark blue and red livery on the car.
Yeah.
And Romain Grosjean, of course, racing in his own team's LMP cars. So we saw him online a little bit earlier on in the early hours of the morning, where he is in the US. And into the pits, Bonahus for AMG Team Petronas in from 2nd place. Now, he only had a minute over Mitchell de Jong in the better of the 2 Porsche Coanda cars, and so he may lose 2nd place during the stop, unless the Porsches come in now, and I have a feeling they might need to.
Interestingly, he's in kind of locked in a battle with that AMG Team Williams car that he may well come out close-ish to. You'd think that would be a kind of a teammate friendly fire situation, but they're run from completely, although their teams are very similarly named, they're run from completely different places by completely different people. Those two teams, they're in no way a team together beyond the connection associated to AMG. AMG, of course, involved as a partner engine supplier to Williams in Formula One, and of course supplying high-performance powertrains to the Mercedes F1 team over in Brackley. So that's the connection with AMG. Beyond that, Williams Esports a thing, Petronas Esports a thing, and very much a different battle, and it will be Bonahus who comes out of the pits at 5 seconds behind Wisniewski, who's currently in the 53 car as we speak.
And you're absolutely right, and it's a little bit like Red Bull drivers in junior categories being run by different teams. Yeah, the money's coming from the same place. No, they're not teammates. In fact, radically, dramatically and diametrically the opposite. They are each other's deadliest enemy.
Well, even the teammates aren't really teammates, are they? They are there for their opportunity to try and show the world what they can do. Ramon Pinheiro, a name I haven't heard for a very long time in a racing car.
He's been in the Fordzilla car for some while, actually.
Great to see Ramon back on a racetrack, virtual or otherwise. Motorsport Vision, MSV Formula 2 competitor, a former Palmer Audi competitor, I believe. Did a little GT racing as well. Used to be managed by Martin Donnelly, Ramon Pinheiro.
Wow.
Guided through his career. The gentle hand of Martin Donnelly, letting him know where he needed to be and when.
I do love Martin Donnelly. I understand quite a lot of what he says quite often, and not very much quite often as well.
You can always, and I'm sure Martin won't mind me saying, if he ever scares you, you can always run away.
There is that. Leader in the pits, Filipe Drugovic, makes his pit stop. AMG Petronas, Yasheet, Floyd Van Wilburst are all in and out. Brabham are in. Panis, R8G's number 18 car. And Team Redline, Max Verstappen in as well. Dan Brewer in GR's esports car, and the Axel Motorsport car of Alistair Young, as well as the Graf car, all in the pit lane, and that's Yasheet Veloce. Now, they were shown as on their outlap, so have they had a glitch there as well? Well, there is the Fordzilla car of Ramon Pinheiro, of whom we were just talking, and that was a battle for position he was in. No, it wasn't. That wasn't the Panis car ahead of him. That was one of the AMG, either AMG Team Williams or AMG. I think it was AMG T Williams car, wasn't it? Was that Nikodem Wisniewski? I think so.
Yeah, he's
just
pursuing the Formula 3 Championship winner Victor Martins in the Alpine Esports 37, and is 9/10 of a second back. So that will be the
so
Alpine.
In fact, that is the Alpine. Yeah. So it's not the Signatech Alpine livery. It is a variety of, which is what confused me, because it looks a bit more like an AMG Williamsy kind of thing. Again, still, 18 hours in, I will still be confusing some cars for other cars, because there are too many that have the same damn livery. Or a very close variety of.
Well, they don't have the same line. They might have the same livery. They don't have the same line through Techerouge. Pinheiro missed the apex and had to scoop it right up on the way in there. And he is in pursuit. Let's see how he's getting on in terms of pace. Well, they were both a little slower last time around than they might otherwise have been, probably moving through a little bit of traffic. So I don't know if Pinheiro is going to be able to make any kind of impression. He does appear to be visually catching Victor Martins as they pass the D-Station Aston Martin. We ride on board.
D-Station had another problem. At the end of the darkness hours, the driver lost his screen and as a result had to quit back into the garage, but had a big off at Indianapolis and then had to do a very slow lap with half a litre of fuel, getting, not for the entire lap, but getting back towards the pit lane. The team came on, or the guys upstairs came on. He was like in the Porsche curves. He's got half a litre of fuel left. He was creeping back. So they were clearly on an in-lap when he had his problems, and then somehow managed to eke out a very, very slow lap to get back.
Wow.
So, yeah, a really good job to keep the car in the race, but unfortunately, it did sort of set them back a lot.
Missed the pit lane scenario, but you have been there to try to make it back. I mean, sometimes it just straight doesn't work. Here's a replay of that then, and
well, this is the D-Station on board, creeping into the pit lane and being really good in the Porsche curves. He waited at the entry to the Porsche curves for 20 seconds for a big group of cars to come by, cut across the grass. He was offline everywhere, really picking and choosing, and when he came so slowly into the pit lane, actually just went across the grass to allow quicker cars to fly by him into the pits without holding anybody up. So I mean, a really gentlemanly way of dealing with it. We've just had a big slew of pit stops, got just under 6.5 hours left. Team Redline lead from Alpine Esports, and then AMG Team Williams, AMG Team Petronas. The two Porsche Commander cars have just stopped. No driver changes there. Mitchell de Jong stays in 20. Bastien Boos stays in 23. and they remain in the top half dozen, but not quite in contact. Max Verstappen remains in the #1 Team Redline car that he took over in the lead and kept in the lead until there was a double disconnect of some kind, an issue with his car that sent him back to the pit lane twice. So that car is now officially down in 16th place. It is a lap off the lead, and if it has any further problems, will go a second lap back very quickly indeed.
This the double Coanda battle. We saw it a bit of formation flying when these two got in. De Jong and Boos behind the wheel of these two, and it's in fact Boos who's come out behind again, isn't it? And is going to make his way past again, or was that the other way around?
That's not that. That's the GR car, and
we're
we
still
are
with the
looking
GR.
back from. We're now looking back
Same
from
mistake.
R8G, actually.
Same mistake for me. It does look a lot like the Coanda, that GR car, doesn't it? Yeah. No, you're looking at it. It looks like the Via Veloce on the front of that white car.
It should have been. Well, now, according to this, there is, according to the timing screen, there is a GR sandwich between the 18 R8G car and the 8 R8G car, but in fact now that's being shown. That is, the timing screen now reflects what's actually going on, which is Yasheet are just in front of GR, and Yasheet on an outlap, but Seppänen hanging on ahead of Castro. So Andre Castro in the GR car, up to speed. He stopped a lap before. And, okay, there's the problem. There is a glitch with the Yasheet in the system, because although we can clearly see it is very definitely moving, our timing system shows it to be stopped.
Yeah, so
and
that
it is plainly not.
That should pick up when it passes the start-finish line this time, I would imagine. And Seppänen will rejoin the...
Well, he sort of rejoined the timing screen because he was not on the timing screen ahead of GR. The 18 R8G car was. Then he appeared on the timing screen, and so now he's appeared but it's stopped. But that, again, as you say, that will hopefully, because we can see from the cameras that he is clearly there ahead of GR. So although timing shows him down in 16th, that's not reflecting what we're seeing on screen. So, yeah.
Battling in the midfield of LMP2. We can tell you this is not for the lead.
It is, no, and it is confusion, I'm afraid, with 6.5 hours to go, 6 hours, 20 minutes to go.
Although these two are relatively closely pursuing. Well, pursuing implies they're catching him. They're not.
No, pursuing implies they're chasing him. You can chase people and not catch them.
Well, that's what's happening to Max Verstappen in the #1 red line. They are, to all intents and purposes, with Joshua Skelton just dropping into that gap now.
Well, here comes the pass,
the road.
Safely through, goes by the Yasheet car, so that's going to confuse the timing screens even more. The GR car moving up the order.
Yeah, continuing on its merry way as 6 hours and 20 minutes left to go.
I was confused. I think I might have been confusing the GR cars as well. So that's 101. That's Andre Castro. And where is the other GR car? Yeah, the other GR car, the GR Esports 86 car. That is the one that has had all the trouble.
Hit the wall on the exit of chicane #2.
So having just said that it was the other car that, no, it was 101 that has had all the trouble, wasn't it? That's had all the incidents. The 86 car has been relatively under the radar in terms of drama, and 101, Andre Castro, manages to hit the wall as well. So loses the place back, and now is presumably carrying some kind of an issue, and you would think may well feel the need to head into the pit lane.
A big old glance on the wall, and it does just appear to be moving around a little bit in a straight line, that car. But yeah, out of chicane 2, just got really high on the throttle and glanced the barrier, and we'll see if that costs him performance in terms of how that car is handling. These things can be fixed in the pit lane under the simulation, but it does take extra time to do so.
Well, as
and
in
of course,
real
there's the
life,
time you lose on track, getting back to the pits or continuing with the stint. The team will be evaluating fastest lap of their race so far for Brabham Esports, sitting in 8th position at the moment, the 62 car. 3:24.7. For those interested, the fastest lap of the race so far, so you can all jump on your rigs at home and try and beat it with all the fuel taken out and all the wings and all the wings at maximum and all of the qualifying modes flat out, is 3:22.3, and that's for car 22.
So that was the 22 car, and that was Mika Hakimi who set the time. Hack in this case not meaning Hakkinen, but it definitely Mika Hakimi with the fastest time in the race. 3:22.3, and the Bram car, Aaron Schoenfleet, is at the wheel, the 62 car, and he appears not to have noticed that Happy Hour finished a couple of hours ago. Arne Schoenfleet, so he is the fastest man in the business. RHG's number 8 is in the pit lane. That car currently running in 15th position, and at the moment it is pro race driver Arthur Rougier who is at the helm, and that car also being shared with, no, it's not that car that's being shared with Romain Grosjean, it's 18 that's being shared by Romain Grosjean. So Grosjean, Mathis Poulet, Martin Hemmingsen and Uras Ozidilium.
It's such a variable period of the race, this. It's sometimes faster than Happy Hour as you move through. Sometimes it tends to depend on the temperature of the next day. Sometimes you just go faster and faster and faster until the end of the race. Sometimes the circuit then slows right back down to how it was almost at the beginning of the race, and you start to struggle for total pace across the entire field. But it's all bets are off. Once you've passed Happy Hour, the direction the track is going to go with all of that rubber down and whatever the ambient is, moving into the midday of Sunday, is all bets are off with regards to that, and you never know what you're going to get.
Right now, almost everybody is out on track. Just 2 cars in the pit lane, and that is Mexico Racing Team, and Arthur Rougier has now left the pit. So, in fact, only 1 car in the pit lane. So we had the whole field stop in the last couple of laps in LMP, and we are heading towards being due most of our GT runners coming in as well. Timotej Andonovski still leading for R8G in the 888. Bruno Spengler second for BMW, and Lorenzo Colombo is in the BMW Team Red Line car number 71 in 3rd place. So there's a driver change there on the last stop. John Conright in 4th place in the 99 Oracle Red Bull car, ahead of Norbert Kies in Team Project One, and that car lies in 5th place. The second best of the Ferraris is the Sim Maranello car, and that's Andrea Terzi in 6th position at the moment. So that is the best of the rest of the Ferraris, because the RAG Ferrari that leads the race is definitely very much an outlier compared to the performance of any of its sister brand cars.
Another Formula 3 competitor, Lorenzo Colombo, taking over that BMW Red Line car. Luis Diaz jumping into the Mexico Racing Team car. Indy Lights competitor from 1999 to 2001. 2009 American Le Mans Series LMP2 class champion.
Was he indeed?
A sports car stalwart, really, wasn't he? Over many years. Luis Diaz has done this race before, finished 22nd with that Mexico team in 2020. Last meaningful run in a sports car, 2016 FIA WEC with the Greaves family and Greaves Motorsport. Would that still be in their Zytek?
I guess, Tim Greaves and the team, absolutely.
But Luis Diaz, see him back behind the wheel as we follow this Ferrari down towards chicane 2. R8G bouncing, they're a little bit off sequence, aren't they, with Spengler, Andonovski in the R8G, a bit off sequence with Spengler behind. They bounce between sort of 45 seconds to a minute and 25 out to that BS competition, BMW, but seem to have, I mean, he's a second up the road in terms of pace in that 888 car.
Yeah.
A very impressive speed still across the driver lineup. Colombo having just jumped behind the wheel of the red line BMW, that sits in third position. We'll see what kind of speed he has when he gets up to speed.
Well, Bruno Spengler clearly stung by your criticism, 7,000ths of a second quicker in sector 1 than the race leader as he chases in the second time. And BS competition, I mean, you know, a very active team on social media. They got an awful lot of social media presence, as obviously a number do, but that car always, whatever their livery, it always has that zebra stripe, which makes it very easy to identify in a crowd. There's your race leader, Timotej Andonovski for R8G, and a pair of BMWs completing the chasing pack in the podium. Bruno Spengler, Lorenzo Colombo. Lorenzo Colombo also coming into World Endurance this year with Prema. So, and you know, there's the link that brought him in from F3, because Prema, leading light in Formula 3, Formula 2 over the years, of, you know, a huge single-seater production line. Yeah, I mean, the only sort of British team in recent years that can compare to that would be somebody like Trevor Carlin's outfit, who have run an awful lot of extremely talented young drivers, predominantly for Red Bull. You know, over the years, particularly in British F3, actually, you know, you've got your Brendan Hartleys and your Danny Ricciardos and your John Eric Vans and all sorts, you know, Carlos Sainz Jr. and all those guys raced in British F3 with Carlin very successfully. But Prema has been the European equivalent, all sorts of young drivers, and they've had an awful lot of Ferrari development talent through their hands as well. And Lorenzo Colombo is, you know, yet another one of those that has found a very happy berth with Prema, with a roof over his head now as well as without.
Yeah, finding their way into endurance racing in the LMP2 category, been pretty successful in putting a fast car on the track, as was well expected. Been a tougher year for Prema across their, you know, their staple categories. You know, there was a time when if Prema wasn't winning the race in Formula 2 and Formula 3, something had gone horribly wrong. You know, looking back through the 2021 season, incredibly successful. This year, losing out in Formula 2 to MP, losing out to ART in Formula 3. I wonder if they'll question whether too much is being done in the world of endurance racing, or whether they want to make that move full time. But certainly, and retract, you know, one of their single-seater tentacles, and that's possible. And I sort of, you looked at, like, you know, when WRT came in 2 seasons ago, thought, okay, what did WRT do? Well, they do Audi. What do we know that Audi are doing? They're developing a hypercar. That link was really obvious. What do Prema do? They do single-seaters. And you don't say Prema Ferrari or Prema Lamborghini or Prema Ford or Prema anything. They run single-seater teams. And as far as I'm aware, Tartus don't have a hypercar coming, because they're a chassis manufacturer, not a car manufacturer. So you thought, okay, what's the other connection? Why suddenly now? And the most obvious thing that I could think of is Ferrari development driver talent. There is clearly a Ferrari link there. Now, whether they end up as a customer Ferrari hypercar team, or whether they are building knowledge for Ferrari's factory team, is that going to be run 100% by AF Corsa as their GT cars are? I mean, you know, that's, or is there some mingling there? Because AF Corsa haven't got top-class hypercar knowledge. Prema had no sports car racing knowledge, so they're doing it in LMP2. But
you know, AF Course already have LMP2 knowledge, so that box is already checked. Is there somebody else? Is there another manufacturer? And then you think, okay, what are the other possibilities? Maybe Lamborghini. No, they seem to be accounted for. I mean, Iron Lynx produced one of the big surprises, I think, probably, of the end of the season, going, yep, having raced with Ferrari for many years very successfully, boom, we're now the de facto factory Lamborghini outfit. Wow, talk about ambition there from the Piccini brothers and the rest of the Iron Lynx setup. I mean, that's fantastic.
I think Prema coming into the series of, you know, endurance racing series in European Le Mans Series and in the World Endurance Championship, it's they're one of a number of teams who didn't really have a specific program in mind, but hope to be caught in the wealth of general opportunity that there is in sports car racing now, whether it be that they are providing you know, a feeder series structure, providing a driver development structure for a works hypercar outfit, whether they pick up a manufacturer or whatever they're doing, it was worth a go to put themselves in the environment.
Well, you're
to try
absolutely
to
right.
pick
It's
something
like
up.
a lottery ticket. If you don't buy one, you're never going to win it. If you're not visible in that arena, nobody's going to go, right, we've got a sports car racing program. What single-seater team can we get to run it? What they're going to go is, what top-class sports car team that aren't already pre-committed, who can we get to run it? And so, yeah, but I think with all the noise and all the clamour of the arrival of the hypercar rules that was happening, you know, sort of 2 years ago at the end of lockdown, they've suddenly gone, oh hello, and then possibly that balance has been tipped by looking at what WRT did in the first season and going, oh right, okay, they only run GT3 cars. No, we run proper racing cars. We can definitely do that.
And we all think that our own championships are insurmountably the most competitive, of course. But it is interesting, and I think that, you know, when the risk really comes not in whether you enter or whether you don't enter. That's a no-brainer. The risk comes in who you then put in the car. So you can enter these championships risk-free. You run 3 drivers who pay their way and might not be necessarily hypercar material, but you're there demonstrating your competence in endurance racing. Or you go for it. You put pro drivers in the car and you invest to try to take home an original equipment manufacturer to fund your racing into the future. And that's where I think risks have been truly taken throughout this lead into the hypercar phase.
Oh, nice little bit of slipstreaming being used by the red line car. And whether you are battling for position or you're looking to lap traffic, still you use every single weapon in the arsenal, don't you? You will tow up behind a slower car to give you even more of a speed advantage, because again, we've talked about this right from the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series. All the cars in the prototype category are the same 07 Orica. They all use the same Gibson engine. They all use the same Goodyear tyre. So every single bit of advantage you can get is bloody hard earned. And to go buy a car that's even 10 laps down, or 20 laps down, or 30 laps down, that's not because it's a slow car, it's because it hasn't had the rub of the green. It could be just as fast.
Well, it's really difficult always to pick up a toe as well in a closed wheel racing car. The biggest element dishing out of the highest kind of coefficient of drag element of a single-seater car beyond, you know, depending on your wing level, is the tyre moving through the air. As soon as you put nice big arches over them and treat the air, you take away the wheel wake, the squish zone out the front, you actually lose a lot of the air that those cars, not only the drag for the car which is moving through the air, but also the tow for the car which is coming behind. So actually you don't get so much of a tow in a closed wheel racing car. And yes, as you say, that can lead to issues on what, you know, when you looked at, as you see, Verstappen trying to make his way past the Veloce on his continued way through. That's the...
He's clinical, isn't he?
Yeah. Trying to make his way back through the field. That's why you see him pulling out of the toe super late.
Yeah.
He got taking absolutely everything he possibly can out of the car ahead. But you look at Le Mans and you draw it out on a piece of paper and you go, how hard will it be to overtake around that circuit? And everyone would look at you and say, simple. Yeah. Absolutely simple. You've got braking zones everywhere. In a closed wheel racing car, it can be really tough. Spread out by the Porsche curves and without the toe down those big long straights, you can get nastily caught out.
Yeah, definitely. And Verstappen now fighting his way back towards the top 10 in 13th place. He's gradually picking them off. Gap to the next car in front of him for position is the number 18 R8 Esports car, and that is 27.5 seconds in front. So that's going to be a long, slow claw, and that will only get them when he gets ahead of Hemmingsen up into 12th position. So it's going to be, yeah, I mean, once they had that double glitchy disconnect, then that is a massive delay off the lead lap and almost 2 laps back when he rejoined. Now Martin Hemmingsen is his target. He won't see him yet, but he will know just how close he is clicking down.
It's going to be pretty quick because he's actually catching Hemmingsen a couple of seconds a lap at the moment. So the fight back continues. We haven't heard anything about that number 1 red line being given back a lap or any kind of...
I think it was an individual rig issue or an individual problem with them. No other cars were off at the same time. Sasha Lehmann for Alpine Esports and Nikodem Wisniewski, AMG Team Williams in the pit lane. And next view Vanwall, the 444 car, Josh Skelton brings that in as well. You can just see Lehmann has left for Alpine. And the 53 car, Nikodem Wisniewski, is in there as well. The other thing that may help Verstappen in his chase of Hemmingsen in the R8 Esports cars, they're on slightly different fuel stop runs. So it may be that there is a lap between them. Can't remember exactly when, but because he's now not with the lead group with whom they were keeping pace in terms of when they stopped and how they stopped, and is in a group that's nearly 2 laps back and has obviously had a slightly different fortune kind of a race, then they are likely to be a little bit on disparate stop strategies.
So I have the last set of disconnection issues, which was 5:31 Central European time, so that would be 4:31 our time, Greenwich Mean Time. But we've seen those laps that have been given back. The 71 received 2, the 20 received 1, the 23 received 1, the 21 received 2 laps, the 29 received 2 laps, the Fordzilla car, the 966 received 2, and the 100 car received 2. I have no further information beyond that.
No, and that was the big clutch that were all binned off at the same time, and as a result they all got money back, or in this case laps back, or a lap back, depending on how long they had been inconvenienced and had been out. So unfortunately for Max, unfortunately for number 1 red line car, that was not, they were not part of that group. That was not part of that remit. Looking here, I think this is a position battle. No, that's not the Floyd Van Wall burst car that is ahead of the Brabham Esports car. So Brabham Esports car on a Skernflate, 57 seconds behind Jesper N. Pedersen in the 4 Floyd Van Wall burst car. So in fact that was number 2. That was the race leader going by, Felipe Drugovic.
Have Ollie Behrman stopped again in that 51 Ferrari that we have seen in the pits a couple of times, Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. So it'd be interesting to see if they are genuinely stopped or if that's just a timing screen, a stoppage. We are following the leader, Felipe Drugovic, as he makes his way through the LMP field.
D station shown as being in the pits again for what I think will be a standard pit stop. We are due a bunch of leaders to come in. We've seen Alpine and AMG Team Williams in. We've just seen Fordzilla come into the pits. Ramon Pinheiro and next to you Van Wall, Josh Skelton has just left. So expect Bonahus, Mitchell de Jong, Bastian Boos, race leader Felipe Drugovich, and who else? Jesper and Pedersen. Might see a few coming in very shortly. Victor Martins, he's due a stop as well in the 37 Alpine. So daylight reappeared at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and Matto Homola, having been bounced by the GR car on his outlap, retook his position. It's been a relatively quiet couple of hours since daylight arrived. Team Redline, BMW, back up ahead of their closest championship rivals, the Oracle Red Bull Porsche, and the Oracle Red Bull car continuing to lose a bit of ground to the championship leaders in GTE. The big story, though, within the last couple of hours, a double disconnect in very short order for Max Verstappen, the #1 Team Redline car, out of the top 10, down to 13th place from the lead. Little glancing blow on the barriers about 20 minutes ago for one of the two GR cars. Of course, the problem child, 101. It's had all the contact with everybody all the time. And that car continues, didn't pit for damage control, and clearly then they felt that it was losing less time on track with whatever tiny little ailment it had, compared to coming in and giving a little massage, which you can do at the next pit stop anyway. It is now 8 AM Central European Time, 7 GMT. There's the race leader, only just staying ahead of the Brabham car that he passed a lap ago, or that he was ahead of a lap ago. So Arne Schoenflate in the Brabham in now 8th position, having another really good run. The next words you hear will be from Alex Brundle, and then Chris McCarthy will take over the reins.
Yeah, interesting between the Brabham, clearly trying to stay on the lead lap if at all possible. Critical, of course, if you have any kind of red flag issue moving through towards the end of the race. Well, we've passed happy hour, 5 hours and 57 minutes to go in this one. Theoretically, the run into the end of the race, Chris McCarthy, but definitely ain't done yet.
No, not at all. Morning to all the viewers. Great to be back. Definitely a lot has happened since I've been away, hasn't it? But there is our race leader, Team Redline, in the #2, Felipe Drugovich in the car for them so far. Just under a minute back to AMG Team Petronas, and then come the two Porsches shortly after that. The 888 next along, Bruno Spengler on the same lap. So we have gaps in and around a minute in both classes, and those are gaps. Those are gaps that definitely could change within 6 hours. And as I say that, AMG Team Petronas, Alex, hit the pits for their next stop. Yeah, they've been off sequence with the rest of the field slightly. Bonahus appears to be has spent a long time in that car throughout the race, but they seem to be slightly off sequence with the leaders. It is indisputably Felipe Drugovich, though, in that #2 red line car. We did see a pair of red lines about an hour ago, if you're just joining us, out there leading the race. Max Verstappen in the #1 car had a connection issue, or some kind of issue that appears to extend only, though, to him and that car. Right. There weren't a group of cars that all went out all at once. Max was in the pit lane and then rejoined the race, but unfortunately lost a considerable amount of time. As a result, now finds himself, he's making his way through the field. We've just seen him make a move on the R8G. He's got a second R8G to negotiate in a few laps' time, but he's sitting down in 13th place, Chris.
which is not where they would want to be at this stage, and really unfortunate for him considering how rosy it all looked. They were the faster of the two cars at the front of the field. They had track position, and now they've left it to their teammate in realistic terms to take over the reins.
Yeah, of course, last time we were both here together, they worked together very nicely to get into a 1-2, but Max Verstappen has been hit with a couple of issues that haven't really been his fault, really, and that has left him and the team down in 13th place. He now comes into the pit lane. As you said, he's chasing that number 18 R8G car. We jump on board with the number 62 Brabham, who have hovered around 8th place for 2 hours.
Whoa, so close to being turned into the wall. I think it was, as he went through, and just the lightest bit of contact on the right rear, and that was almost the end of this car. Desperate to try and stay on the lead lap. You can see Felipe Drugovich in that leading car just up the road, having passed him, and they're going to come into the pit lane together, the 2 and the 62. But this Brabham car, desperate not to go a lap down, so leader in the pits, and Schoenfeld in the number 62 car joining in as well. The Mahler car follows them in, and is that because that's their scheduled pit stop, or is that because of a little bit of damage from that contact from the Brabham car going through?
It was, we saw it was definitely at that speed, even just the slightest of taps like that can lead to significant damage, can't it? It was a place where you do not want to find yourselves being swamped by LMP cars, and Mahler now come in. We'll see how long they are stopped for. There's the Brabham car, which you mentioned, who are trying to stay on the lead lap, currently stuck in the pit lane so far, and as we say that, they now make their way out again.
That was oh no, there he is, back at the end of the pit lane. Whether it was the was it the Verstappen car? Yeah. So the Verstappen car has also been in and out. The other team red line. I thought the leader had a very quick pit stop there, but it was the teammate car making its way out of the pit lane. Felipe Drugovich in. We've also got Porsche Coanda in the shape of both the 20 and the 23. So the top 3 cars overall in the race finding themselves in the pit lane on lap 256, and we'll see if there are any driver changes across those 3. Indeed, Lullum takes over the number 2 and is back out into the race.
Yeah, put in some good stints earlier. Felipe Drugovich put in a very good one himself there as well. One of the pro drivers in the team now hands to one of the esports drivers, but someone who has professional experience himself. Alpine Esports, what a climb up the order it's been for them. They were down the lower order of the top 10 at one stage. They've now moved up towards the top 5 and are now knocking on the door of a podium finish here. This is really impressive stuff for Alpine Esports, who as all these pit stops are taking place, move up to 2nd place currently.
They managed to join the +1 lap club as we went into the darkness. There were those top 5 cars managing to go a lap longer than everyone else, especially after the restart. And then all of a sudden, Alpine Esport joined them on that extra lap, and as a result, then appeared to move through the order, or certainly arrive towards the top of the order on the pit stop rotation more often than not. Then on the back of that, have had the pace lap after lap after lap to be involved at the front of the field. We're talking about the 36 Alpine at the moment, sitting through the current pit stop cycle in 2nd place to Chris Lullum, who's just taken over the number 2 team red line, and competitor in the 2019 British F4 Championship, Chris Lullum. And came to sim racing, I have noted, came to sim racing through Danny Giancarella, so maybe a bit of a cross driver hire there. Giancarella obviously driving for AMG Team Petronas in this particular iteration of the 24-hour virtual, but Lullum We'll see what he can do. Big pressure for him as this race moves into its later stages to keep the performance going behind the wheel of that number 2 red line car. Following the race a little further back.
And this is the 101, isn't it? Trying to get past, this is GR Esports trying to get past the 444, which has Josh Skelton aboard currently as we make our way through the Porsche curves. And Josh Skelton, for now, doing a good job to hang on.
Battle over 14th and 15th place in the LMP category. You see Skelton there. Really, look at him rotating the car, how much angle he's putting into the car to try and not overslip that front tyre all the way through the Porsche curves as well. Basically had the back out to try and make the car turn. Potentially struggling a little bit with the balance. They're going to have to go down the inside of this Porsche. That's a satellite, it's Aston actually, the satellite car into the first couple of corners. Going to give the GR an opportunity on Skelton. There's no real way around the outside of the Forest S's, or is there? Actually, yeah, there is. Look, the 101 round the outside of the Forest S's. Lovely move. A little bit of assistance there from the car ahead, it must be said. Sensible racing from both.
Yeah, good opportunistic driving there from Castro to get past Skelton, as many drivers now, if they haven't already, approaching their final stints. We've gone from dark back into light again. What is this stage of the race like for drivers now? I mean, whether it be in the Le Mans 24-hour virtual or the Le Mans 24-hour, how is this experience? You're approaching your last stint, I imagine, jumping in the car for the last time. You must get fired up once again. Well,
Fatigue really takes over until you get into the car, and then it's just like any other time.
Yeah.
You feel tired. You've got to really try and avoid mistakes. But this part of the race is so dominated by how your car is performing, where you are in the race. If you're second chasing the lead, these last 6 hours just appear to move forward on absolute fast forward. They seem to go by in a flash. If you're leading the race and being chased, they go by at a snail's pace.
Yeah.
And if you're very much out of the race, indeed, they go by even slower. And the physicality of driving these racing cars over this distance comes to find you, because you're not fighting for anything. The adrenaline drops, and once the adrenaline drops in a race car, you really do start to feel the effects of having been in one for so long and having turned so many laps of the venue. 257 laps now the leader is on. I would have thought we will clear, we're easily going to clear 300, aren't we, for this iteration of the 24-hour virtual. So yeah, plenty of tours being completed. We've got Victor Martins in the pit lane in the 37. He's come back out in that car again. So a reasonably long stint for the Formula 3 champ.
Yeah. Is he approaching his final one? I wonder. He's doing a good job. He's been a driver who has definitely taken an aggressive approach to this race. At times he has driven it like he has been in the FIA Formula 3 car with the moves down the inside rather than the Le Mans 24-hour virtual. But it's been that's been the great thing to watch about this race, I think, hasn't it? It's been putting drivers who are used to racing in the junior formula, say, some who are used to racing in karting, against some professional drivers like Danny Juncadella, who we are used to seeing racing in sports cars, and putting those different driving styles together makes for some pretty exciting racing, as has been proven.
Drivers like Bijtske, who we see behind the wheel of the Mahler BMW, and a car which was caught on the way through by a couple of LMP cars. I think it was the Brabham car caught it on the way through in the way into the pit lane, and that car has been in and out of the pits. Bijtske has taken it over, and I'm not sure if it suffered any ill effects. Oh, there's the red line one. Look, Max Verstappen in the pit lane again, unfortunately, and they've been suffering connection issues with that car. and it seems to be that Max Verstappen is struggling with whatever technical issue that they are having with him, with that car again. It was the issue that dropped them away from the lead of the race, and it really is moving them completely out of contention now, unfortunately. The 63 AMG car continues on, but the red line number 1 still in the pit lane. Verstappen has joined the pit lane and will be back out on track. But yeah, more misfortune, unfortunately, for the Formula 1 World Champion.
Yeah, he spoke, didn't he, in an interview about just finishing this race. Not just finishing, in fact, finishing and winning.
That sounds more like Max.
Yes, I almost thought I was speaking about someone else there. But yeah, Max Verstappen did say, when he spoke in an interview, didn't he, wanted to help his team go and win the race this time. Sadly, it looks like it's going to be a DNF for them once again. Unfortunately, it's going to turn into another very difficult afternoon. Max Verstappen back in pit lane, so all we can do is hope that they are able to get back out and continue circulating.
He hasn't made it back out onto the racetrack yet. He's been sat in pit lane for a number of seconds now. So whether they're just doing a full service stop before he heads back out onto the road for Verstappen, but in all meaningful terms now, he's really going to struggle to put in any kind of certainly. Well, any kind of top 5 performance, realistically. The 444 car makes its way. That's Josh Skelton in the Van Wall Burst. And we've seen a lovely little battle that continues between him and the GR Esports car of Castro, you can see, just up the road. That's still the 14th and 15th place battle. Rougier pitting the R8G car, the number 8 car, just ahead of them, so that'll become the 13th and 14th battle, unless they follow him into the pits as they go through this time.
Now, if you're wondering why Martin came in, he wasn't telling me what's for breakfast or anything. He was telling me what happened to Max. He's had a game crash, sadly, so he's trying to get things reloaded and get himself back into the race. So more problems for Max. It's another problem that he's faced. There's been many that have come his way, really. None that seem to be his fault, but unfortunately Max Verstappen has had a game crash and will now try and get that reloaded and get that back out onto the circuit. I guess you could compare that to something going wrong with the car and having to bring it back into pit lane. Here we see, speaking of R8G, Arthur Rougier bringing the number 8 car into the pits. And they will get going again very shortly in GTE. The other R8G 888 leads by 2 minutes ahead of the BMW Team Red Line, one of the red lines that's going very well. Only 10 seconds ahead of the Oracle Red Bull Racing car, and Project One follow after that. That's a very close-knit field. We are in pit stops in the GTE class currently, though, so we will wait for those to cycle all out.
Yeah, Arthur Rougier bringing that car in. It's the 3rd appearance in the Le Mans 24 hours virtual for him. He's replaced at the wheel by Thomas, who takes that car back out into 15th position. It's been a relatively quiet run for that crew, hasn't it? With the other car featuring slightly more, but R8G dominant in the GT category. They've really learned how to make that Ferrari work. LMP not quite working out for them in exactly the same way, Chris.
No, not really. They had a great run with the 888, as you said, in qualifying, the car that took them to a victory a little bit earlier this season, back in the 4 hours of Monza when they took pole position there. Alex Smoliar helping them to go and take the win back there. In terms of R8G's season this year in LMP, they have been able to get on the podium with this car back at the 6 hours of Spa. The 18, though, has had a bit more of a difficult run, has a best result of 17th so far this season, but has a very good chance in beating that. They are now running in 12th place, so going along a little bit better. That is the car, of course, of Romain Grosjean, so no doubt we'll see him back out at some stage. I'm sure we'll have a little bit more of his stint to complete. Chris Lullum leading the way out front by just over 20 seconds for Team Redline ahead of Alpine Esports, but we watch this number 8 R8G. Next for them will be the 444 of Josh Skelton, who continues to try and hold on now to the 101 GR Esports car, which recently went by. Max Verstappen still in pit lane, by the way. No update there. They have not been able to get going as of yet. And as such, they continue to fall down the order.
Yeah, they're making a decision down there, aren't they, at Redline? Couple of game crashes for Max Verstappen have put him out of the running here, and they're making a call, I would imagine, on what they now do strategically, if they can be of any benefit to their teammates in the number 2, whether they continue with that car and in what guise. But all we know so far is it's a terrible shame, unfortunately, for Max Verstappen, who looked absolutely in the hunt to be the winner of this iteration of Le Mans Virtual. That's the cruelty, though, of this race in real life and in virtual terms, that the amount of drivers I know who've nearly won Le Mans far outstrips the amount of drivers I know who've won the event, and that's because of the nature of the race. The 888, coming back to R8G, 888 now being driven by Andonovski. Interesting quote from him. I looked up to many people that I now race against today, and isn't that just a characterizing of this event? Lorenzo Colombo, a driver who has appeared multiple times in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, trying to chase him down. And interesting that the time's more variable across the GT class. I think they tend to lose a lot of time when these prototypes lunge them down into the braking zones, whereas the prototype cars appear to be able to be more consistent. Last time around, Colombo taking 7/10 of the second out of Andonovski, who finds his way to the pit lane, but they've been trading tenths, it's fair to say, the Redline and the R8G Ferrari throughout most of that stint. Andonovski obviously off sequence with the rest of that GT field, using fuel but going faster broadly than the BMW and the Porsches behind him, has found his way to the pit lane, the earliest of that group apart from Oliveira in the Fira 95 car, who has already been in and out, but he's one of the earlier pitters in the GT group.
So with GTEs, there's, you'd say, more to win and lose there with all those traffic coming through, and is that something you can do yourself? I know you can't stop an LMP from lunging down the inside of you at the Porsche curve.
They certainly try. You can try to take control of the racetrack. Realistically, there has to be an acceptance there that you're going to be passed, and you might as well do so gracefully. But the driver, it's part of the skill of being a modern GT racing driver, and being passed, just as we see there, and not losing any time is I believe, a greater skill than passing without losing any time. It's a very, very tough thing to do. You'll see them just ease a prototype through on the way into a braking zone where they don't lose any time, come back underneath and make sure that they get the exit, then take control of the road on the way into the braking zones. They don't want to cede to the prototype car behind. But pixels between them, the Van Wall car and the Red Bull Porsche there on their way through the Porsche curves. We drop in with the Project 1 Porsche sitting in 4th place. by Door Esports at the moment. They're 17 seconds back from the Red Bull Porsche. We almost saw wiped out in the middle of the Porsche curves by the Van Wall Burst car. That is the battle. So you've got Andonovski in the R8G, you've got Colombo in the BMW team Red Line, then it's Red Bull, then it's this Project One Porsche that's making its way into the Ford chicane now. Then you've got the BS competition BMW, but that's another 25 or so seconds back. Healthy lead for the R8G, which has been whittled slightly as they've just come out of the pit lane. Andonovski, Colombo, Conright, and then Kiss. The real battle still for the victory, it must be said at this stage, with 5.5 hours to go in GTE.
Yeah, Norby Kiss doing a really good job, as we've mentioned a couple of times, a little bit different to what he's used to racing in the European FIA European Truck Racing Championship. A multiple champion there. This one moves a little bit quicker. They do famously go to Le Mans and race around there as well, and have a huge festival when they are there. It's some event they put on there, and Norby Kiss now doing a good job for his team. I've got to say, Project One, starting down in P10 in class, they've done a really good job to move their way up to P4 in class. It's been a fantastic job by them so far for a team that has a best result of 9th so far this season. That is a hugely impressive job done by them.
4-time European truck racing champion Norbert Kiss, and ETCR 2022 championship winner as well. There are many of us that claim to be versatile racing drivers, but I think that takes home the honours slightly. V-Power Clio Cup champion in 2006. So he's had a bit of a go, Norbert Kiss, in some machinery here there, trying his hand at virtual Le Mans racing and doing a lovely job of it. 349.7 last time round. Was the second fastest of the top 4. Fastest was Lorenzo Colombo in the BMW team Red Line car. Andonovski still on his outlap, so we'll see how that shakes out. Looks to be about 41 seconds to the good at the front of the field in this car, which you can see. Actually, that's the Simsa. The Simsa Ferrari, not the R8G. Simsa are a little bit further down the order. That is Assam sitting in the 9th position in that 66 car.
Yeah, a fantastic start to the season by them. They got their best ever result there. They've trailed backwards slightly since then, but still, this would complete a season full of top 10 finishes if they could stay here, and I think they would definitely take that one. They sit 7th in the standings and have a great chance to move up to the top 3, possibly the top 2 with a good result if things were to change and move in their direction.
They must be looking, though, at R8G, and we were talking a little bit with Martin about this when he was on air about an hour ago. They must be looking at R8G and thinking, how are you extracting that speed out of the same chassis that we're using? You can't blame car build, you can't blame preparation, so it is only setup, isn't it? It can only be set up and driving to realistically for them. So the number of parameters, well, there are a number of parameters of oversteer on the way into the second part of Indianapolis there for the Sims Ferrari, but the number of parameters are so small. I remember finding it when I did this race back in the initial running, the first ever running of it, being amazed by the difference those parameters made and not quite believing the differential in speed for the few parameters that can be changed on each and every chassis.
The amount of testing that must have to go in to find those must be a huge amount, given that you can do as much as you want. You can test all day and all night if you wanted to.
Exactly. I mean, to the limitations, it must be said. I mean, we always say infinite testing. There is a reasonable amount of time that human beings can actually, and so many of these, and it's a big deal. You know, you see some teams here struggling to find their full complement of professional racing drivers. Only one doesn't have that full complement, but also drivers moving around between teams and teams taking penalties as a result. These drivers have other commitments. They are, they're committed to their works programs, and they've got to commit their time to test these cars, and that becomes the true limitation. We're so used to a limitation of cost in motorsport that we often forget about the, drivers just straight running out of time to test these cars. But that's what happens for an event like this, and that is the real true limitation. As we check out the Panis Racing number 65, which is sitting in 11th position, 28 seconds back from Victor Martins, who seems to have been in the Alpine 37 since the dawn of time, sitting in 10th place.
Yeah, a team that we are used to watching in the World Endurance Championship, and a team that would have had to get their heads around the fact that they could do as much testing as they wanted to when we first ran this back in 2020. I'm afraid Max Verstappen fans, still no sign of him going out onto the circuit. He remains in the pit lane, so we wait to see if he can get that going. As Alex was mentioning earlier, there is definitely a decision being made from that team whether they continue going now, if they can help, as you mentioned, the likes of Chris Lullum, or is it time to maybe, with all the problems they are having, to maybe call it a day? But we will find out. I don't think anyone would like to give in on the 24-hour Le Mans virtual, but they've had a huge amount of problems thrown at them in a very short space of time. So we hope that we can see them back out on circuit. We hope Max can get that car back out, and he and his teammates can take it to the flag. But this must be the one of the toughest situations to be in, especially when you're these guys. You don't just jump out the car and walk off and say, right, let's and you're not watching a team work at the car. You are having to physically, wherever you are based, try and fix things. I mean, that must be really tough.
Yeah, there's an element of being disconnected from any technical knowledge or resource that your team have for you, and then the latency involved in connecting with the team, figuring out what's wrong, and then trying to change whatever it is that needs to be changed to get you back out there. We do see Verstappen, unfortunately, still in the pit lane in the number 1 car. In the pit lane also the 36 Alpine and the number 3, the third place car, I should say, the number 53 Williams Esports car. Wisniewski bringing that AMG Team Williams in the non Grove-based Williams car, racing from around the world, coordinated in Grove. That's in the pits. They drop then behind the Brackley-based AMG Petronas esports team. Daniel Juncadella, Mercedes Works driver, looking forward to another season full of Works GT3 racing. Daniel Juncadella, but sitting in 3rd in virtual Le Mans. Juven back behind the wheel of the Porsche Coanda number 20, and Lullum continues in the number 2 Team Red line that we're expecting to see in relatively short order in the pit lane, I would say.
Yeah. There we see the Pro Drive car, the Aston Martin, which had a particularly strong start to the race, is running down in 8th place as the pit stops begin in GTE. Norby Kiss is in for Project 1. We've just had Proton in the 88 come in as well. Sadly, issues for the 77 mean they are way down the order. Sadly, it was a difficult evening for them, and they remain in the pits. A real shame for the number 77 team. as we often see in the 24-hour Le Mans, problems can hit you at any stage in this race. So even with 5 hours and 25, Alex, the checkered flag might seem a lot closer than it once did, but still so far away, I imagine, even at this stage.
It only takes one blip for any of these teams, a little moment, a technical slip or any kind of issue, and you just lose so much time to everybody else. It's not a moment, it's not 10 seconds, it's not even a minute. You know, it can be 2 minutes, a lap, the issues we can have. So it's definitely not over yet. But what we have seen is the cream rise, though, to the top, haven't we?
Yeah.
Throughout this race so far, in terms of teams, with Redline looking so dominant from sort of the mid-race onward. Coanda coming back at them, trying to fight back from a deficit of a disconnection of their own with the 20 car. 63 keeping a watching brief. Danny Juncadella has been super quick, though, over the last few laps. Took 4/10 out of Antoine Juven last time around. So he looks to be making inroads into that 7.4 second gap that he's currently suffering.
I have to say, you mentioned there, we've got at the head of the field, we're watching Pro Driving GTE, but as you said, the big names at the head there, Redline, Coanda, Mercedes, where you were at yesterday, Coanda, Williams, Alpine, Floyd Van Wilburst, 2 podiums in this event, in the only 2 times we've had it, but the one that perhaps stands out for me, Brabham Esports. How about that? It's a pretty much a new face, Brabham Esports, and into this world, and they've done a superb job so far. This season they currently sit 12th in the standings with a best result of 8th at the first round, which came after we had quite a lot of incidents in that race. We had a few DNFs, Brabham taking advantage of that. Since then, they have not been able to quite reflect that result, but they have saved the best till last and are running along really, really well in this race.
Yeah, they'll be thrilled with that. I would have thought, putting themselves in that position. The number 62 car, Arne Schoonfleet, behind the wheel of it. Developer and software architect.
Wow.
In Antwerp by trade, and very much a sim racer. Sitting in the 8th position at the moment in that 62 car. And we had the Fordzilla car, the 966, Ferrucci taking over from Ramon Pinheiro, who's been behind the wheel of that car for a good while, and that's come back out in 10th position.
And we're speaking of Brabham, you got the chance to speak to David yesterday. He came in for a visit as well, which was great stuff, wasn't it? Great to see him come in, and I'm sure he's going to be absolutely pleased with what he's seeing here.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with that. They're participating in so many different elements of motorsport, developing their cars for GT2, as we see this great little battle going on between, is that one of the Alpines, certainly, and what looks to be the Williams AMG. So you've got the 53 and the 36 battling over 5th and 6th position. Alpine Esports just behind, Lartelieu behind the wheel of that, versus Wisniewski in the number 53. And Wisniewski has just been deposed by Lartelieu, who's been pretty quick so far throughout his stint and been one of the driving forces of keeping that number 36 Alpine up in the hunt, both in terms of fuel mileage and pace.
Still, Max Verstappen sits in the pits. It's been almost around 20 minutes now. It's a long time they've been sat in there. We hope that they can get back out soon onto the circuit. BMW Team Redline, let's get an update in GTE. They've just returned back out onto the circuit. Oracle Red Bull Racing 14 seconds back. It's that's still a lot of room for changes there in GTE, isn't it? In the podium places, the top 5 places, we can I know we're in a pit stop sequence, but we can still see lots of changes
It's
there.
all going to depend how it works out through to the end of the race. We've seen 13, 14 lap stints for some, 15 lap stints for others. R8G clearly out of sequence with those two BMWs, and it depends how they stack then through to the end of the race in terms of pit stops, and who owes what to whom in terms of how we end. The R8G car has done an extra stop, if that's anything to go by, over the two BMWs. The BMWs have been going a little bit further. The question is, will those Beamers have to splash before the end? And with what kind of pace can they do so? Because if they're able to not splash before the end of the race and also keep up the pace that they've been showing throughout, then it should give them the opportunity to attack. Lorenzo Colombo in and out in the second of those, the red line run BMW. You're on board with the number 53. That is the Williams Racing AMG Esports team. And that's Wisniewski sitting in 5th position, making his way through the exit of Dunlop. And one of my favourite sections of the circuit, I must say. Underestimated bit of the track through the Forest S's. They're all keeping well away from that curb on the right-hand side. Really unsettles the car and really pitching it in to Tetra Rouge over the bumps. There's a big bump in the road there where racetrack joins public road. Got to be really careful in wet conditions. Blasting with track temperature ever increasing as we move into the daytime running. Number 53 car has looked reasonably well balanced throughout the race. They've not had the ultimate pace over the last couple of laps in the hands of Wisniewski, but could well have been a little bit of traffic. Got a nice clear lap this time, and moving across the road. The camber in the road, just have to nudge the car over that camber and make sure that you're not scrubbing too much speed. This is the part where you start working out the distance. You have so much experience of GTs, how fast they're going versus you and which one it is. You start working out. We should be able to pass that well before Mulsanne corner. Yeah, indeed, through the kink. And then a good long run down to Mulsanne corner. Drivers will be looking out for the next GT and then the next one they need to pass. Lolland brings the number 2 race leading red line into the pits.
Yeah, the number 2 red line car comes in from the race lead. Update on the number 1 team red line car that is sadly retiring from the race. They were hit with technical problems a little bit earlier. And unfortunately now they have had to make the decision to retire from the race. A real shame for them. They were hit with issues earlier in the race. Sadly, we will not see the number 1 car, Team Red Line. Max Verstappen was in the car for them. Unfortunately, we will not see them anymore in this race. That's a real shame for them. They had put in such a good performance, but of course they are not the only team to have been suffered with issues. It's, I guess, part of racing in the 24-hour of Le Mans. Just making it to the flag is an achievement in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, Red Line and Max Verstappen out of the race. And, yeah, I mean, they were meaningfully out of the race in any case after having the initial technical issue. Obviously, after having further issues, have made the decision not to continue. Understandable decision in many ways after being out of the running. Max has been extremely clear about the fact he's here to try and win this event, and why wouldn't he be? And sorry that we won't be seeing him throughout the rest, the final 6 hours of the race. But I'm sure they will be wishing the best for their teammates who are still flat out in the lead of the contest in the number 2, and will go immediately, no doubt, the team players that they are, into a supporting role for those teammates to try to jump on a test rig, maximise the talents of everybody in that red line esports suite to make sure that they take home the win for the number 2.
That's what I was just about to say as well. You you've got a car that's, as you said, well out of the running, but you've got a car that's in the lead of the race and a support crew around that #1 car, which could very much go and help. And I imagine that's exactly what is going on now. And the 2 car will receive that support, I'm sure, not only from the team but from the drivers that were in that #1 car as well. As we see Chris Lulham coming out of the pit lane. It's down to them now to try and bring this race win home for Team Redline, and it's been that case for quite some time now after those issues hit for the #1.
Fastest lap of the race for Tom Lartilieu in the number 36. Fastest lap of their race, I should say, in the number 36 Alpine.
It's a good lap time.
And a very nice lap time. They're in the hunt still, and they've got good pace. Lulham's just come back out of the pit lane, having stayed behind the wheel of that red line car. Lartilieu, that's a quicker lap than I've seen from Lulham throughout his first stint, certainly. Just delivered by Lartilieu. So Alpine Esports driving themselves into contention. 44 seconds is the gap at the very front of the field. As we ride down through Indianapolis. But if he can keep up that kind of pace, Lartilieu will be hoovering that gap up. It's going to take him a good while, but in case you hadn't noticed, in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, a good while is what we've got.
Yeah. I think it probably helps, doesn't it, that he's got a car with someone who's won this race, only 3.5 seconds behind him as well, Nikodem Wisniewski, who won back in 2020. So that's going to be, if there's anything that's going to give you the hurry up and keep you on your toes, I imagine as someone, you've been in this race several times, is it almost better when you've got that bit of pressure behind, just to keep you going? Either you've got pressure behind or someone to chase.
No, you're quite correct. Probably more. Bit of contact then for the car that we were on board with. Is that the Alpine?
It is.
That's the 37 though.
Yes.
That's Victor Martins. We were on board with in the 37 Alpine.
That was
I believe.
Was that?
And he's
RG,
gone straight to the pit lane. Victor Martins with a bit of contact around the outside. So easy to do. You have to commit. You'll just be so slow all night if you don't commit to that outside line in karting, but you always run the risk of the GT inside you basically doing exactly what happened there, dropping it straight into the side of you. And Victor Martins commits immediately to the pit lane to try to cover off that damage.
Yeah, Victor Martins in from P9 in this race. That looked like the AAA R8G of Andonovski. They were trying to go round the outside of.
So the leader in GTE.
Yeah, and they ran wide and into the path of Victor Martins. Bit of drama there.
Well, it'd be great to see that again, and I'm not sure if that'll result. I'd like to see it again from outside to see if we think that might result in any kind of penalty for the GT race leader, if indeed that was the car involved. But certainly Victor Martins losing a considerable amount of time from that and is in the pit lane. You've got ARC Bratislava in the pit lane as well. Quick pit stop from Victor Martins, so that was a pure damage stop, wasn't it? Unfortunately for him, which will put him well out of sequence with the cars he's racing.
Here we go.
Here we go then. So Martins goes in. Oh, and he actually, to be fair, Martins catches the Ferrari on the way in with the right front, which is what causes the oversteer for that Ferrari. So in fact, somewhat of his own making, it must be said there, for Victor Martins.
What do you think that is? Caught out by the approach speed, possibly?
Yes, I suspect so, or just a little bit of misunderstanding of placement, or a slight latency between simulators, giving Victor Martins a bit of inaccuracy, then a catch on the back of the Ferrari, and it's all over from there.
Victor Martins, as you said, is now back out, but has lost 9th place because of that now to Team Fordzilla. They are 10th place, and now they have Job van Uyter for Panis Racing within 60 seconds back. Whoa, bit of cutting grass there for the number 22 as they steamrolled into the pit lane. That is the Rocket Sim Sport team coming in. Is that as they make their way in? It is. So Rocket Sim Sport coming in for another stop.
Long way back, unfortunately, although still holding the fastest lap of the race.
Yes.
In the name of Hakimi, Rocket Sim Sport, sitting in 27th position in the LMP category after delays earlier on in the event, but they're still out there, and they'll be delighted to be holding the fastest lap of the race. Another shot of that red line car parked up in the pit lane for Max Verstappen, who is out of this one, as are Rocket Sim Sport meaningfully, but they're using the opportunity to be out there amongst all of the great talent we have racing this year in Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. And we're watching the 23 car. This is the second of the Porsche co-anders running in the race. Puss still behind the wheel of that one. 62, a car of Brabham Esports, will be delighted to be running round inside the top 10 for the newcomers in such a competitive field. And it is Dendy behind the wheel of the number 62. Bit of pressure for them from behind from Team Fordzilla. Fiducci back behind the wheel of the Fordzilla car. They're a long way out, meaningfully, from Pedersen in the van wall ahead. So a bit of a quiet stretch of racetrack for Brabham. That might be the way they would have it at this stage of the race. And they've really got to just lie in wait now, haven't they, Chris?
Yeah.
And see what happens to the cars ahead.
Yeah, all they can do is just have a clean run, I think, to the end for the next 5 hours and 9 minutes, which is pretty straightforward when you say it out loud, isn't it? Will Dendy in the car for them, a British GT racer. Now comes out of the chicane. We spoke a little bit yesterday about his time. Used to race in the KF2 category back in karting as well, and worked his way up to British GT. Will Dendy running in 8th place for the Brabham Esports team. Someone who is very enthusiastic around esports.
No, it can be a factor of this stage of the race. When we watch Le Mans 24 Hours, we all focus in on the lead battles. When you're in the race, this can so often be the reality of how you are, how you're looking at this stage, where you've got a bit of a gap ahead and behind. What you've got to do is keep up a decent pace, not make any mistakes, and then see what the race gives you. And so often, if you're having a decent run of things and your car is behaving itself reasonably well, you then end up just moving forward. The 8th will turn into a 6th by the time that you've, you're 2 hours down the line. Then it turns into a 4th. Then you think, wow, goodness me, we're actually on for a podium position there, and start to push. But the amount of times you can be 5 hours out and think, yeah, we're driving to the end now, and then the race arrives on your doorstep by way of mechanical failure for one of your competitors, or a scuffle or an incident.
Yeah, it can happen even in shorter distance races so often, can't it? When you see the person that was behind you and all of a sudden they've ended up P4 or P3, and you thought, had I just kept it on the circuit, I'd be exactly where they were.
Don't know what you mean. I've never been off the circuit.
Oh, it happened to me several times. I wasn't talking about you there, don't worry. But that's something that can, I know people who race in esports will have probably experienced that one or several times throughout racing online. But I guess that's the harder thing than leading a race sometimes, isn't it?
You've got to try and keep your concentration up and recognise that 30 seconds, although you can't see the car ahead or behind, wherever it is, when you jump back behind the wheel, is not really that far over 2 hours, 3 hours behind the wheel of a prototype car. And if you keep on just taking 2-3 tenths out of the driver ahead, and you manage to do that consistently, and then maybe a second on an in lap, second on an out lap, and a little bit better fuel saving, all of a sudden you arrive on his gearbox. When you got in the car, having been what appears to be an insurmountable amount of time behind, not relax and just think there's no way I'm going to catch the driver ahead. You have to keep on it all the time. You never know what's going to happen. You need to keep pushing. The amount of times I've been 20, 30 seconds behind the car ahead in an endurance race, and they've received a 29-second penalty. You know, and you all of a sudden, or similar, and you all of a sudden, it's a bit of an extreme example, but you get the point. You're all of a sudden you're right in the race. You were racing that car. Since the moment you stepped into the cockpit, you just didn't know it yet. So you've got to drive like you're racing that car all the time. And that's why you've got to be. That's why you see these drivers bouncing the cars over the curbs, using all the road. You can't afford to cruise because you never know. You could be sitting in 5th place. It could be James Baldwin sitting in the AMG Petronas, number 63, 13 seconds off the car ahead, more than a minute off the lead of the race. All of a sudden, a mass disconnect happens, for example, in the scenario of this race, and you and the Porsche Coanda of Juven are racing for the win with 5 laps to go. So got to stay switched on.
100%. James Baldwin. I guess it's just a case of there goes the Brabham car down the inside of the SFE sports car. It's almost racing that lap, racing the delta ahead of you, that just constantly trying to make sure you're beating that lap time or staying on a consistent lap time. I guess at this stage of the race, are you just giving a lap time to aim for all the time and getting as close as you can, or can you not do that with examples there of negotiating traffic? I've
never driven a lap of Le Mans that, given my current parameters, wasn't flat out.
Right.
So you might be saving a little bit of fuel. You might be managing the tyre a little bit, although tyre degradation in general at Le Mans is quite low. The tyre energy of the racetrack, barring the final sector, is not huge. And certainly the wear rate is not huge. So you're driving pretty much flat out, and if you're saving a bit of fuel, you actually sometimes need to push harder because you need to carry that speed into and through the apex and make sure you're not having to pick the speed back up again on the other side of the apex. But lifting out of the throttle 50 meters or so before you otherwise would, and braking 5 or 10 meters later, doesn't make it any less onerous on the driver behind the wheel. It's you're still leaning on the tyre to its absolute maximum in the mid-corner, making sure you get the throttle pickup absolutely right. The concentration needs to be there. You're still pulling the G in the high-speed corners, so the physicality of driving while saving a little bit of fuel and tyre is pretty much almost exactly the same. So it can be tougher in many ways to look after the car than it is to drive flat out.
Yeah, I mean, some people would expect when we say he's saving fuel, as you said, you make up for that then in the braking zone and carry just as much speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constantly variable calculation between how much lift and coast you need to do to save the fuel, and you get a feel for it. So teams will generally give you an efficiency map of the racetrack. So in general, the higher speed you're going, the more fuel you save per lift, basically. So the down into chicane 1, for example, is the most efficient place to save fuel around Le Mans. That's because drag squares with speed, so you're pushing more air out of the way, and so you need more energy incrementally per mile an hour of speed gained, and therefore more fuel per mile an hour of speed gained, because that energy has to come from somewhere. So you save the fuel in the areas where it's most efficient. Saving fuel is quite easy. You just go slower. Saving fuel without going any slower is the hard bit. And then you try to manage the balance of the car. So there are several areas around this racetrack. The entry to the first Dunlop chicane, the S's the Forest S's, the way into the first part of the Porsche curves, where actually lifting out a little early can mean that you can take even a little more apex speed because you keep the aero platform of the car a little flatter and you give the car more of a chance on the apex. So while you've lost a little bit of speed on the way in, you can gain that speed back in the mid-corner by presenting the car a little bit more nicely aerodynamically. And that is the way, those are the ways and means by which you see professional racing drivers saving fuel without losing time. An eye for efficiency and a bit of a feel for balance. After a while, your engineer can go save 0.2 and you can pretty much do it first lap.
Wow. Is that pretty much that accurate as well? That's
when you're as old and wizened as me and you've done as many laps as me around Le Mans 24-hour venue. And sometimes you have to, you know, because the fuel calculations can be imperfect and fuel collectors can be imperfect, as we see a great battle here between Project One and the Sim Maranello 26 around the outside of Indianapolis. So, very deep from Project One.
Have some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Mid-ocean trenches aren't as deep as that.
Yes, side by side on board with Project One then. This is your battle for 5th place in GTE as we come up to those Porsche curves which we were just talking about. And we can see Project One just tucked in behind the Sim Maranello team. We've got Ferrari ahead versus Porsche, which we are on board with now. Are we going to see Project One being able to line up a potential move into those final chicanes?
Yeah, well, it was very deep indeed. Down into Arnage, no harm done.
Oh.
LMP car making its way through this battle. That is one of the hardest things to do in a prototype car in a race like this. It's all very well. GTs tend to be terribly polite. When you arrive, they're all on their own, they're driving their stint, they just want to see the back of you. All of a sudden, you've got a driver glued to the steering wheel, glued to the dashboard and the bumper of the Ferrari behind. They've already exchanged position, as is the nature of GT racing, a couple of times during the stint, with maybe a bit of a door slap for good measure. And you arrive stage left into the middle of their battle and have to try to make headway and try and block you and keep their track position, because they know it's their only opportunity. If they let you through, then they're going to have to spend several laps catching back up to the GT ahead of them. So they don't want you through, and that's the moment where your stint as an LMP driver really changes, and there's an opportunity to either gain or lose 3 or 4 seconds over your competitors as they encounter a similar set of GTs, which they no doubt will.
Project One making its way in 5th place here, just behind or chasing after 5th place Sim Maranello. A great battle for 5th. It's going to take a slight pause now, and as are we, as we take the opportunity to thank our sponsors.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
The 24-hour Le Mans Virtual into the final 5 hours now. Let's look back at some of the moments here. We can see ARC Bratislava, one of the fantastic moves we saw into the Dunlop chicane, and here was another into another chicane as BMW Team Redline went head-to-head with the Oracle Red Bull Racing team. Satellite Racing carried just a little bit too much speed through that chicane, but were just about able to save it in time, as there we can see Red Bull Racing being passed. This is Alpine Esports in the 37 going toe-to-toe with Fordzilla. Victor Martins, having done the majority of laps in that car, remains out in it. A touch on the wall on the exit there. This is the number 1 Team Redline car whilst they were still circulating in the race. Marla here almost being caught out there by Brabham, and unfortunately that saw them going off into the barriers. There we can see the contact, and Marla found themselves into the wall there at the Porsche curve, a barrier which so many cars have found themselves in over the years. Coming downhill, this was the number 1 car and the 444, a great move we picked up in the last hour round the outside. Victor Martins here went straight into the back of the leading GTE and was straight into the pit lane to get that car repaired. Maybe just caught out by the approach speed. This was the number 22 Rocket Sim Sport car making its way into the pit lane. Only just about got the car stopped in time. Well, for those of you that might just be joining us or rejoining us, this is where we stand so far. Team Redline in the number 2, leading by just under 50 seconds ahead of AMG Team Williams Esports. Then we have the number 20 of Porsche Coanda. Outside of the top 10, the number 18 R8G trying to work its way up. Likewise, the number 8. Sadly, you can see the number 1 Team Redline car there has had to retire from the race, along with the likes of Pescarolo and others. Leading the way in GTE is the 888 R8G car ahead of BS Competition. They have a 15-second advantage over BMW Team Redline. Still plenty of room for change in GTE as we go into the final 5 hours. Chris McCarthy and Alex Brundle here with you for the next hour of racing, and we pick up our race leaders. Team Redline in the number 2 car. Some pit stops just taking place. Alpine Esports in the 36 making its way out onto the circuit. Bastien Boos going up to 5th place as a result of that. Someone who raced in the Porsche Super Cup last year, one of the juniors of that championship. Here we see that 888 car then. A scare for them earlier, to say the least, as we saw in those highlights, Alex, to be minding their own business as such, and find an Alpine Esports car charging into the back of them. And that's an example of how quickly things can change. 1 minute and 44 really isn't a big gap, so Andonovski will be very much aware of that now as he is in for his stints.
Yeah, being chased by Bruno Spengler, no less,
yes,
in the BMW behind, which will be well, I'm not sure whether it'll be a freaky moment or just a cool moment for Andonovski, to be honest.
Yeah, bit of both.
Colombo behind in the BMW red line, as we've covered. Some pit stops cycling through for the LMP competitors. James Baldwin's taken over the AMG Team Petronas number 63 car. Quite decorated sim race. A bit of a ringer for this event, isn't he, James Baldwin? Because he is doing fabulous things in the world of real-world motorsport. He's also the 2022 Esport Driver of the Year. So having been jumping in British GT cars with Garage 59 at the Spa 24 hours, James Baldwin is in this event as a real-world racer, but has a tremendous background in sim racing.
Well, myself and Alex recently have been talking about strategy and the teams behind them that help them do that. As we watch Peugeot on screen, we're going to cross over to France now, where we have Hayley Edmonds. She is with team race engineer Louis Dosser.
Bonjour. So I'm joined here by Louis Dosser, who is the race engineer for Peugeot Esports. Now, we've just seen, there have been a bit of frustration, notably from Max Verstappen, because he had a disconnect. Now, if anyone can relate, it's us here, because it's exactly the same thing that happened just 1 hour into the race. How do you, as race engineer, deal with this kind of situation?
Well, of course, we were all disappointed here, but we are working for a brand like Peugeot, so we have to be focused, and it was just the beginning of the race, so it was still long. As in real life, we know that the race is very long and everything can happen. Of course, we are not dreaming about winning the race now, but we have to race. We are here for that, so we have to race.
So this is, of course, a big downside of, in esports is disconnecting, having bad internet connection. But there, of course, have been other things that have changed, of course, your strategy, notably the red flags. How do you do? I mean, how flexible do you have to be as a race engineer?
Well, before the race, we established a race plan, but we know that it's not going to happen like we want. Sorry, and we have to plan some second thought about that. And we know that respecting the rules that are 3 hours out of 5 for each driver, we are a little bit flexible, and this occurs for us. We were planning not to put Gustavo in the car for the night, and finally he was doing the first part, so this may happen.
So he gets the whole night's sleep. So Gustavo's actually come off quite good from this situation. Now you actually, I know you from the LMS paddock because you are race engineer for TDS Racing as well. I mean, what would you say are the biggest differences, or if there are any, between real world and, of course, esport racing?
Actually, my job is quite the same. Talking about strategy, it's the same, except we have all the tires we want in virtual, whereas in reality there is limitation. But establishing the strategy is the same. And then, disconnection can occur, whereas in real life an engine can break or something like that, but quite the same.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you get on with your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Haley. Great to hear from Louis Dosser there from Peugeot. Of course, hit with problems pretty early into the race, Alex, but still working away very hard over there in France. And great to hear from, as Haley mentioned there, someone who works with Peugeot and TDS in the European Le Mans Series Championship, that the difference is not a huge amount for someone like himself, a race engineer, in getting set up and running in an event like this.
I can totally relate that any plan that you make for a race like this is out of the window pretty much as soon as they drop the green, because after you've done the first few corners, the first few laps, or perhaps the first pit stop, everything, no matter how you've planned it, there's one way that it'll definitely work out, and that's none of the ways you've planned it. Because there are so many different permutations of sequences of events that can happen during these races that no matter how prepared you think you are, it just never quite happens that way. A little bit disappointed, naturally, down at Peugeot to have had that disconnect early on in the race, and then to be sitting down in 19th position at the moment. But as they say, they represent the brand, they race on, and that's very much in the spirit of the 24-hour race.
3:25.7 for them last time, 3:25.3 for our leaders. Shows, I mean, there's going to be an element of that's great pace, and they'll be happy with that, but almost what could have been for Peugeot. They've showed some really good pace in this race. However, one positive that they'll definitely take, not only if they can get to the flag now, but it is, of course, what Martin talked about throughout the evening, or just before we went into the evening, that Peugeot are looking to bring 2 cars into the series, and Peugeot, this is a great warm-up for them. They can go and finish this race successfully. They are missing a lot of drivers, sadly, this weekend, which they might usually bring in, and that is due to the fact that we have a lot of racing going on this weekend around the world. A lot of sports car endurance racing. We're watching Project One on screen, by the way. Further up the road, Bastien Boos for Porsche Coanda in that 23. That's a team that never gives up. 3.5 seconds back from James Baldwin. So Alex, there is definitely plenty to watch out for as we have 4 hours and 46 minutes remaining.
Coming back to GTE, the number 888 R8G Esports continues to lead the way, and we can connect with Thibault Larue, the R8G Markham director. Thibault, thanks for joining us. You've had a great run so far throughout this race. You look to be extracting great pace from the Ferrari. Really well, at least the best Ferrari, but the only Ferrari still realistically in contention for victory. What's the secret to making this chassis work?
Mate, I have no clue. To be honest, I don't know if it's a good idea to talk right now. I mean, the race is completely crazy. I just pray the most I can. You know, I touch wood. No, I mean, the only secret we could talk about is the team. I mean, we just love this roster. I mean, we have two amazing pros. We have King Eran Yayovsky, one of the best ever on Factor 2. Timo Andonovsky, and of course, right now I want to think about Risto Capet. He won Monza, but for some reason he's not in the car. And today he did a great job in the Sim Formula by clinching the Sim Formula European runner-up title. So yeah, for me the secret is only human. We just give our best on track, and yeah, those guys are just flying on track. So now we are just really praying.
So you put together this fantastic list of drivers. Does that fall to you? And how do you locate these drivers? Word of mouth? Do you test them? How have you put together this lineup with which you're so happy? Presumably there's a lot of trial and error and pain and hardship involved in finding the right guys to have in your esports car.
Yeah, I mean, regarding Eran Yayovsky, of course, he's part of the team since the beginning. He's a big key of the team, you know. He's so strong. So we build the team around him. It seems that we have a good connection in North Macedonia now with Timo Andonovsky, very hard worker. Not the famous Factor 2 driver in the world, but such a hard worker. He never surrounded. And then the pro driver, we are lucky enough to be a good team. You know, in 2 years' time, we are only 2 years old. Most of the team on the grid are between 20 and 10 years old. So Scott Andrews is a mega driver. Alex Molia, we get along very well together. Last year we had a first try, and I presume they like the job we are doing. And once again, I think about Risto Capet. This is his car. Risto is an amazing guy. He did a fantastic job. He knows everything about a Factor 2 like his pocket. So once again, I think we are building a human story.
Thibault, so you're what? I think you're a little bit out of sequence with the pit stops. You have 2 minutes now on Lorenzo Colombo in the team Redline car. Are you on sequence nicely to the end, or do you think you're going to have to splash on your current plan?
Mate, I think you have seen the race like us. It's not possible to say anything about being synchronized with anything. I don't know. I've done Le Mans as a journalist for 18 years. I've never been so stressed in real life. The field is insane, and when you think something is done, it's not. So yeah, I fully trust. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a strategist, so I fully trust the team. We have Pierre as well, a great engineer, and they are all working together. So yeah, I prefer to watch the race, and we never know. So many problems on track on the 8 car, heartbroken problems on the 8 car, but because we are flying as well. But just hope the best for everyone on track, and hope we will cross the finish line.
Thibault, we'll let you get back to watching the race and biting your fingernails. Have a great time. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me in.
Thibault Larue there, R8G Markham director for the 888 Ferrari, which leads the class in GTE. Andonovski behind the wheel of that one, 2 minutes to the good over BMW Team Redline.
Absolutely fantastic. The team that did win back at Monza, 8th in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual last season. So that just goes to show you the steps they've been making. I'm pretty sure that they do have the youngest driver lineup on the grid. They've been known to, throughout the season, bring some really young drivers through, and that young talent is really demonstrating why they were chosen, as you were speaking about there with Thibault, to race for that 888 team, the R8G team. And I'm sure, as he's not in the car, Romain Grosjean himself might even be watching on now and crossing his fingers, hoping that they can bring that car home.
You know, I just find it incredibly interesting, the interplay between these drivers, how they're chosen. Scott Andrews, for example, a driver who's moved between work in America, work in Europe, and in IMSA in LMP3 cars, and now finds himself really as one of the better pro drivers in sim racing. And then, you know, Andonovski, who sits in the car now. How you bring that sequence of drivers together and get them working together must be such an interesting challenge for these teams. And you think it's hard to go and pick yourself a roster, you know, based off drivers who have to be fundamentally licensed. You know where they are. There are only a few series, you know, relatively few series in comparison to the number of esports series in real world motorsport. So you've got a pool to select, and team managers and bosses and driver selectors still can't see the wood for the trees. No. So it must be just the task of a lifetime to try to assemble from the huge number of competent esports drivers the ultimate racing team to take on this challenge, including their character, their ability behind the wheel, their setup, their knowledge of the simulation. That's a real job in itself.
How do you put that to the test as well is another question, isn't it? You know, what is it you do to find out exactly who's going to be the best for you over not only the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, but an 8 hours of Bahrain, a 4 hours of Monza, a 6 hours of Spa, a Sebring 500, then a 24 hours of Le Mans at the end of that. I mean, that is
it's the pressure as well. I mean, so much of this business of esports motorsport is about the pressure of the driver sitting in the sim rig and how they react to that pressure without making those errors. We've had the leader of the race in and out overall. Felix Rosenqvist has taken over the number 2. We now have the GTE leader to whose representative, I should say, we just spoke. Andonovski are expecting to cede the seat of that 888 Ferrari, because he's been in that a very long time indeed. Felix Rosenqvist, pretty well known to all, I would say. Top level pro, taking over the number 2 red line.
Picking that up, I mean, it's not just the pressure, as you mentioned, it's the challenge of getting in and racing against those drivers and just racing them like you would anyone else, I guess, isn't it? You're racing Max Verstappen, Felipe Drugovich, Victor Martins, Felix Rosenqvist, Bruno Spengler, you know, a DTM champion. The list just goes on and on. We could talk about the amount of drivers on that professional list and the amount of titles between them. You know, we've got Porsche Super Cup races in there, Le Mans winners in there, multiple Le Mans winners in there as well. And it's all, of course, being broadcast around the world as well. So putting all that together and trying to pick a team, that's a really impossible task.
Well, they've got 2 feet like anyone else, and a lot of the time you also won't know who you're racing, which in many ways a godsend in an endurance car.
It doesn't say the name above the car, kind of thing.
The amount of times a driver who in my younger career a driver who I thought who had tremendous experience, a Sebastian Bourdais or similar, would come up to you and go, "Hey man, that was a little bit of an edgy move down to Arnage." You think, that was Sebastian Bourdais. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that one came off. But yeah, it's the nature of the beast. You don't know who you're racing, and you don't care anyway. It's all about making your own name. In this game, and esports are no different. When you get out there, you know, a load of cars with 4 wheels, 5 if you include the steering wheel, and you've got to get out there and do the business. And if you start being afraid of the names you're racing, well, that's a very quick way to the back.
Yeah, 100%. As we watch the number 86. Those of you who are with us for the highlights a little earlier would have seen this is a car that has been in trouble throughout the race, has found itself off the circuit 1 or 2 times. The number 86 GR Esports car makes its way down towards the Ford chicanes now, as we are about to come up to take over another lap. Well, Alex, you were talking about some edgy moves. That's because you've done a lot of laps around here. Why don't you take us around another one from the commentary box?
So this is the 86. Various strife throughout of the race for this car, and heading then down 280 kilometers per hour in 5th gear on the brakes. Get it down to 2nd gear over that first curve and over the second. Look at the gentle throttle application. 3rd and 4th. We'll be back down to 3rd for the Forest S's, just up into 5th actually. Just before the turn-in point, back to flat out again. Then the accuracy needs to come. 240 kilometer per hour entry, only 20 kilometers per hour shaved off with the brake pedal through the middle of Tetra Rouge, and the car heads out onto the Mulsanne Straight, passing a little bit of traffic as they head down towards chicane 1. In the braking zone, it's about 110 meters on the brakes. Use all of the road on the way in. A little bit of gentle throttle through the mid-corner, and then in and out of the throttle, obviously, as the gear shifts go through the car. Paddle shift on the sim rig and paddle shift in reality. The actuators changing the sequential gear ratios up above 300 kilometers per hour for the 2nd time in the lap so far. 314 on the way down to chicane 2. It's a little later braking zone. Gentle throttle. Try and stay out of the throttle if you can through the mid corner of the 2nd chicane. Try and roll the car if possible to take the apex speed. Any throttle we put in tends to push the car a little bit too wide. Now we're working through the traffic. Have to squeeze the car if we can up the inside before the apex. Miss that first apex of Mulsanne corner and roll it through the 2nd. Then it's the gentle throttle application. Bit of a swapper on the throttle to deal with on that nasty curb, bumpy curb through the exit of Mulsanne corner. You've got what's going on behind you in the right-hand screen. You always need to check right to make sure no one's coming through on your way through these kinks towards Indianapolis. Now I'm just expecting a lift of the throttle on the way in. Not even that, or is it? Yes, it is. A big lift, and it blends into a brake for the 2nd part of Indianapolis. A bit twitchy on the exit as well. Another nice braking effort. Big old peak. We were a little bit late with the 86 GR car, and we're late on the throttle as well as we head out of Arnage. We're assessing the traffic ahead. One LMP car shouldn't be catching anything in the Porsche curbs. We'll be up to 6th and then down to 5th, using all the road and a little bit more on the entry. We're a little wide again through the first part of the Porsche curbs. Is it going to force us to lift through the 2nd part? No, it's not. Can stay almost flat and give ourselves the maximum road to play with. Just to lift and go through the karting S's, lifting again through the off camber left. I think that's the trickiest corner on the racetrack as we pound through Corvette. The fiddly section, big peak of braking to get that load moved across. Then try and stay out of the throttle if you can. Place the car nicely and hammer these last 2 curbs. First man to full throttle is the man who will take the exit speed across the line. and it is a technical racetrack set over 13.6 kilometers. Such a challenge for drivers to get right over and over again, particularly those big braking zones, which change so much as the track moves from hot to cold, wet to dry, and night to day.
And that's a fantastic insight, and thanks a lot for that. It just shows us doing that over and over throughout the amount of stints these guys do. A minimum of 4 hours is a huge challenge in itself, let alone when you might be 4 or 5 wide going up to the Porsche curves, for example. It's a hugely demanding circuit, very unique, and it's why we all come here every year, both virtually and in June for the 24-hour Le Mans virtual and the 24-hour Le Mans as well. This year in particular for the centenary, which is going to be a huge event.
Yeah, centenary of the first edition of the 24 Hours Le Mans. It's not the 100th Le Mans, should make that clear.
Yeah.
Missed a few years here and there with some difficult world events that will be coming up in a few years' time. It is the centenary, the 100th anniversary of the first edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Watching that car we were on board with as it rounds the second chicane, and they continue on their way. The 86 GR Esports car sits in 18th position, and they're pursuing the Yasheet Veloce car over 17th. Glisten behind the wheel of that Bok behind the GR Esports sim rig, and the Peugeot Esports team, who we've been dropping in on, sit behind, although they're a long way back after that disconnect earlier on in the race.
We're seeing some great laps going from Porsche Coanda. I know we've said that one recently from the 23. Dane Warren doing similar things now, 4 seconds back from James Baldwin, doing a good job so far in his stint, where pit stops are being served currently in GTE. It leaves Andrews 35 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Colombo. That's a gap that we are going to have to monitor as we head up to the Porsche curves. And so when you were talking us through this section, well, Alex, we're coming up to the Porsche curves here, and whilst we were on board, you mentioned that the end of this section is the hardest part on the circuit, would you say?
I think the off-camber direction change between the two S's of karting are probably one of the harder. I mean, there are a lot of very technical sections of the racetrack. One of the hardest sections of the racetrack. You really have to have the car behaving nicely and pitch the front just at the right moment to make sure you make that left-hand apex curb. Track limits challenge now on the exit. Used to be a wall challenge, but now you got to stay within track limits, and it's a big, nasty, bumpy curb. That being said, so yeah, tricky section of the racetrack with the car under a lot of downforce load, and have to get it absolutely right. There's also it's also a deceptively long run. You don't get the feel for it because you're moving right and then left through Corvette, but you're obviously flat out for that section. It's a deceptively long run, and you're already at quite a high speed through the exit of that left-hander at karting down towards the Ford chicane. So you can lose a lot of time on the run down there. And then you have to, all of the adrenaline and an attack you built up through the Porsche curves, you have to ditch that completely because it's so technical in the Ford chicane. If you try and attack too hard in the Ford chicane, you get that horrible, snappy, messy oversteer and end up inevitably going wide and not attacking the apexes.
Well, we have been watching this number 86 car, the GR Esports car. They are running down in 18th. The car a little bit further up the road, a car we have seen on the podium both occasions in the 24-hour Le Mans virtual is the Floyd Van Wall burst car. And down the line now we are joined by driver and team manager Jesper Pedersen, who has just jumped out the car. Jesper, Chris McCarthy from the commentary box here. great to have you joining us. Running in 7th place currently. I know it's been a little bit difficult throughout this race at times, but a great recovery so far to get yourself into the top 7. How are you happy with how things are going so far?
Hi Chris. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long race for us, really. We've been so unlucky throughout the race, and I think it already started in qualifying on Friday with a P17. We got blocked on all three laps, so we started really far down. Got the car back to P5 in the first few stints, and was actually on pace with the leaders, which was great. But then I disconnected from the server. Lost a lot of time. Then we had the red flags where we lost out also, and then straight after the restart, we picked up some damage from a GT spinning, and we hit another GT spinning in an arse as well. So we are carrying a lot of damage. So for now, it's just a matter of making it home in Pisa.
And you've just jumped out the car. Of course, we're getting towards the end of the race now. Tell us how the stints are for you as a driver at this stage of the race.
Right now, it's a mental game to keep attacking and be on the limit, because as soon as you start not being on the limit, starting to lose focus, that's where the mistakes are happening. We might not have the car right now, but we still need to do the best job we can and try and attack, so we don't do those stupid mistakes. So right now it's a mental game.
And how is it having the challenge of being both a driver and a team manager as well, having to look after the team? I imagine it's hard to switch off and give yourself a bit of a break during the race, having to oversee things.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot of work, but throughout the race I'm mostly only a driver, and we have the engineers doing all the, obviously the engineering stuff, but also the team managing stuff, contacting race directors if needed and all that. So I can mostly focus on the driving myself, so that's great.
Look, I know you mentioned this about getting to the end now, but looking back, you know, through the season, winning a race back at Bahrain, second in the championship, overall you must be very proud of what you've achieved as a team so far this season.
Of course, I'm proud of the guys because they put in a lot of effort, but I think obviously the season started on really high, winning the Bahrain race, leading the championship. But from there on, we really had an unlucky season, picking up several drive-throughs, disconnects, whatever. And into this race, we still found ourselves P2 in the championship. So I think that really showed that we had the pace this season, even though we might didn't have the luck.
And tell us a little bit about the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual for people watching who maybe have never competed in a 24-hour race before, like myself. What are the biggest challenges as a driver for that?
I think that the main thing is we are not under physical pressure from a car or anything. Of course, we are maybe pressing 60 kilos on the brake every time we hit the brakes, but it's not that physical, so it's much more a mental game. And people have done thousands of practice laps where in the real life you get a few 3-hour sessions or whatever it is. So they turn a lot less laps. So in the virtual world, it's a lot closer between drivers, and we really have to be on the limit all the time, and that's really hard mentally to stay on the limit, especially when you're tired.
Jasper, Alex Brundle from the Virtual Le Mans Combox. You've been on the podium here in 2022. You look like without something pretty serious happening, you're not going to be able to achieve that this year, but it's still been a great run for you through the championship and through the race. Will you be back to join us next year and have another go at this?
I think we have some redemption to do. We had pole in the first event, first Le Mans Virtual, ended on the podium. We were P1 in the championship last year, getting into Le Mans, ended P3 in the championship, and now we're having a bad race at Le Mans once again. So I think we have to come back and actually win this thing.
You've got Ben Viscal behind the wheel for you now. What's the plan then through to the end? How much is he going to do? Will you get back in again before the end of the race?
Yes, I won't spoil too much. It's not like we're in a position to do anything, but we might beat it towards the end. But then he will do a few stints, and I will be back in the car.
Great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and well done on a good run, Jesper Pedersen of Floyd Van Wall Burst, the number 4.
Thank you.
Thank you to Jesper Pedersen, a very, very familiar face to us here at the Le Mans Virtual Series. Has pretty much been racing in it since we began back in 2020. BMW Team Redline is another team that has done similar things. Lorenzo Colombo out for them, someone who raced in the Formula Renault Euro Cup, went on to FIA Formula 3, but is now turned to racing in the world of the Endurance Championship. World Endurance Championship is where Lorenzo Colombo is these days, so this more familiar territory for him. Just 3 seconds back from Bruno Spengler, so he's just come out the pit lane. We'll see if that gap stays as it is, but that's a pretty good gap for these guys to chase down if that is the case.
He's caught Spengler significantly then, or maybe we're still going through a pit stop cycle, so somewhere in there Colombo's taken a decent chunk of time out of Spengler, because he was more than 10 seconds back when those two jumped in the car. So good work from Colombo, or indeed strategically from the team to put them in that position. Scott Andrews has now taken over the R8G Esports car, which leads the race. Spengler's been in for a while, as has Colombo. Stevenson in the Oracle Red Bull Racing. They are 254 laps up, so they're basically the whole final sector behind the top 3, but still somewhat in the hunt. We're following on with James Baldwin, GT driver, world fastest gamer, 2022 Autosport Esports Driver of the Year. He's on board in the bottom right-hand corner. He's in person in the top right-hand corner, and he's off board on the main screen, and he's sideways in turn 1.
Fantastic analysis, all through one corner.
That's why they pay me the big bucks, Chris.
He's going to be looking in his mirrors as well, I think, because 2.7 behind. You might have just caught a glimpse.
I think he's caught himself on the monitor there.
Yeah, Dane Warren in the Porsche Coanda car, who is trying to chase him down, and took 0.8 of a second out of him last time. So we've got 2 battles to keep an eye on in the top 5 positions in both classes for second in the GTE, and the one you are looking at on screen, which is for 4th. And this is great what we get when we do something like the Le Mans Virtual Series. You can see the reactions to the drivers. This is something you don't get when we race in the World Endurance Championship, just because it physically isn't possible. But James Baldwin there doing a fantastic, we getting to see his reactions live is absolutely fantastic, along with all these angles.
Yeah, focus, calmness, and then a little bit of tiredness of all of these drivers maximising their rigs, maximising their cars on track. And great to watch the technique of somebody so entrenched, so competent in sim racing. And let's have a listen in. Yeah, big old lift. Team over our ears have spotted that it does sound like fuel saving. That lower of the rev tone early for Mulsanne corner indicates that he's lifting out of the throttle a little bit early, trying to save some fuel. He is missing a bit of speed to the car behind. He was 0.8 slower than the Porsche Coanda 23 that's pursuing him last time around, and a little bit slower, about a similar amount slower to the Coanda ahead. So maybe trying to make a strategy work here, James Baldwin. Getting out of the throttle a little bit early to try and save himself a bit of gas.
He's just over 60 seconds, albeit 70 back from Felix Rosenqvist. He's, let's see, around 25 back from Sami-Matti Trogen in second. Is this a case of right, let's do something with this strategy to try and take ourselves further towards the front.
Yeah, they've got to, if they need a podium here, they've got to go long, haven't they, and try and take an extra lap. They will have spotted potentially that a partial stint that they might be able to delete at the end of this race, and then have sent James Baldwin out to try and achieve that. It doesn't seem like a lot of fuel saving though to me. They may only need a lap or so. That's about, you know, point 1, point 2. You tend to get a bit more back through Le Mans because it's such a long lap. Let's have a listen to him as he heads down into turn 1. Just going off board there, but James Baldwin certainly was getting out of the throttle a little bit early down to Mulsanne corners. They're an outlier, aren't they? As we see Trogen pitting in the Williams Esports. That's who they've been battling with for kind of most of the last few hours of the race. 63 versus 53 has been the target. And the Trogen's been a little faster, but let's see if Baldwin can go a little longer in the stint.
Now Lorenzo Colombo is just 0.3 back from Bruno Spengler. I think a change incoming. Make that change just happened in GTE for P2. So Lorenzo Colombo puts that car into second place. BMW Team Red Line move up the position. There is the Mahler car, the number 10 car. Biskevisse, we can see.
Yeah, Biskevisse seems to have been in that car for a very long time now, and has done a chunk of the driving. The female racer has done a lot of time in the Richard Mille Racing car, put in a lot of great stints, the Richard Mille Racing car in the World Endurance Championship. Now finds herself in the Mahler car and doing a lovely job indeed. One of 2 female drivers we have through the 24 hours virtual. 2 BMWs, nose to tail then, and this is Colombo, he's definitely faster, and he has caught Spengler in the other BMW. Red line then versus BS competition. Colombo versus Spengler as they head down towards Mulsanne corner. And Spengler is going to be a very difficult man indeed to outfox. So much experience behind the rig, and he didn't need to outfox him because it wasn't a battle. Basically, Spengler, after you. Let's be kind to each other. There's still 4 hours, 14 minutes to go, but I will take your toe. Thank you very much. Bruno Spengler thinking better of that one. He knows how quickly Lorenzo Colombo has caught him and decides to continue on with his race with the benefit of a little hole in the air.
Yeah, there we go. So we're looking back from Colombo at Spengler. The man with multiple years experience and titles to his belt, and they had swapped back round, but that time Spengler was more than happy to pull aside and open the door for Colombo to go through at Mulsanne.
Interesting technique. You hear them off the throttle there on the way into Indy for so long. Driving the BMW, it's so interesting, the technique to get out of the throttle, and they're really letting the car roll through the mid-corner on the way in, and can take in a tremendous amount of speed. Back on the other story we've been covering, the number 63, and James Baldwin has rejoined the pace somewhat of the cars around him, kind of a few tenths faster last time around than the Porsche Coanda just up the road, so maybe got himself back on fuel. And is now able to push a little bit more. Could be that he just over pushed slightly in the first stage of that stint, rather than necessarily trying to do anything too dramatic with strategy. He's in the hunt for a podium position here, but still, or perhaps then reacting to Warren behind in the 23 Coanda car as well. They've realised that they're going to lose that position if he continues to save fuel. Baldwin more than capable, of course, of delivering the speed, and so has decided to try to maybe ditch that fuel saving for a sec and get the 63 up the road.
I imagine an easy thing to do, particularly at this stage, when we're 4 hours and 12 minutes. We're still well within reach of fighting for a second or possibly even a first to overcook it on the fuel when you get out there in the car for the first bit of your stint, maybe.
Something really easy to do when you're being pursued straight out of the pit lane, or you're battling another car straight out of the pit lane, and you think, I'll get this battle done and then I'll figure the fuel out in a minute. And then you end up so far out. And of course, fuel is cumulative. Not only do you have to get back to the number, so you have to change your technique to move back to the number you should have been hitting, but even worse, because fuel is finite, you know, it doesn't emanate from the vehicle, it's in a tank in the back, so the number's then even worse. The more laps you do off fuel, the worse the fuel number gets. And so you can get yourself in a horrible cycle. Eventually, of course, you arrive at the point where pretty much whatever you do, you can't finish the stint or the number of laps that you need to do. And that's when drivers end up pitting early. So you've got to really work hard not to get yourself in that ever-descending cycle of using more fuel and then being unable to save the fuel to make up for the fuel you didn't save earlier.
And that is just a quick insight out to how tricky Le Mans can be at any time in this race, I imagine.
It's just one of, several factors. Changing tyre, the management of the tyre, the changing ambient condition, the group of drivers you have out on track, and they all join together to build your experience and build your performance in a race like this. One can lead to the other, and there's a method of driving that's a puzzle piece that fits into the puzzle of the portion of the race that you happen to be driving at the moment. You've got to use the information around you and adapt, and that's what driving these endurance cars is all about. The one benefit you have, the one thing in your corner, is you've got a little bit of time to sit there and work out what you're going to do next. On a couple of runs down the Mulsanne. Okay, the tyre's doing this, the fuel's doing that. I reckon if I lift X and steer Y, then I can manage this situation. And that's the moment when it needs to happen. On these long runs between the corners, the drivers need to be thinking about what they're going to do to make the car work.
James Baldwin has decided he should come into the pit lane now. AMG Team Petronas in, and that releases Dane Warren, who was just about to start a battle with Baldwin, and that has now stopped that. So Dane Warren we can see now to the top right of screen, and we have on board with him and James Baldwin into the pit. So this promotes the 23 Porsche Coander up to third, and I think if you're Dane Warren there, that must have been a pleasant sight to see Baldwin peel off into the pit lane there and get released into a clear track.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. I do think Baldwin might be slightly early there. We'll have to check out the strategy, but we've got someone joining us in the box in a few moments' time, so they'll have a fresh hit on the strategies. It'll be interesting to see if Baldwin actually had to pit early and therefore decided to push as a result, or got himself back on fuel and then decided to push as a result. But in any case, the AMG Petronas car has come in and peels back out again in 6th place, 20 seconds back from the Williams Esports AMG entry that they've been battling all the race long. Alpine continue their march ahead of that towards the front of the field in the 36 car. Still all to play for, really. Rosenquist has got it quite well in hand with decent-ish pace at the front of the field in the number 2. 25.4 last time around, was a bit out of sync with what everybody else has been doing. A mid-24, by the way, is a lap time now in an LMP car in these particular track conditions, and that's sort of approaching one of the faster times we've seen on track, isn't it, throughout the race. The post-happy hour, there's a lot of rubber. You can visibly see the graphic delivering the rubber out on track. You can see the track is developed, and the drivers starting to use that to good effect.
This is your battle for 5th in GTE. Project One chasing down Sim Marinello. Kripner chasing down Malguera. Let's see if now Team Redline have come in, which will be good news to the likes of James Baldwin for AMG Team Petronas. So they came in a lap earlier than race leaders, and that won't be something I think would be too worrying for them. But here is the top battle for the top 5. This is the 11 Project One by Dirt Esports car. Best result of 9th for them this season. Just goes to show how well they are going. Looking at the back of Sim Marinello, who took a podium at Sebring last round. For those of you who maybe haven't been with us, this is the 5th of 5 rounds throughout the championship. Of course, it's substantially longer than the others in it being a 24-hour race. The next longest after this was our season opener, the 8 hours of Bahrain, and we can see just looking back there at the Project One by Durkar, which we jump on board with now. They are within a lap or so of making a move here, possibly on Sim Marinello.
Yep, 0.6 of a second, the gap between these two. Project One car 1.6 seconds faster last time around in the hands of Gripner. Malguera behind the wheel of the Sim Marinello Ferrari, the 26 car, so it should be relatively easy work depending on traffic for Gripner to make his way through in the Project One Porsche. Back on board with him, just trying to stay absolutely in the tow. Oof, always makes me wince when they go over what are huge curbs in reality. on the way down to Indy. I can't get used to it, I must admit. And roll the cars into
It must be hard to get used to when you imagine when you were getting ready to do this race.
There's a way to approach the curbs which you can't damage the cars on within in a meaningful way on the curbs in the simulation. So there is a certain natural regard for the racing car that you have to switch off and operate to the parameters of what you're trying to achieve. And it really can stand in your way, and you don't fear. What's incredible is that the experience visually is so engaging that in fact, if the visual experience of driving this simulation wasn't engaging, then in some way it would be easier to disregard the physical. But it is engaging. So the brain confusion comes because of the reality of the sensation through the wheel and the visible feedback. That's why you have to override it and take on those curbs flat out. But some of them, like the Dunlop chicane, those big yellow bananas are not your friend at all in any kind of racing car. No. The curbs down to Indy are definitely not too friendly either. But alas, track has subtle changes in the virtual world, and that's your job as a race car driver to maximise the width of the racetrack, shortest distance at all times, and get after it.
And before we see a change here, there has been a change in the top 5 in LMP. As the pit stops happened, Dane Warren has got past James Baldwin for 5th place overall. So that's the number 23 Porsche Goanda getting by the AMG Team Petronas car. Sami-Matti Trogen in the 53, now just behind the number 20 of Lauren Heinrich, and this is the Brabham car going side by side with Fordzilla. This is the battle for 9th place. Fordzilla trying to make a move here on the Brabham car. They're side by side, or defend, I might say, and the Brabham car is now P9.
Van der Heide makes his way past Dimitriov, who is behind the wheel of the Fordzilla car. A good little battle between these two. Hard to believe, though, at one stage that
first.
Logging enabled.
I keep pushing. We'll have a shorter stop, so maybe we can
I'm
overtake
pushing all
them.
them.
Yeah, all good. 27 no zostało chyba. No ja tam z kilka zrobiłem niestety. No, Agustin fajnie poszedł. No, ale ogólnie to myślę, że traci Sami to dużo, bo Warren był za nami 30 sekund, teraz jest 20.
Ciekawe, nie
Baldwiny były 20, chyba 8, a są 21. Wiesz, no do wszystkich stracił te 7 ileś sekund, nie? A do liderów zobacz tylko 2, czyli lider był do dojścia, nie? Znaczy do dojścia, w sensie wiesz, można było uzyskać.
Mi się wydaje, że ty mógłbyś wsiąść na te 3,5 stintu na koniec.
No, też mi się tak wydaje.
Tam policzą ci poproś. No bo co, ty przejechałeś 4 w nocy i przy tych red flagach, no tam 3, tak?
To na 4,5 bym mógł wsiąść.
No to tak nie wyjdzie.
Po prostu, żeby Sami nie jechał tego. Tych kolejnych.
No,
tylko my już do końca.
To bez sensu, żebyś ty wsiadał na 1,5 stintu, nie? Nie zdążysz się wjeździć, koniec wyścigu. I zmienianie się.
No, bez sensu. Aha, no tak, no to ja mogę wsiąść na 3,5 na pewno. Na 100%. No ale kolanda idzie strasznie, nie? No. Byli tyle za nami, chłopy już są przed nami. No widzę nawet po czasach do tego Alpiny, bo ja tyle nadrobiłem, że przed Le Manem wyjechałem, bo oni zmienili opony, nie? Po 20 sekund. Aha, a to jest 13. Okej, dobra, to jest wszystko dobrze. To po prostu są te Alpiny.
Ale jak ja w nocy oddawałem samochód, to byliśmy tak z 15 sekund za nimi, 20 może. No i dalej tyle za nimi jesteśmy.
No ale może 15-20 byliśmy, a akurat oni byli, teraz będą za nami, nie? To tyle odrobiliśmy.
A, okej. No, 15 jak oboje świeże opony założyliśmy chyba. Wtedy. Oni tam 3 stinty robili w nocy na medach.
No, czyli oni teraz zmienią opony i będą kilka sekund za nami, tak? 8 z 30 sekund za nami, tak? Musimy cisnąć, no ta kolanda myślę, że będzie w zasięgu. Jak nie wiesz, nie stracimy ich z pola widzenia i będziemy mieć krótszy pit.
No to oni już zjechali, czy co?
Nie no, oni zjeżdżają wcześniej, nie? Zaraz zjadą.
Okej, jestem na Zoomie. Coś jeszcze muszę zrobić? Na TeamSpeaku jestem. Streama mam. Wszystko?
No tak. Nazywasz się na Zoomie dobrze?
Tak.
To jest git. Ale pytałem się inżyniera, nie? Jakie czasy robił, no to wiesz, no nie jedzie źle.
Sami?
Tak. Tylko wiesz, jak 24-0 robi chłopie Lauri.
No oczywiście, no nie ma rozmowy w ogóle, no jak?
Przepraszam, nie, my teraz będziemy pitować, a oni chwilę po nas. Ale wiesz, to wychodzi tak, że...
To jak wychodzi? To oni będą
Poczekaj,
mieli coś. Can you see me?
Yep. 3 laps.
Tak, to oni będą mieli przypić całe pieprze.
No to nie ma szans. Ale tak patrząc na czas, to ty będziesz musiał 4 z hakiem stintów przejechać. A nie wchodzi 3,5. Mi się wydaje. 3,50 do końca teraz, jak ja zaraz wsiadam. Przyjadę godzinę 10, to ty będziesz miał 2,5 godziny do przejechania. Poproś tych inżynierów, żeby przeliczyli, czy to możesz tak.
Za ile zjeżdża?
To 2 kółka. 1,5 w sumie.
To co, on zrobił 9 kółek w końcu? Jeszcze pit będzie musiał odłożyć.
Are you doing 9 or 10 laps per stint, Sami?
9.
Ja pierdolę.
Dlatego. Dlatego, kurwa.
So or normal.
I didn't catch that last part. What did you say at the end?
10 laps.
Co ile robi w końcu?
Ja niech się zdecyduje. Ale okej, chyba, no zawsze po tam, jakby tam po 293 zawsze zjeżdżaliśmy, nie? Jakby wiesz, że trójka na końcu. Tak zjedzie teraz. 292 zrobił właśnie i zjazdowe zaczął.
A 91 zrobił.
Aha, to zrobił 9 kółek gdzieś.
Czyli on teraz zjeżdża, tak? Ile mu tam zostało? Kółka z 2 minuty?
Tak. Box this lap?
No.
A, 2 more laps?
Yeah.
No dobra, czyli okej jest. Ale to i tak będzie musiał zaoszczędzić.
No.
Czyli to skończy, to ile jeszcze będzie czasu jechał? Teraz 5 minut?
Jest w takiej Mulzan, no to 5 minut liczę. Tu speed stop, no to...
No wychodzi 6,1 z tym.
Ajajaj.
Czyli będziemy musieli zrobić, to nie wiem czy nie 2 razy nawet. Na koniec.
No to żeby ci z tyłu nas nie doszli jeszcze. I jednak po 5 skończymy.
No i kurwa czekaj. Zależy gdzie lider będzie, ale wygląda to, że raczej 2 kółka, a nie jedno. Trzeba być zawsze inny.
Może poćwicz sobie ile czasu byś tracił na takim oszczędzaniu.
No wiem, tylko że nie mogę teraz, bo nie.
Ty.
Muszę też. Ale będę za 20 minut ogarnę. No, to pa.
Did you select me and mediums?
No. Wait. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, box.
Słucham? Yep. Nie, wyłączyłem czas, żeby się nie dekoncentrować. Co tam? Nie, bo ja wsiadam już w tej sekundzie. Tak. Dzięki. Nie, wszystko mam, dzięki. Okay, good job.
Yeah, good in maths, really. Now in the second stint by good maths, but in the first stint they were just too fast. Fucking hell.
Yeah, they're crazy fast.
Let's see, let's keep fighting.
Remember to pull away from me.
Yep.
Locking enabled.
What a great outlap traffic. Thatcher Rouge, second chicane, Mulsanne and Porsche. Are you kidding me? You know? Never mind.
Two laps, in my opinion. Safe.
Co za pierdolony korek, nie? Tak już potraciłem, że szkoda gadać. Na wyjazdowym złapałem korek w Tetra Rouge, w drugiej szykanie, w Mulsanne i w Porsche. My second screen freeze of the stint already. What the fuck? Ah.
Hey, do you have driving times? Prócz pizz to będzie miał ten kogoś za nami, no i musimy 2 kółka zrobić, nie?
No, marnie to widzę, prawdę mówiąc. 10 sekund w picie od razu nadrobią, no i choć dużo więcej naoszczędzamy.
Zależy, kto będzie jechał.
Na szczęście nie miałem 8 okrążeń przejechałem i jeszcze ani jednego bez korka nie miałem. Pomaga bardzo. Co kółko jeden na jakieś 3,24 i chuj korek i 3,25 wychodzi z tego. I'm in the pits.
Their lap was a 3:31.16.
Nie mogę jechać 4 stintów, bo przekroczę 7 godzin.
Tak czułem właśnie.
Ale jakbyś ty pojechał 3, to ja bym mógł jechać 3.
Bez sensu, no co, zużyte gumy ci będę dawał.
No i będę oszczędzał i tak, nie? Od razu.
No to, no decyduj. I to jest, wiesz. Mogę jechać ile trzeba.
Ja myślę, żebyś ty oszczędził na jednym stincie.
No, to na tym muszę teraz w tym momencie. Ale mi się wydaje, że ty lepiej oszczędzisz.
Okej. Dobra, to nie oszczędzaj. Jak coś, to na następnym zaoszczędzisz, dobra?
Spoko. Pierdolony korek, no po prostu nie mogę, nie? Ochujeję.
Musimy to podium wyciągnąć.
No, musimy.
Ta Alpina się nie liczy, tak? No bo oni będą musieli jeszcze więcej zaoszczędzić niż my, jeszcze będą na oponach starych jechać, no to...
No, oni pit nadłożą po prostu.
O.
Znaczy się nie liczy.
No z nami, myślę, że nie.
O, przepraszam, stary, robię co mogę, ale w ten jeden stint plus to wyjazdowe to miałem więcej korka niż przez wszystkie moje stinty razem wzięte wcześniej chyba.
Co zrobić?
Ja pierdolę. W Porsche jeszcze teraz gietek.
Alpina ma źle z oponami, nie? Jak pit będą musieli nadłożyć, to i opon nie będą zmieniać, to triple simpa muszą zrobić.
Ale teraz są na świeżych, tak?
To nieźle straciliśmy do nich. Na świeżych jak oni byli, to byliśmy przed nimi.
Mówię, że ta Alpina jeszcze, wiesz, będą zapierdalać. Krótki pit stop będą mieli na koniec.
No ale jak nie zmienią opon, to muszą, wiesz, jednego
Wiem, ale już mają 10 sekund przewagi, świeższe opony, więc mi gość będzie odjeżdżał teraz i króciutki pit stop na koniec. A my się tułamy na sterach oponach, będziemy oszczędzać paliwo. Super.
Nie wiem co on gada, ale chyba nie możemy ani nawet 3-3 pojechać.
Ja nic nie słyszę, co on gada. Nie ma mnie na Discordzie.
Nie, bo piszemy, wiesz? Podobno ani Sami nie może, ani ty, ani ja.
Ale czego nie może?
Jechać podwójnego stinta.
To kurwa kto może?
Agustin. Skrócili, wiesz, te czasy maksymalne.
To kurwa dzwoń do niego, niech on przychodzi.
On jest jak coś, już mu powiedziałem, żeby się grzał.
Okay.
pit stop będzie nas kosztowało strasznie dużo, nie? 40 sekund. Nie wiem, takiego
coś koło tego, no. Na dolewkę.
No nic, musisz się skupić i zapierdalać, ile fabryka dała.
To właśnie robię.
Myślę, żeby się nie bał używać tak limitów, mamy ich dużo, nie?
Ale chcę na koniec się jakiś margines zostawić, żebyś się nie musiał srać.
Ale to wystarczy, że mi zostawisz 10, to dużo. No i teraz Bakum straci, nie? Bo będzie, wiesz, na zużytych.
No, no.
trafiłem Agustinowi, żeby spróbował ze sprzęgłem może, nie? On na Sebringu zajebiście oszczędza.
No, to prawda.
User joined your channel.
Hello, 5 more laps.
I shared you my screen on Discord, Nico.
Okay.
To help me to do that.
So what, I think safety car mixture at the end and lift and coast with the clutch.
Don't talk on TeamSpeak.
Agustin tylko mnie słyszy na tym spiku, więc muszę do niego gadać.
Okej.
Może tylko na drugim stincie, żeby zaoszczędził.
Z jednej strony łatwiej, z drugiej strony więcej kółek na zużytych gumach przejeżdżasz zamiast na tych świeższych, nie? Też jeden chuj na tych samych gumach jedziesz. No. Chyba łatwiej potem.
I think, Agustin, you should only save on your second stint.
Okay.
So the first one 7.5 fuel target, and then the second stint 6.8.
Okay. How many laps, Kuba?
4. Are you on Zoom?
Yes.
Na P5 chyba w generalce w ogóle będziemy.
O Boże.
Three lap one, Agustin.
Sorry?
3 laps to go.
Okay. I'm going to do that lap and go to the server.
What was the consumption?
6.85.
Okay, a little bit too much.
Yes, but with use of tires, I think it
Yeah.
will be good.
True.
2 laps, Agustin.
Okay, I go to the server.
Plus the lap traffic will help as well. That would lower it down.
Alpino chyba zjebała dobrze, bo
Michael's going to be
zjechali
doing
dużo
the comms
wcześniej.
after this pit stop.
What did you say?
Michael will be doing the comms after this pit stop.
Okej. Nie, oni tak zjeżdżali chyba.
Nie, kółko przed nami zjeżdżali.
Nie.
Yes, you're on Discord as well.
Are you on the server, Agustin?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you on the server?
I can see you. Takie kółko dobrze szedł. Pit in the slot.
Okay.
In the pits.
Without.
Okay, Agustin, so not safe first stint, but safe second.
Okay. Are you do the same in the last two?
Yeah. A teraz też najgorsze usłyszeć?
Mhm.
Jak P3 skończymy, to P7 w generalce.
Jak niby?
No, tak się ułożyły zespoły, że po punkcie będziemy tracić.
Ale AMG przeskoczymy przecież.
No, i tylko ich.
To P6 generacja.
Ale numer 2 nas przeskoczy.
Ja pierdolę.
User joined your channel.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. No, to wygląda tak, stary, że będziemy tracić punkt do Floydów, punkt do... kogo? Punkt do Floydów, punkt do Redline'a numeru 2.
Boże.
No i numer 1, no i tak będzie przed nami, nie? No bo przecież mają 37 punktów przewagi nad nami. Porsche Coanda będzie dalej z przodu 20. No i numer 23 będzie za nami o 1 punkt, nie? Ale musimy być przed nimi, bo inaczej będziemy P8 w generalce.
Nie mam pytań, no. Super. P8 w generalce.
No ten Bahrain nas zabił, nie?
Każdy wyścig może coś powiedzieć. Poza Monzą może.
No, uratowałoby nas, jakby coś się stało w dwójce albo 20, nie?
Facility and it's a great pleasure to be one of the team to participate in the event, to be honest.
Well, it's fantastic to have a team which is, I was about to say all Chinese, but I just realized you've got a Portuguese driver, in your team. Tell us about your preparations and how the season has gone, because you guys have been part of our full season entry, and I have to say it feels as though this has been a lot better in terms of performance than you've seen across the rest of the championship.
Yes. For us, the championship is a learning process, and for the first round at Bahrain, we actually don't know how to set up the car and how to drive the car. And I spent 1 month, but the performance is very bad. So after that, I tried plenty of ways to improve our performance and to improve the speed. And through the season, we are getting stronger and stronger. And into the season finale, we are much better than before. That's it.
Now, you've got huge amounts of real experience in the sim racing world. How have you been able to educate the drivers that have got less experience in driving on simulator platforms?
Basically, it's doing some demonstration labs and looking at the data to find the problem and to solve the problem. That's it.
And has this competition therefore compare to, you've done quite a lot of racing across different platforms. How do you rate the Le Mans 24-hour virtual?
Le Mans 24 virtual is the competitor is much more stronger than the normal league racing. So I value it very high in the competition and the organization. Yes.
Well, it's great to have you guys with us. Thank you so much for all of your efforts over there in China, and we wish you the best for the rest of the race.
And thanks a lot.
As you may have noticed, whilst talking to us, I'm pretty sure he was still doing laps.
Oh, I think he was. I think he was absolutely. Then again, I do remember, again, in Jimmy's League, the Virtual Endurance Championship, I remember having an interview with Mike Epps, who was racing in that, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, might have been 4 o'clock in the morning, and he told me before the race, he was like, I want you to interview me when I'm doing laps. And he didn't mean practice laps, he meant laps in the race.
Oh,
so
wow.
at 4 o'clock in the morning, he left the pit lane, and we were like, right, dial him up, okay. And so casual. He's going to the Porsche curves, he's like, oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, so it's a really good time to be. I was like, all right then, fair enough. That really is shown off. Obviously, Xiaofei Li, he's a bit busy, really, because he's not just a driver and practicing there. He is the vice team principal of the InSpeed squad, which means when he's out of the car, he's got a lot to do. And you point out some of the results and stuff, some of the things in sim racing. This is one of the things that I really like about teams like InSpeed, teams like Axel, where they are representing their nation, etc., etc. Obviously, the Mexico racing team as well. But they're also showing off not just the team and not just the nation, but they're showing off the for these teams the Asian side of sim racing, which is a side that we don't typically see, because sim racing is more based out of Europe, like we are, or North America. Those are the typical hotspots for where
sim racing, yes.
Racing.
But then you take away and go into
esports, big on the Asian market, and that's, I think it is an unbelievable, untapped well of potential that these teams are showing to the mass public in Malaysia, in China. They're showing, in Indonesia as well. And obviously they didn't go that far. Well, I think they're still going around in the Legion of Racers JMX Phantoms car. They're showing those, the young up-and-comers, or even the esports professionals over there, that sim racing is a thing, and maybe, just maybe, you should give it a go. That there's so much that can be on this grid from all over the world, because sim racing has this potential to be completely global.
I wonder how much, and this is a question really for technical bods, I wonder how much the firewalls and stuff of China make life difficult for competing in
No, super, timing mają zły, nie? I liczą tak. Petarda. Całą noc źle mówili, nie? Gość mówi, no doganiasz P10, a ja jadę na P8.
To log into a European or a worldwide event, maybe you have much more restrictions because of the issues.
Well, I mean, speaking of the size of that stuff that they've had for InSpeed, size of Coanda. I'm not going to talk about Hater dribblings. That's fine. It was coffee, not actual. The size of what they've done with Coanda, with their esports hub, with Persia, with all these teams, Williams that have brought everyone around. It's absolutely incredible. But then you can't forget the size of the operation that we've got here in Silverstone. You know, we've got this studio, which we've been using for Le Mans Virtual generally anyway. It's been, like I was saying before over the night, it's been zhuzhed up a little bit. We've got a slightly fancier desk. But for the most part, you know, it's the same rough facility that we've got. We've got the Hay Fisher truck outside, which is incredible, by the way. When I did that tour earlier on, I was like completely baffled by the amount of screens and buttons that Tom and Aid have to deal with to bring you this broadcast feed. It's been an incredible level of preparation, and it's not just something where you show up an hour before the broadcast, you open the laptop, they press the on button, they go press the stream button, and it's like, right, yeah, okay, all that goes on. They have been preparing directly for this, like actually coming here and doing stuff. They've been preparing for the last week or so. When it comes to the actual preparation on the build up to this, you are talking about months in advance to get everything right for this broadcast, and then we have people like this on screen.
No, it's not just the broadcast, it's the whole organisation as well. There's
everything.
I'm going to speculate 4 or 5 full-time members of staff just on this championship alone.
Oh yeah, it's
full-time members.
It's so much work to, like I say, yeah, not just from broadcast, but from race control. Obviously, everyone behind it, building up into it. You've got everyone running things behind the scenes, trying to sort out sponsors, contracts, everything, getting all the teams into place. I know that there are some people that will be detractors and think, oh well, you know, it could have been better, it could have been this, it could have been. Honestly, come here directly, go into race control, and then start telling them that there, because I promise you, you'll be so impressed with how much work they have.
Sam zapoliczę, Kuba, dobrze?
And that they do not get time to rest, to breathe, or to do anything.
Just watching Jimmy Broadbent here and his silly hair. Looking at his steering movements, I'm amazed at how sensitive that steering wheel is. There is barely any steering wheel movement going on to get the car through the chicanes. You can see he's got lots of time.
Oh, he knows he's on camera.
Of course he knows he's on camera.
I saw that smile.
He's got lots and lots of time to talk to his streams, and Le Mans is unique in that sense that you have these big straights where you can relax and relax your wrist.
There we go.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Yes.
There's obviously a delay though, isn't there?
So just to clarify to the Jimmy Broadbent fan base, I have told Martin Haven that he has to say please no punterino.
He's done it.
Jimmy. Did he say it earlier on?
Yeah, he did it this morning.
Oh, good effort. I respect that, man. He's good at his job. Oh no, Fordzilla, the engine's popped. Who's behind the wheel of that? It's Georgi Dimitrov. That engine, that car's out. That car is done.
Okay, you're going to have to explain to those that don't understand how you can blow an engine.
I don't understand, because I would assume typically you do it on the run into Mulsanne corner by downshifting too aggressively, but they do have an engine wear rate that you can effectively wear the engine so much that the engine will let go. You see it in real life. The engines can let go in real life. This is what's happened to Fordzilla. Obviously, a lot of smoke pouring out of the back. And sadly, painfully, with nearly 22 hours complete, they are out. They're absolutely out of this race. That is heartbreaking.
They've had such a good run, so much better than they've had throughout the rest of the season. Looking so strong for Fordzilla, just the one car from effectively a works Ford brand. But unfortunately, they are now out, puffing smoke out the back of the car. We'll get a replay in a second to see exactly if we can pick up any kind of clues as to how they have managed to do that.
See, I'm going to get the feeling that it's probably not been done in the braking zone, because they got all the way down to Indianapolis, and I get the feeling if it was in the braking zone, there they are. I think we should take a little listen and see what happens. Oh no! Oh no. Okay, so I think what he's done, and I was talking about this with Haven yesterday, or the day before. So what you can do, I'm going to take a wild guess that he's pulled neutral, which is possible to do if you pull both paddles at the same time. You can go into neutral, or if you have a neutral key set, which you'll typically use to get from first into neutral and then into reverse.
Yeah.
Has gone into neutral and then has panicked and gone, I need to be in sixth, and has shifted straight up without pushing the clutch in. because obviously if you then just shift straight up, the car will let you do that to go straight into first, but you're doing 250k, first gear can't do that, and it would have just ripped.
It seems like a weird thing to do on such a calm part of the circuit, though, to miss button, to miss press.
I have seen it so many times. So many times. It's, like I say...
But as you say, he's going up the gears rather than down.
If it is double parallels, you might accidentally pull. We'll talk you through it a little bit. So we go up.
Fourth.
It's once he gets into fifth. And then he's pulled it. I don't know whether he's got too casual.
No, but you see neutral flash up on the dashboard. So he's gone from fifth into neutral somehow.
But he was in fifth for a little while.
Yeah.
For like, not by a little while. Yeah, you're talking like half a second. Pulled it into neutral. Whether it is both paddles pressed or a button, I would always say if you've got a button for neutral, never have it on your wheel because it is too easy to press. Have it on a keyboard or something nearby so that you can then press over.
Could be on a keyboard and his cat has just stood on it.
Literally, there are so many things that could have happened there. But either way, if you do ever go into neutral, clutch in, get back up into fifth, and then carry on. Unfortunately, that is Fordzilla out, and that is, I mean, that's Le Mans. It's a heartbreaking story, but let's be honest, we see them in the real world as well. Those heartbreaking final moments.
We're not in the final moments, so we've got 2 hours and 15. We've still got plenty of racing still to go.
After 22 hours, it will still feel pretty final.
There is just 15 seconds between number 2, our leaders, Filip Drukovic, on course for a second victory in the Le Mans Virtual after winning the FIA Formula 2 Championship last year. Leo Boulet is in second position for Alpine Esports, with Mitchell de Jong in the 20 Porsche Coanda car, a further 18 back. That's how it stands right now, because we've cycled through another set of pit stops, would you believe? It does seem like they just come at you the whole time. And Alpine are on a different strategy to Redline and Coanda. Redline and Coanda, in theory, have now got their new tyres. So they should have better pace now. Leo Boulet had his new tyres on the last stint, so he's got tyres that are half an hour older. And right now, Lewis, they're back onto the double stints, presumably, so they're only doing 1 hour on the tyres rather than triples.
I did just see a note, by the way, from Fordzilla. They had a lag spike on their end. Whether that's, that can be, when we say lag spike, that can be computer, that can be internet, it can be a lot of things. So they've had a technical issue regardless that has either then put them in neutral or has got their timing off with, obviously when you're shifting up, you're doing it in a rhythm, you're almost like doing it just on audio, just on memory of when the gearing is, and just doing it automatically. And so as far as saying, basically it wasn't Dimitrov's fault, it was just an unreal amount of bad luck in one spot. Again, an incredible shame for Team Fordzilla, who'd, like I said, been having an incredible race. But absolutely right, pit stops in progress with 2 hours 13 minutes left to go. They can do about an hour 5. Might even be a little bit longer in the LMPs. So we should be talking about this. Tyres going on now, should be talking about the final, or the penultimate rather, set of tyres that we'll be putting on. 4 stints left to go, but they'll be double stinting those medium tyres. Double takes you to the checkered flag as long as you can save the fuel in the right way. Or some people might be going a little longer at points and might be trying to get themselves in position to do just a splash and dash before the end of the race. We believe there's a couple of teams that might be in that kettle of fish. We're not 100% sure as to which ones are. Those that were on the half strategy, where they're pitting around about 5 laps into the stint that Mercedes or the red line or that lot were on, they might be splashing and dashing before reaching the end of the race.
So Oracle Red Bull Racing have confirmed an hour ago they did disconnect, and so lost 2 laps. So now the focus is on trying to keep P3 in the championship, because they are at the moment in third position, losing their second spot to the leaders in the GTE, which is the 888 R8G Sports squad, that are down in 8th position in the championship as it stands coming into this race. having had a victory and a pole position in Monza, but otherwise not a fantastic season. By winning there and by winning here, that would put them up into second in the championship and would remove the Porsche down to third position. So focus then from Oracle Red Bull Racing. Still don't really understand why they only entered one car in GTE and not did a Redliner or Coanda, where at least you've got two cars. When you do Le Mans for real and you've got two cars in the global championship, you add a third car just in case luck hits the other cars. You've still got one that can win. You've seen it with Audi over many, many years. Two full-time entries and then a third for Le Mans. That third for Le Mans is not just because they want to have an extra car. It's because Le Mans has so many variables, has so many issues. Real world, I'm not talking about virtual, I'm talking about real world, that you are spreading your opportunity greater by having more cars. And I don't really know why someone like Oracle Red Bull Racing, G2 Esports, massive organisation, whether you're looking at the Formula 1 Red Bull Racing team or G2 Esports who run the esports side of things, why not enter a second car? Just if you get these disconnects, if you're having these issues, you've got another one to back you up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Redliner, the big recipient of that, obviously in the LMP category, not to bring that one up too many times, but I get where you're coming from. I'm just not sure, after some of the issues that Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports had last year, because they ran two cars last year, they ran a GTE and an LMP, maybe that was a mistake when you should run two GTEs, but they were running a little bit short on drivers that actually wanted to participate, that were skillful enough on R-Factor 2 to participate, going into the final round. It left them in a bad spot, especially when it comes to hoovering up pros. That's always one of the major factors. Getting pros for this race is incredibly difficult. Pros that are fast enough.
And actually, at the moment, that 99 car will not be third in the championship because Sim Marinello have got enough points to be third.
This is what happened to Dimitrov when he popped, well, when the engine popped. I think
we're waiting for a reaction.
I think that is stunned bewilderment.
There you go. Oh. Yeah, now it really settles in.
Heartbreaking for them. Like you say, from what we're hearing from Fordzilla, it wasn't Dimitrov's fault. It was, for whatever reason, for whatever had happened, whether it was a computer or whatever, but a lag spike, screen freeze, whatever you want to call it, right at just at the worst time. And yeah, there are just no words. But that is the brutality of this. And Alex Brundle was saying earlier, to enjoy the highs, you've got to have those heartbreaking lows.
I mean, me especially, because I was so bad at racing, but even the very best guys in the world will experience more lows in motorsport than they will do highs. You cannot win every weekend.
No, exactly.
And unless you're Max Verstappen, you rarely win at all. But you're always striving to win. So it is a nature of motorsport that you end up
Kurwa, co robimy, no?
having to fight negativity quite a lot.
Na styku wychodzi, nie? Chyba.
Nie wiem, właśnie.
No tak policzyłem, to na styku wychodził, no bo oni muszą zrobić jeden cały stop, to stracą prawie 1,5 minuty.
3 pit stopy im zostały, tak?
No,
a jeden paliwo, jeden pełny.
Tak.
Samo paliwo 60 sekund się traci, na pełny 80. Czyli 200 sekund jeszcze na pitach stracą.
No to to wychodzi na styk, nie? Jakby nie robił 3,25 tam średnio, to wtedy wyjdzie.
She's caught up with Gustav Menezes, who you remember last time we met had pink shorts on and sushi in a delivery bag. What's he got this time?
So, Gustavo, we're standing in front of your 2022 kit that you've kindly donated for the decor of the Peugeot Sport headquarters. The last time you competed in the 24 Hours of Le Mans was in 2020. What do you think you are going to be taking away from all of the sim time you've had preparing for this 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual in preparation for the 24 Hours of Le Mans that you'll be taking part in June?
Yeah, I mean, it's always it's good to have a refresher, you know, just get in the mentality of a 24-hour endurance in Le Mans with the team, with a good spirit, motivation, and also, like, for example, this race that we
Czy oni teraz muszą opony, tak jak Koanda?
you know, to persevere and continue working.
Nie, oni mają tak jak my, nie?
It's been a good
Koanda też chyba, czy nie?
Nie, no Koanda przecież ty... A, tak.
Absolutely, and of course we've got the 9X8 just in front of us here, the hypercar. You're driving the car number 94. Tell us about your preparation for the season. What's coming up next?
Yeah, now we've had our holiday fun, you know.
Dobra, po tym kółku trzeba policzyć dokładnie, co się stanie. 200 sekund musimy odliczyć, tak? Od tego, co będzie.
What is going to be our first full season in the World Championship.
So just tell us about the fact that you kind of integrated this Peugeot Esports team. How the relationships have gone. How has that gone for you?
Yeah, first it's the first time for Peugeot
Dobra, no
Sport,
to będę liczył, jak
Peugeot Esport
kończy
competing in
kółko, zobaczymy.
virtual
No skończy,
motorsports. I think,
dobra. Stało w
they've
wyścigu
always been,
7550 sekund.
dipping their toes in the water,
Podejmuje
and,
200 na
I think we're
pit
gonna
stopy.
see more and more exposure from Peugeot.
To i dzielę to na średnie tempo 205,5, tak?
No.
36 kółek jeszcze
No właśnie, no, czyli 2 tylko musimy zaoszczędzić.
3.
So what are you taking away from your experience? 'Cause I know you're not going to be jumping back into the car.
Zrobił już
because
320,
had a
czyli
sleep,
przejadą,
unlike Maxime, for example.
przejedziemy
What
356.
are your main takeaways from this experience?
Well, it's actually nice to be the amateur.
Jest 3 kółka nam brakuje, bo my, wiesz, do 353 byśmy zjechali. A przejedziemy 356.
No ale zjedziemy czy... Poczekaj, ale to są skończone kółka przecież.
No. Przejechał 320 i przejedzie jeszcze 36. 36. Dobrze, no to Michael dobrze mówi teraz. To z tego, że zaprzeczył sobie tylko 5 razy wcześniej, no ale teraz już...
I think it would be awesome. I think it would be really cool in general to have eventually have the hypercars in our factor in the virtual Le Mans.
Dobra, no to nie ma sensu oszczędzać. Jak próbowałem oszczędzać, to takie sekundę 200, 1,5 sekundy się traci na kółko.
Thank you very much.
And that is the plan for the hypercars to be introduced into our Factor 2 platform in the near
No, dolew kolejny nas będzie kosztować 40 sekund.
No 30 litrów będziemy potrzebować. No, 40 sekund. 41.
But certainly as more and more manufacturers get involved in hypercar, this Le Mans Virtual will have
To Koanda nas jebnie i Alpin. I AMG.
I super, P6 w Le Mans, P15 w generalce pewnie i gitara. No ale no co, no nie przeskoczysz tego.
Ja bym oszczędzał, może jakoś ich trzymał, nie wiem, zawsze zjechać możemy później. To jest jak co wiesz, no co mamy do stracenia.
And he sent me a picture of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual Bingo that we've been doing commentary-wise, and the only one he's crossed off is Lewis McLean makes an unfunny joke. That is brutal. And true. It's so true. I've been going out of my way to be as unfunny as possible.
To wiesz, 40 sekund jak stracimy, to równie dobrze tyle samo możemy oszczędzać, nie? A może coś z korkiem, coś nam pomoże gdzieś, coś.
No, you definitely did. Yeah, that was pre-race. You may not have seen that, in fairness. Good morning, everybody.
Isn't your jumper unfunny joke?
Ah, good point.
Right, let's do the highlights.
Ja bym tak 3,25 zaoszczędzałem.
Before the end of our third edition of the Le Mans Virtual, we're coming to the sharp end, and we're going to get the voice of WEC back into the commentary box to guide you through it.
24 hours of Le Mans, TotalEnergies provides the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, TotalEnergies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes. The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
22 hours of sim racing for the third edition.
Wiesz co moglibyśmy zrobić?
We're just 2 hours away from the culmination.
Poprosić numer 5, żeby nam tunel dawał i nas ciągnął.
Third on the grid, down the inside into turn 1, and before he even got there, had the lead of the race. We've had all kinds of chaos, whether it be personal or in the race. We also had a little bit of rain.
7 lat w dupę. Mogliby nas ciągnąć w tunelu, ja bym, wiesz, mógł zaszczędzić w chuj.
No, dużo mniej tempa stracić.
No, ja bym tak zrobił.
Getting caught up in that particular incident, along with a certain Andy Prio. Day became night, but the challenges still remained. Even coming into the pits was difficult for some.
Tylko to by musiał jakiś Jack wsiąść, nie? Albo Petar.
Staying on the track can be tricky, and if the wall comes at you like that for the Proton Coanda
Weź tam zaproponuj szybko, no już Agustinowi mógłby pomóc.
Tak.
Racing has been frenetic. The 71 machine leading the championship, but is not the fastest car out there. And so Rudy Van Buren having to send it hard to get himself up into a strong position. The sun rose after a very hard night for many. And it put Felix Rosenqvist in the number 2 red line machine in the lead. The number 1 had bailed out of the race despite leading the championship. Verstappen threw a hissy fit and decided to retire. The Porsche curves, always a place where danger is ever apparent, even to the chicane. Sim Maranello and Door Motorsport getting together.
Nawet żeby kary dostali, wiesz, za to, że tam Jack przekroczy czas czy Petar.
No to Maso ma jechać niby do następne stinty.
No to nie. Powiedz im. Że to, wiesz, no możemy podium dzięki temu ugrać, nie?
Different strategies at the head of the field and late retirement for Fordzilla with an engine failure. And they were running very well. So, Team Redline lead the race at the moment by just under 30 seconds over the Porsche Coanda number 20. Number 53 AMG Team Williams up into 3rd spot. Porsche Coanda 23 in 4th. Alpine Esports have dropped down to 6th position now after their last round of pit stops. Con Sport back aboard that car. Look at that. The number 1 leading in the championship, deciding to retire and therefore will not win the championship season 2 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Unbelievable decision by Max Verstappen to do that. In GTE, it is the leaders of the championship in second behind the 888 RHE Ferrari, which is very much the class of the field from the very beginning. I've been Ben Cosenjuris. Lewis McGlade has already exited the commentary box. We're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Chris McCarthy and the voice of Le Mans, Martin Haven.
A voice of Le Mans. Okay, 2 hours to go, just inside the final 2 hours.
Kurwa, no jak on by nas ciągnął, to ja myślę, że mógłbym mniej niż pół sekundy tracić na kółko.
Wątpię.
Dlaczego?
No,
jakby blisko był. Wiesz, tam gdzie potrzebuje, nie? A potem zużywał paliwa w chuj.
A minute and 48 seconds behind, i.e. a full fuel pit stop with tyres and more behind R8G's Ferrari that leads the race and has led the race from pole position for much of the 22 hours.
Agustin, how is it going?
And possibly also, despite the fact that they're all using identical
I'm good. I was very bad luck with the traffic, but all good.
Late in the remaining couple of hours because of
Petar będzie jechał na koniec.
in LMP. Felipe Drugovich leading for Team Redline, car number 2. In the pits right now,
No,
Dane
to nie wiem
Warren
co.
in the 23 Porsche Coanda car. One of the two
Przedstawiłeś
Porsches
tam
that
sytuację?
locked out the front row of the grid in qualifying, and the number 20 car, Mitchell de Jong, at the helm of that. They are currently running in second place, just 25 seconds behind the leader. An incident, somebody else's incident, more likely than an incident of your own, could make the difference between winning and losing this race. And of course, anybody who's watched the real Le Mans 24 Hours in the last decade will be all too well aware that even the last lap is as dangerous as the first to your hopes of success. Chris McCarthy, we are getting perhaps to a spot where certain team strategies are going to become more evident as we close in on, and then the teams now will be back timing their fuel to, or will have been back timing their fuel maybe for the last 3 or 4 hours to make sure that they neither run dry nor have too much left in the tank at the end of the race, because you don't want to spend 32 seconds at any stage filling up with fuel that's going to be sitting in the car after the checkered flag. That's completely irrelevant. You take that time out because you take the fuel out of the tank. So that will already have started, and of course, unless you're privy to their calculations, trying to guess who's got what is going to be the devil's own job.
No, it's going to be a very tough job. It's great to be back with you all as we go into the final 2 hours, the final stretch, and as you said, the final pit stops now, final sequence of pit stops fastly approaching. And talking to Alex Brundle in commentary a little earlier about this strategy, very key, and we would have seen teams along the way somewhere seeing if they could have saved a lap or two here or there, and this is where they might be able to get the rewards of that. But we still have possibilities of some very big changes in the order, and some of that could be down to those very pit stops that you were just talking about.
Well, the top 4 cars are separated by 82 seconds. What's 82? I'll be accurate, 82.65. 82 seconds is a full fuel stop plus tyres. 62 seconds, 64 seconds rather, 32 for the fuel, 32 to drive through the pit lane, so 64 seconds plus 20 seconds for tyres, that's 84 seconds, and the top 4 cars
Agustin, we need to save.
are 82 seconds apart. So
okay,
if one of them doesn't
6.8.
need a final fuel stop, boom, suddenly you go from 4th to 1st and look like a hero, because you have been accumulating that extra allocation of fuel throughout the remainder of the previous 12 or 14 hours since we reset everything after our red flag. And it is possible that somebody has maybe even half a tank of fuel in hand or half a stint in hand, and we're going to have to watch. We've just seen 23 stop for fuel. Dane Warren now down to 6th place. Into the pits now, Agustin Canapino. He is in 4th place in the number 53 AMG Team Williams machine. So he is making a fuel stop, and with 1 hour and 50 minutes to go, they will have to make several more. It's a 10-lap stint at 3 minutes 25. So that's 32 and a half minutes. Plus the time you spend in the pit lane for a stop, 33 and a half minutes of time elapsed per stint. And we've got 30, 60, 90, 120. We've basically got 5 stints now. Nearly 6 full stints to the end of the race for our LMP cars. Now the question is, how nearly a full stint is somebody going to make it, and how much can they pinch and scrimp and save? And does anybody have an advantage? So AMG Team Williams, Porsche Coanda number 23 have both ducked in and out of the pits, and so now we know that they are going to be the first of the group, of the lead group, to stop in sequence each time. And if the rest of them don't come in on the next lap, then we know they're at a more than 1 lap deficit, and possibly a 2-lap deficit, and so on. So this is where we start to try and remember in our very fuddled haze exactly what's going. Looking here at the battle, Looking back from Panis Racing towards R8G's car number 18. And this is the battle, as you can see, for 10th position. So these are the cars just off the lead lap. And this gap is absolutely tiny. Victor Martins being chased, not Victor Martins, he's in the car ahead, the Alpine car. This is Thibaut Casubon, and behind him is the R8G number 18 car doing the chasing, and that is Martin Himmensen, the Dane, and he is all over the back of it.
It's going to be intriguing to see these next round of stops. And one section, if you do have a timing screen in front of you, is those last lap times, just to see when people do start to go and push if they're not saving fuel, and we'll see the difference of those who are and those who are not. Maybe those who are risking a strategy and those who are definitely saving.
Now, in terms of LMP cars, it's a 10-lap stint. Very, very, very tough to get 11. You might be able to do it if you've got a handy enough advantage over the car behind you. In the GTE class, it's about a 15-lap stint. It's about 53, 55 minutes. We've got an hour and 51 minutes. We are now almost within touching distance of one full more stop after this to the end. So cars have just gone in. Mahler's BMW, car number 10, that has just stopped and is on the outlap with Bajtskivissa. And they have stopped from 10th place, car number 10. From 5th place is the remaining Proton Coanda GTE car, 88. And that is just on the outlap.
Super.
And so that car now in the hands of
Ja zaoszczędzę.
South African
Zobaczysz.
driver. Stopping now is Sebastian Wunsch in the Simsa Sport Ferrari, and from 3rd place, Alan Terzic in the BS competition BMW. Now that car was very close and has had the lead at one stage, so they're stopping now with an hour and 50 minutes. So that's 110 minutes.
Can you tell us fuel every lap, Agustin? What you use?
So this stop plus one more should get them to the checkered flag. Anybody who stops after this will have to fill in their final stop for fewer
because you need to save, because I need to save 2 stints.
Yes, I will do 11 laps in this team.
Okay, great.
After Mahler will have a time advantage there, saving in the pit lane. You don't necessarily have to miss a pit stop, but the fewer laps fuel you have to put in to get to the end, the shorter time you spend by what did we say it was 3.2 seconds per lap. That's what it takes to fuel. If you fuel for, well, that's for a prototype car. If you fuel for 10 laps, it takes 32 seconds. So every lap you don't have to fuel, you gain 3.2 seconds on track, which is a big...
That's a lot of time.
I know. You have to be a lot faster in this category with this class of driver to gain 3.2 seconds unless the car in front has a big off.
This is a battle potentially coming up for Panis Racing coming up. We are looking back from R8G, so we'll monitor this one as we watch some of the cars now just heading down towards Indianapolis. Martin, we can see one of the red line cars there. This is one of the R8G cars, in fact, being chased by the red line car. This is our lead car overall, with Felipe Drugovich currently in the car, and he leads by 26 seconds currently.
And Redline may well end up with a chance to win this race overall. Just behind the race leader, you can see the 86 GR Esports car, and a chance now to catch up with one of their drivers, Mo Ritson. So Mo, good morning. I was going to say good afternoon, because it feels like this morning has been going on forever and a day. How does it feel to the driving lineup of the car?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it was a tough night. We had our ups and downs, but it's a bit surreal. I don't think I've even seen sunlight yet, so I don't know what time of day it is.
Well, listen, it's the UK in January. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure the sun's even up yet, so no, you're absolutely right. It's funny because when you are watching the race as you are when you're in the race and it's daylight, and then you look outside the door and it's...
Ale Merc też musi oszczędzić, żeby pit nadłożyć przecież. Znaczy, no jeden steel będą musieli oszczędzać. Przed nimi jest szansa być.
Probably an unfair amount of bad luck coming your way, but in terms of how you feel that the team has performed,
Alpiny gdzie będą?
what are you looking at towards the end of the race? Have you got
Alpi
anything up your
będą za
sleeve
nami
that might
pewnie,
make
no ale
it
będą
look
zapierdalać.
a little more comfortable?
Well, I think we've handled the
No
the
tak,
ups and
no.
downs really well.
Mercedesy też,
You know, as
kurde.
best as you can never prepare fully for this race. You never know what's going to be thrown at you. But I think we've done a really good job with it, and it's been enjoyable, which always helps. Yeah, we've got a few things coming in the last few stints. We're going to see what we can do and if we can gain any more places. But everything's still to play for. Still an hour and 45 to go. We've seen in the real world races and the previous editions of this sim race that it really can make a difference in the last few minutes.
Yeah, really can, absolutely. And as we said a few minutes ago, even the last lap, nothing is safe, as we've seen. Now, obviously, everybody at home, to a degree, is invested and involved in this, and probably have some of them, quite a lot of them, have their own sim rigs at home. I always find it really fascinating to see, where most of our competitors are. Most of you will be at home in your own regular sim rig. Some of you will, some are in, a big facility with a big team around them. What's the backup that you guys have got? You're in 4 individual locations, or is it just you on your own?
We're all over Europe actually.
Yeah.
Me and my teammate Gus Bowers and Dan. We're all in the UK, and then we've got guys all over Germany.
Zooma,
Poland.
pamiętaj, żeby
So
wejść.
it's kind of quite an independent side of things back at home. Back at the actual sim. But the test sessions that we've been doing, they've all been online together and arranged and everything. But it's an interesting dynamic working with different drivers around Europe. And you're working with these engineers which we're so used to being in an office with on a race weekend in a truck, but then all of a sudden everything's done on Discord and Skype and everything. It's a totally different experience when it comes to fine tuning and the engineering side of stuff. But it's had its challenges, but at the same time it's been fun to work with different drivers from different backgrounds and to see how alienly fast these sim drivers are.
Discord does a lot of heavy lifting in this virtual world, doesn't it? And you're absolutely right, I think. I think particularly from the first time we ran Le Mans 24-hour virtual 3 seasons ago, that the real world drivers were suddenly almost pinned to their seats by how fast the sim pros can go in these things, because they do things that the game demands, which a real-world driver like yourself and lots of particularly the LMP2 real-world drivers, prototype drivers, would just not do with a real-world car.
26 średnia robię, ze zużyciem 6,75.
Changing a category, if you go from karting to single-seaters, you have to unlearn a whole load of stuff and learn a whole load of new stuff, and that's all part of the challenge for the pro racing drivers, right?
Exactly. I think that's the hurdle that we've all faced at some point with that transition from the real world to the sim world. And yeah, like you said, it's when you're surrounded by these sim drivers, you see things that they're doing, and you're like, surely not. But it works. It's fun. And you've got to.
No, tylko że ta Alpina to full service musi zrobić, nie? Jedna opona więcej niż.
Very lucky with the GR Esports guys that the sim races that we've got are blindingly fast. They've got
No i cały
10
pit
years
stop
of
jeszcze
experience in the sim
dodatkowo.
races. They've done countless amounts of races. So that experience has really helped myself and Gus and all the other real world drivers get accustomed to the.
To może się udać dowieść.
That come with sim racing.
Well, the good news is, if you can all meet up after this for an evening of indoor kart racing, you can thrash them senseless. You can use your real world skills.
Exactly, we've got a fair bit of doing to get them back for all these the embarrassing test sessions.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because we always talked about this from the very beginning. Is that the professional race drivers, and some of them with decades of experience and have raced in Formula One and World Endurance and have raced at Le Mans and so on, become effectively the quote gentleman drivers in the car. You're the ones that need bringing up to speed. Did you feel coming in? Okay, I can't be the weakest link. I can't be the slowest guy in the car.
How is your fuel, Agustin?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've all felt that pressure.
Very good.
It's kind of like my FIA grade.
6.7 this lap.
I don't know anymore.
6.9 the previous.
Okay.
It's been tough to adjust to
Okay.
it, for sure. And this is my first taste of R-Factor, and it's been really enjoyable. And I think now I'm looking at it and thinking this is my real taste of sim racing, and the endless opportunities within the sim racing world. I think there's it's great for any real world drivers trying to develop their skills, you know, on a cheaper budget, because you all know racing's not a cheap sport, and neither is sim racing compared to other sports, but it's far more accessible for drivers away from the, you know, instead of spending all the money to go on test days and track days.
It's more expensive than a football or a cricket bat and ball, but it's as you say, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than trying to actually do it in real cars, and you get so much bang for your buck. You can just, you can just practice your heart out. Final question before we let you go and focus again on where the car is. Has it given you a taste to do the real thing? Is that now high up on the shopping list and higher maybe than it might have been before?
For sure. I mean, it was fairly high as things were before this, but this is really giving me a taste of competition, and you just look at the entry list and it's insane, the drivers and the experience that is on this entry list this year, and it does give you that real sense of when you're going out of that pit lane, you know that you're not just going into any old session to have a bit of, you know, a bit of a play around. It means business. You know, we're up against, you know, F1 world champions and drivers who've done this race in the real thing, so it's made it more realistic and more special for sure. And it's only helped my ambitions to actually do the real thing at some point in the near future.
Good. Our intention is 100% to feed the addiction. Mo Ritson, good luck for the rest of the race to you and both of the GR cars. Keep out of the gravel. This always happens. When you go on TV to get interviewed, the first thing you see is your own car going off. So just that's all part of the experience. We're trying to make it as real as possible. Mo, we're going to let you go. The leaders are all pitting for the for the next round of stops. So good luck for the rest of the race, and look forward to seeing you at the real Le Mans in the not too distant future.
Thank you very much. Great to chat to you.
All right, cheers now. Okay, so our leaders are heading into the pits. The leader now, a change of driver. Luke Bennett has taken over number 2, Team Redline. Mitchell de Jong remains at the wheel of the 23 Coanda car. And out of the pits comes our GTE leader, Alex Smoljar, in R8G's 888. So they have fuel in hand, don't they? We talked about this just before we caught up with GR Esports' Mo Ritson about from the 1 hour 50 minutes, which is basically about as long as you can run in 2 stints. They've saved themselves 10 minutes of track time, and what are they lapping at? They're lapping at 3 minutes 50, let's say 4 minutes. They've saved themselves 2.5 laps, so a minimum of 6.5, 7 seconds or so they have saved in terms of pit stop time in their next stop, in what will be their last stop. So they will add to their advantage based on the fact that they're going to be putting less fuel in to get to the end, because you don't have to fill the tank. You only put in what you need to get to the checkered flag and not an ounce more, because that makes the car quicker and it also makes your stop shorter. In the same way that when you go to the petrol station, if you put in 10 euros or a full tank, 10 euros takes much less, unless you're riding a motorbike, than filling the tank. So that's the deal. So they have that little advantage in hand, and that means that RAG is going to be harder to catch.
They certainly will. Victor Martins has come in for another stop in the Alpine Esports car. It seems like he's been in there an incredibly long time. They can do a max of 7 hours, can't they? I hope he knows about that, because Victor Martins seems to have
the real key is
Coś mi się wydaje, że Baldwin teraz oszczędza. Nic nie dochodzi Agustina, a Agustin obaj zrobili 3.29.
Minimum drive times also have to be observed. Again, no driver may do less than 4 hours spread across the race, and pit stop time does not count. Now, because we lost a sizable chunk of the race with the 2 red flags, those minimum drive times will be reduced incrementally, and the teams will know what it is. So instead of maybe a minimum drive time of 4 hours, it's probably
Do you want us to calculate fuel, Agustin?
Sorry?
Do you want us to calculate fuel for you?
No. I'm good. I'm in the target.
All of those are important. At this level, driver fatigue,
Don't worry, I can do it.
Racers or the pro racing drivers is unlikely to be an issue, as it might be with more mature gentleman drivers, let's say, in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans. So that's probably going to be less of an issue in terms of fatigue, but it's just making sure that your guys have done the minimum and don't break the maximum drive times. So, yeah, Victor Martins in and out for Alpine Esports. That's their 37 car. And Smoliar safely out in R8G. There was another stop, SF Esports. They had a bit of a disconnect issue early this morning, and Kevin Stolzer is back at the wheel of that car. That's running in 13th place at the moment, chasing the equally luckless ProDrive Fire at Esports Aston Martin. That car was right at the front of the field, ran in the lead early on, and Lasse Sorensen was very quick in that. He is back at the wheel of the car, but unfortunately, because of their issues, dropping down to 12th place. And I don't think there's any kind of randomizer in the game that throws in tyre debris and random punctures and all the other stuff that would happen in the real world of racing at Le Mans or anywhere else. But there are random issues of a different nature because we're all interconnected on this massive network of computers that do sort of replace that. And it looks just very briefly again as if Graf may have another one of those issues. They're now shown not as being in the pit lane but as being stopped in the game.
Yeah, Ozeratskovskaya has just stopped somewhere. Seems they might have had a connection issue.
Well, that car was shown as P for being in the pit lane a moment or two ago, so she might have had to have a reset to the pit lane, which could be either a mechanical fault with the rig, the wheel or something, or possibly with the screen on her rig. So Lubov Ozretskaya is in the pit lane, and a question mark remains at Graf. They've had a dramatic race. That pictures or those images that you see in the highlights of a car barrel rolling, that's the Graf car. So again, you know, in the virtual world, no harm done to anybody at all.
I mean, that was a steering wheel disconnection, wasn't it? That so
no pixels were harmed in the making of that barrel roll.
Let's just say, look, that's, you know, if you're at the 24-hour Le Mans and you just see a car that just does not want to make it to the end right now, then that seems to be the Graf car. It just everything seems to be wanting to fall off it currently, and that's not anything due to the team. That is just quite simply
just fate.
Luck.
Just
not on its side.
Absolutely. Hugh Chamberlain, who ran cars through Group C and for many years at Le Mans, always used to say, if it's going to break, I wish it would at least have the good grace to do so while the pubs are still open and not drag us all the way through to lunchtime before finally giving up the ghost. You know, because if you've got a car that absolutely and willfully will not stay out on track for any period of time, it becomes very unfunny really quite quickly. So yeah, he was always of that opinion. Pit stops for Will Chigurtha in the number 5 Williams Esports car. Again, they had problems early on. Thomas Enger for ARC Bratislava, the flying Czech, the 44 car that is in the pits from 17th. Again, that will be penultimate. That won't be penultimate pit stop of the race. That's only going to be for the GT cars, so that will be a standard stop for them. Quite a number of these cars that have had little issues or slightly bigger issues are on slightly different strategies to our front runners. And again, you know, the rule of thumb at Le Mans always is least time spent in the pits, most likely chance of winning the race. And that's because when you're in the pits, you're doing 0 kilometers an hour. When you're out here, you're doing north of 100 and up to getting on for 300 almost everywhere. So you obviously cover a lot more ground, and it's who goes furthest in the time allotted that is the winner.
This car absolutely flying, isn't it, Martin? 2 seconds a lap quicker, albeit that 1.5 sometimes, than Mitchell de Jong. Definitely on different strategies. As we say that, that's an example of why the Porsche Commander car stays out, the Alpine car comes in.
No, zobacz, zjeżdża teraz Colin Spork.
Out of that car before they were going to bring it in a little bit earlier than those ones ahead. Alpine, really a fantastic.
W regulaminie jest w ogóle, że nie można dawać
tunelu, nie?
The standout performance of this entire race. Looking back through their season, a best result of 6th, and it's just been a superb race for them so far, given the luck they had against them in the
Pytanie, co z tą Alpiną, nie?
last year. They're really overturning it
Zaraz
this
gdzie
year.
wyjadą.
And I have to say, actually, another real standout team Among, let's say, not the heavy hitters that you expect to
Bo
be.
jak oni wyjadą, to oni jeszcze 2 razy muszą zjechać do pitu i my też.
No, tylko że, no tak, tylko że oni cisną.
But boy, have they punched above their weight in this race.
O, to już przed Marcem wyjechali chyba.
Qualified 16th, whether that was
O, jakby się zaczęli bić tam.
Ale Marc oszczędza teraz, jak dla mnie. Przecież nie wiem, 26-2 na ostatnim kółku. Oszczędza i taki czas zrobił, to pozdro.
Then you know they have absolutely outperformed anything that they showed in qualifying and had a really good race. So that, you know, that problem blowing the gear, blowing the engine, yeah, a real shame for them. And as we said, it's possible that they did not have their over rev protection on the car, and there you go.
Just being reminded back there, they were part of
Fuel,
the
okay.
Part of the competition when we started the first ever Le Mans Esports series back in 2019 for Zilla, and they had some.
Do you want the calculation?
Yes, all good. Better help me with the draft.